fortune of the realm. Come on, I say now to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to hold, for our kingdom glorious. echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen, and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you to comprehend. We cannot break, we cannot bend. We must find and strike their hearts. Must stop its relentless beating pulse. For these tyrants covet our world. Gather our people, bring them to the ruins. You shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our malice. Fire every soul they took away. Rearm and take our aim. Rain down the fire like rain. You will stay and fortify. You will be our silent eye. Will come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our malice. For every soul they took away. We arm and take our aim. Bring down the fire like we'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where the ring down, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on them. 'Cause we must live up to our name. $2 so intense. With the ring that we must survive. Relive the pain and turn it on them. 'Cause we must live up to our odds move closer, but with the deepest red. Beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end, there's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. Fighting shadows in their haunting eyes, smiting the wicked mirror when knowledge might
变革轰然来袭，峡谷已是人心博弈。厉兵秣马，落子无惧。棋盘之上，协议子去九州，乾坤未定。这一手步步为营，驰歌试马少年们，这个夏天，寸土必争。
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Summer Split 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Nymera, and what a day it is! The final day of week number 3, and we only have 1 week left of the first round here. I'm so excited, Nymera.
As am I. Things are really starting to heat up. We're getting to the point where we're getting straight down to the knife's edge in regards to who is going to make the upper and lower groups of the Rumble stage of the LPL, and that's where things really start to heat up, with, of course, all of the stress involved.
Well, yesterday was maybe a little stress-free, as we had a short day. My God, I checked the time. I was like, the sun hasn't even come up, and that's out of the ordinary for me when I'm watching LPL. It is a couple 2-0s here. LGD actually making things a little spicy, and then BLG doing what they know, I guess, and which is winning.
Winning, but at what cost? I still don't think BLG have woken up. I know a lot of the Chinese community are starting to really hammer on BLG's door, saying, hey, why are you not taking these games seriously? And honestly, against RNG, they could have lost either of those games. And of course, for the first game, I think WE, despite being even with 2-2 before that series, I think they were the favorites heading in. They really, really will rue that result now. LGD getting just ahead of them in that race for that second place spot in their group.
It's an interesting split for RNG nonetheless, even with all the changes to the roster. Let's take a look at what we got on the docket today. We're jet-setting a little bit tonight, as Group D is what kicks us off. IG versus AL. AL have locked themselves to that Group A of the Rumble stage, but still IG fight here tonight. Then we're moving on to Group C in Suzhou. It'll be LNG versus Top Esports.
I think particularly this first matchup in Group D is where a lot of eyes will be in regards to qualification. Of course, Top Esports have already locked their own spot later in the day as well, but particularly for fans of Weibo and of course the up-and-coming Ultra Prime, everyone will be watching this series because technically IG could still throw a wrench in the plans of Group D.
Yeah, I'm very interested at what this series in particular can cause, because I really look at that Weibo team and there's a lot of question marks there. I'm just gonna say right now, there's only one spot left in that Group D, and it's gonna be a tough one. Now we do see some other teams locked in and out of that Group A in the Rumble stage, but we take a look at the groups.
I think particularly we're looking at this Group D again because one of the games is happening here, but the fact that one of the Pool 3 teams in anyone's legend has very firmly cemented themselves at the top of Group D, has thrown things into disarray in Group D, but then also you look over at Group C and in Group B, I think there are some upset expectations there too. LGD over WE currently, you've got RA over LNG right now. We'll see if that stays the case in the series that comes in second today too. The group stage has delivered on a little bit of drama in the way that only really the LPL can.
And hey, you love to see it as well. Yeah, I love to see a couple things going a little awry, but also some of our key teams. It seems like every
you like
team...
stress. You like plans
stress.
not going to plan. You like...
Absolutely. Bring it on. The craziness is what we live for here in the LPL, but it is nice to see some of our top teams kind of solidifying themselves. We have a lot of undefeated teams at the top of their groups. I know Top Esports a little bit later is going to be really happy about that, but maybe trying to hold on to that against LNG. But this first matchup in particular, I think can be an interesting one, especially when you look at IG's roster. A couple changes coming into the split and some likely candidates for some up-and-coming careers.
And IG, they've really tried to put a lot of focus onto, again, bringing up talent to see whether they can make it work within LPL. Of course, they were doing that before with the likes of YSKM and a few other players that really started to shine. This roster hasn't quite made it click just yet, though, and they are currently with only one series win. That was, of course, over Weibo, which is... Look, I don't know how to describe that team. That team is just... all over the place.
Hey,
oh, sorry, no,
NIP,
not over Weibo, over NIP.
Yeah.
But IG, yeah, this team is in a difficult spot. They must stand up today.
Yeah, we'll take a look at their competition on the other side, because I feel like it's going to be a jungle showdown. GLFS versus Krakow on Anyone's Legend, who had a hell of a split so far, but it's really been some of the pieces that have started to mold and come together. Allah's entrance has been huge, but honestly, Shanks and Hope were showing up big in their last series.
It's usually so. The carries which came over from Team WE at the start of the year, Shanks and Hope, have started to showcase why exactly they are so highly sought after within the LPL. And AL are an organization that haven't really become that household name yet within the LPL, but this team, as we said, coming in Pool 3 from Spring Split, they were not sat there with huge expectations from before that, have really fired up the engines and cruised to this group so far.
They have felt a little bit of sting of a sword as Weibo did take them down. They've also lost a couple games this week in Week 3 against NIP and Ultra Prime, but just because the Panda bleeds doesn't mean... Yeah. Just because the Panda bleeds doesn't mean it's not strong. I think tonight is a stepping stone for Anyone's Legend to maybe flex their muscles a little bit. They are obviously already locked into that Group A in the next stage, so I'm very excited to see what kind of things they're going to be willing to try out in terms of the draft. You have to remember, we're in Fearless, so what you pick in a previous game is no longer available for you. So I'm curious how they'll use the last couple series of that we have.
And particularly when you're up against IG as well, the one thing which IG does really, really well is scrap. This team will always scrap with you. So I want to see from this series, AL, the most important thing from them is about their game sense for me. They are a team coached by Tabe, who of course brought BLG into a huge spike last year, and they have continued to do very, very well. But Tabe, you can tell his impact on this team. He's one of those few coaches where you genuinely can see his impact with fast response teleports, really good, quick, punishing macro. I need to see them bring that to IG today. I think IG are very sharp when it comes to their team fighting instincts. I think that their game sense is severely lacking on the other side of it, though. So I need to see AL make sure they don't get just pulled into the scrapping of IG. That's the way that they will lose this series. Of course, on the other side for IG, we flip that coin and say, can you bring AL, even with all their game sets, even with this legendary coach behind them, can you bring them down to your level and beat them with that scrapping experience?
I think saving grace for IG in the wins that they've had, right? They've only won one time on blue side, which is actually crazy to me. But On has been a veteran presence that they've really leaned on. And he's really, besides Denny, one of the only standing members of IG when they were using a full developmental squad of their own. So I think he's going to be important in this game, in this series, especially against Hope, who I'd already said is having a pretty good week so far.
And even if you look at the replays and the player cams from IG2, you can see that Arn is doing an awful lot of communicating for this team. The set piece which they had before was Arn and Wink, who were both very, very veteran on the side of IG. I think in spring they were the strongest part of that roster as well. And when you do have a lot of newer talent around you, I think we can see that Vampire has been, I'm not going to say piloted by Arn, but definitely directed by him. When you look back at those kind of replays.
Like Ratatouille style?
Well, not quite to level. But I think particularly when you've got rookies coming in, it can really help to have that stabilizing veteran voice saying, okay, this is what we're doing right now. And it does mean that when it comes down to the team fights, if they say, all right, we're full sending it, they do full send it. And I appreciate that. You can change as many players on the IG organization as you want. They're still so down for a team fight.
Well, you know what I'm excited for? It's about the hands that are about to be thrown in the jungle. It is Croco versus GLFS. Both guys just absolutely sticking to all the ridiculously damage-heavy, skirmish-heavy, fight-your-face-off junglers. No facilitation to be found.
Well, I mean, they might
I
facilitate
guess unless you
a win.
consider Xin Zhao, I guess. No, he's the one.
Well, we'll see. I mean, we'll see whether they end up facilitating wins. That's enough facilitation for me for both of these. But no, we've seen a lot out of both of these teams now. We're getting around to the point where they've played 5, 6 series beyond this point too. We're getting very close to the end of that second round robin. As we said, and it does mean that the results mean sometimes more, sometimes less. For AL, a little bit less. They're already locked into that upper group. For IG, it means an awful lot, because if they start dropping series, they can afford to drop this series just about, but they would really like not to. Just because you're not mathematically eliminated with a loss
Can
today
I please
doesn't
have it,
mean...
sir, please? I don't want to lose this one.
It's like, even if you're not mathematically eliminated, you don't want to risk it. You absolutely don't want to risk it when you've got such a fine margin for that third spot.
The Ultra Prime series was an absolute doozy, and I'm really wondering how anyone's Legend are going to clean things up, or at least adapt from that a little bit there. But there's the man himself, Tabe. A big change to anyone's Legend, but I
wonder
love
what
that.
he thought. I wonder what he thought about the Nexus to Nexus.
I probably wasn't too happy. That the coach cams just went black for some reason all of a sudden during those moments. But I think it's the other side of the table here that we're about to see walk on stage that has a lot to prove. Not only in solidifying what you think of when you see this team, because Group B, next stage, is still important. You still have chances. So I think trying to find exactly what works for them is something that I'll be searching for.
The way I view it, IG know that fighting works for them when they're scrapping. This team knows how to put down a good team fight, a good skirmish. It's just a question of knowing when not to fight. This team has really struggled with learning when to not pull the trigger. It can be a very difficult thing when you're a team which has succeeded so much through those scraps, but maybe that's some of the lack of veterancy on this roster showing through. Sometimes we've seen absolutely wonderful, explosive carry performances. I think versus NIP when IG took that series off of them. GLFS, also known as Griffith in the jungle. You know, I just started picking up the Berserk manga the other day. Apparently that's where that name comes from. Hell of a character, Griffith. And he was the main character, in that series at least. And he went, 11 kills on Graves. You know that they have the individual firepower to take games off of good teams within the LPL. It's just consistently managing to do that within the Fearless Draft setting against teams which, in the case of anyone's Legend, do have very good game sense to deny you your best fights.
That's what I was just going to say, is you're going against the top of your group. You're going against an anyone's Legend who has ruthlessly executed mid-games and late-game mistakes by other teams into winning positions. It has been a huge growth from the team, I feel like, that has been really, honestly, awesome to watch. Allah's contributions have been definitely felt on some of his signature picks, but I'm interested at what that top lane matchup is going to be like tonight. Suyan has taken a lot of the Skarners, a lot of the meta top laners, but I feel like Allah is going to have a lot of answers into those.
Yeah, I think, Suyan has come out to play a lot of tanks. Hasn't always been that, though. Has played a few of the carries as well. Jax, Rumble, Kennen, of course, all shared with Allah on the other side. But the Ultra Prime series...
Are you really going to take the Kennen or the Jax into Allah? I mean, maybe, I guess.
I mean, I
just asking to get put in your place.
Well, thing is, in the Ultra Prime series for anyone's legends, the games which they were the one that they lost and the one that they were very, very close to losing were Allah's games on those carries. He won the game on that Skarner very handedly at the end, but the carry games, it felt like he was shut down a little more. But I'm interested to see now whether Zuyan thinks he can take a carry up there himself and see if he can take that to Allah, or whether, as you said, maybe that is just asking to be put in your place. Allah is one of our legendary carry top laners.
Be getting into draft here soon. Can you believe that after tonight we will cross the 100-game threshold?
Really?
Here, this split. Actually insane. Feels like we just started, but we're already 3 weeks in.
I mean, gosh, that is such a... The thing about LPL is that the amount of games very much creep up on you. In spring, we were having 3 series a day, which is just an insanity.
It's a lot of games if you don't want to do the math.
Yeah, it's an awful lot. Well, average amount of games from a best of 3 is 2.5, I suppose. So with 3 of them, you get 7.5 games average per day. With you get what 5 average from these days. But we're still playing 7 days a week. It's a whole lot of games. I did the math for you. There you go. I can help you there.
I have a rule not doing math on stream, and it goes pretty well for me. Oh my god, those drawings are actually so good. You did that with markers. Oh my god, sorry. I get really excited about fan art because it's always
really
so good. Like
the LPL crowd.
it's so good every single time. Like I do my fair share of drawing when I go to LCS, on my science. It never looks anywhere near as good.
I
need to learn some tips.
I have one fan sign which I did, which is, it says AMA, ask me about Ari. That's it. I have that somewhere still. I think hang on. I also wrote down that one really famous Japan-South Africa rugby score from that World Cup ages ago to try and tilt quick shot back in 2016 in the EULCS finals. Someone let him know about that. He knows about it, but just remind him about it. He loves being reminded about that one. But anyway, going to that first draft, we get to see whether those fan signs get to buoy up their teams.
We will see if Shanghai comes alive for anyone's legend and Invictus Gaming. Anyone's legend, maybe not the top dogs everybody sought in Group D to start the split, but here they are alive and well and on to the next round in Group A. We'll see if they want to flex their muscles tonight. On the blue side to start us off, they ban away the Leona, the LeBlanc, and the Ashe, while IG on the red side, they'll ban away that Tristana and the Rumble.
Are they going to get rid of Shanks' Corki? Because that champion is not fair. Thing is, he also plays the Yone, so you're not going to be able to deny all of the AD mid laner options if that's what your angle is. They ban away the Kai'Sa, so they're giving up the AD mid. I'm assuming this is Corki first pick. Maybe something like Nautilus could be too, but this is so powerful for Shanks. Why would you not pick it?
Yeah, why not? I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I think that's what we've seen teams a lot of the time trending towards, especially with the Fearless style here. If they know that something can work one time within a game or a series, they're gonna go for it.
So, response from IG. Can you get yourself some stability in that bot side? Maybe that's the answer for it. I think that Arna Vampire have needed that, but instead they go towards that Maokai. The Maokai is very easy to play around. Instant engage button helps you with objective setups and also can be built towards Liandry, so you can go towards an AD mid laner like the One. That's just locked in.
One of my favorites of this summer split. I'm very interested at what Nani can do with that one, or if we're going to see a little bit of flexibility with it. I love that one of the first things I said about the series, oh yeah, I can't wait for the fisticuffs, all the skirmish, every fighting, jungling, dope facilitation, blah, 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 and then Maokai gets locked in first for IG on red side. So we'll see a bit of a response here. Some big picks still left up on the table. Skarner, a big one in particular, usually needed to be banned on red side, was left open, and here it is.
So, Skarner's a strange pick within the LPL. We've had an awful lot of games of it. I do think the difference between a middling top laner and then a top-tier top laner playing this pick is absolutely absurd. We saw against Ultra Prime, Ala managed to pull out a Skarner game, which was very, very impressive, seeing the likes of Breathe, 369, Bin do unspeakable things on this. And that will be a rock in that top side to try and get through. Double tank frontline now locked in with Croco on the Sejuani as well. IG, despite the fact that they have themselves that frontline engage of the Maokai, they're going to have to get through a lot of beef.
I love it because it just feels like a pick that LPL is just like, no, we have an answer. Trust me, trust me. you've lost. And then you just, oh no, I got it next time. I got this pick. I got, you've lost. It's just over and over again. Scarter just keeps
Have you ever
winning you from
considered being
deficits.
being a Street Fighter announcer? Not the commentator, but just
maybe,
doing the little in-game
Yeah, just
sounds?
doing the announcer. Maybe.
Perfect
we'll see.
game.
We'll see. I need to be the Halo announcer in the end. But I think it is interesting that teams have been willing to leave it open, and that's why we've seen so many of the Skarner picks. But the K'Sante is the answer tonight from Zuyan.
So this isn't going to be the LPL traditional trifecta of the Rumble, Mordekaiser, Twisted Fate to beat the Skarner in lane. This is saying, I'm going to do the same job as you in a team fight and try and outvalue within that sense. That's quite hard to do because of Skarner's incredible staying power within team fights. And what that does mean is that you need to have carries that are worth frontlining for. Now, you don't have 80 carries locked in on either side right now. Arn is going to have his Draven banned away from him. Turns out in Victor's game, it doesn't matter who they've got in the 80 carry role. They are just Draven players somehow, some way over the years that has stayed true. That one's going to get banned away. Ezreal still available, but not that high damage. It's not really a hyper carry. I think Arn needs some really high damage to meet with this front line's potential.
The fact that Hope has gotten the Varus 6 times before this in all of the other series is a testament to how strong the pick is, and IG do not want to deal with it. We got a lot of bot lane focus for that second phase of bans. We'll see what the counter pick is going to be for IG. Might actually be that support counter pick, which we've actually seen here and there, as a jungle is primarily locked in here.
So that's going to be the marker into the support. So Griffith goes towards that carry in the jungle, or GLFS. You know, I'm still not decided what I want to call him. Look, I'm just sat there and I just want to, it's hard sometimes. It's a really cool name. But still, going to be that brand. We know exactly what kind of damage that can do to the front line. Does mean that AL can go towards something like the Ziggs or the Ezreal. It's going to be a bit of an easier lane. Maokai not a lane-dominant champion, which opens up some other answers for Hope and Kyle.
I think Hope has been a key component to anyone's Legends successes, but the Ziggs here are going to have a lot of damage potential with this composition. They still have a lot of options here, but they definitely want some engage to set up both the Corki and the Ziggs. But more of the question becomes, I mean, we know what anyone's Legend are looking for. They go for the Rel, but now IG on the docket.
IG, what 80 carry we're locking in. You don't have a huge amount of damage from the front line, but Brand into that jungle makes an awful lot of difference in that sense. They can go towards something a little bit more utility now. The Jhin comes out. Jhin Maokai, very, very famous from, what was it, Worlds 2021, back when EDG won that tournament. It was Damwon who were pulling this lane out all the time, and because you have such good engage with follow-up, it means that maybe the Yone and the Brand can get those targets pinned down in front of them for their huge team fight burst. They still need to get through a Skada, a Sejuani, and a Rel. It's not going to be the easiest thing, but I do think that IG have got themselves a composition which is ready to scrap. And that is exactly what they want to be doing. AL, our question to them once and again is about not just falling into the pace of IG's game. Use your game sense, use your intelligence, and try and make sure that IG are taking fights they're not prepared for.
And for IG, utilize some of the synchronization that can be had with this composition. I mean, giving on more of a utility pick to help set up the rest. Really relying on this top trio to be the engine that makes this composition run, it feels like. And it's going to have to be some really, really on-point decision-making from GLFS. And that's where the early priority for me is going to be at looking at how Krako, how GLFS attach themselves to other parts of the map, and especially how they can get Hope and On into positions of power.
Setting up for those carries from one role or the other. Yeah, you do have yourself two very different kinds of junglers. You've got yourself that Brand and the Sejuani. They'll be performing very different roles, but that does not mean they are less important than each other. It starts here. IG, if they lose today, things really start to heat up on them. AL, they just want to have a victory lap. They need to see it through. Clean 2-0 would be on the table for them. They would like to start this off with confidence, and IG very, very much wanting to stand in their way.
No way! Come on! Jayo! Jayo! I'll cheer there. I'm cheering through the screen right now. Ouch! God, that hurt. I love that the crowd reaction after that was like, ah!
It's kind of fun to feel what the arena feels like a little bit with those gyros. It gives us a good window into the energy at the time. Sometimes first game of the day, you know, fans are sometimes still finding they're trickling in. Sometimes they're yet to be woken up by the gameplay, and hopefully we get ourselves, as we said, a good scrap. I want to see it. I want to see if IG continue that style of just permanently fighting, taking big engages. It has been very fun to see them do that. Hasn't always been successful, but it's been really fun.
Hey, you know what they say about fun? You should always do what's fun.
Do they?
Yeah, that's what I say. Speaking of, Kyle said it was a lot of fun to engage on at level 1, so he went ahead and did that. But nice little trade back in this 4th shot, ready to push anyone's legend off of the 2v2. But that's where I want to check in on the jungle pathing. We have a bit of a unique one here by GLFS. He took the wolves, and he's going up towards top side. There is a vision ward up there.
Yeah, so what GLFS might end up doing is the reverse clear. You start on one camp on one side to avoid some level 1 shenanigans with the vision being put down. I think that kind of counts. And then you can clear the other side of the map and end up on the side that you started at. It slows down your clear a little bit, but it means you can be, in this case, on bot side, which is realistically where you want to be at the end of your clear. The top side matchup, folks, it's a Skarner versus a Kasansei. It's not necessarily going to be the most important matchup to influence in regards to that. I think Croco on the other side, he just wants to make sure he's not running into the brand too early into the game. The brand is very powerful in the first clear, and we've Shun has taught the entire league that over time, that if you run into a brand at level 3, level 4, that's a bit of a problem.
Hey, Nymera.
Yeah?
I think Croco didn't want to listen to you.
Yeah, that's true. They did have the ward down there, as he said. It could be a smite fight.
Oh, it's going to be a little bit late around the corner as Croco not able to get the timing on that one, but was trying to go for it. And that's what I would expect in tradition for Sejuani jungle, is you're trying to get up in the face of the clear speed and the clear path of the enemy, but not able to do it there.
It's a weird thing with the Nidalee, with the Sejuani, right? Because when you're against stuff like, which is really aggressive early, sometimes you feel like you lack some of that power. Brand is definitely one of the better early AP junglers, but yes, with that Sejuani, you just want to make sure you can stop that clear speed as best you can and impact the lanes a little later with your level 6 ultimate, get that really big engage threat through. Need to see whether Croco can live up to that, because we've seen exactly what Brian can do on the other side. He gets himself fated ashes, clears into oblivion, and then becomes a huge damage threat himself. So anything to stop that game plan is largely pretty important.
And actually, we look back at the pathing that you highlighted for GLFS, it's actually so big brain, right? He went to Krugs first instead of Red, so that meant that he was already on the way out as he was pathing. So all that time wasted for Croco meant that GLFS has now completed his entire clear and is already starting his back.
It just means that he could be bot side for that Scuttle Crab, means that Arn and Vampire get a little bit of extra coverage in that vision, and it means that, particularly when it comes to something like a Ziggs, if Ziggs ever gets to push up and hit tower, obviously that's a problem. You shouldn't really have that problem with the Jhin and the Maokai. What this means is that you allow Arn and Vampire to lock down Hope and Kyle into lane. It means that the Ziggs can't just safely clear once he hits level 3, level 4, multiple levels of his Q, and Kyle can't just roam out and see if he can combo up with Croco across the map with the early CC that those champions bring.
Croco had been waiting for the Raptors to spawn for a little while now. GLFS will be spotted as he comes over here, realizing there's no chicky nuggies to be had. Croco has stolen them all. The man was hungry.
Taking his order. Order up, and Croco take the second spawn of them. I suppose that ward, which they had earlier, spotting out GLFS taking those definitely helped in regards to that. So that is something we did say, hey, anything you can take away from a brand to stop them from clearing, that's helpful. It's a little bit of something, but hey, we'll take that right now. We're waiting yet for the first objectives to spawn. Dragon is spawning right now. Of course, Grubs are a minute after that. IG immediately going towards Dragon. If they can take this quickly enough, they might even be able to rotate towards top side to contest for the Grubs as well.
They take it pretty quickly as well. I mean, GLFS already burning it pretty heavily. Croco going to show up here. Is spotted out by the saplings, and that's what the Maokai presents. But Croco not willing to go for it. As Vampire pops up the IG emote, it will be Dragon #1 to Invictus Gaming.
So this is the payoff. Griffith, GLFS. That name is going to get me, because now I've started reading this.
It's because you started reading the manga. That's literally why.
And it's a really good manga, and Griffith is a really good character. So I'm sat there thinking, like, wow, I kind of want to call him this, but it's also really confusing not to say the name that's on the screen.
Really confusing.
Look, I am in turmoil, folks. But still, he pathed in that reverse clear against starting on the wolves, but then ending up on bot side, allows him to get towards that dragon really early after his first clear. It means that now he can clear from top side to bot side again when his camps come up. up. Need to see whether he's going to contest for these grubs, though. Typically, teams haven't contested for both sides of the early objectives. Need to see whether he feels like he can now.
He's clearing Krugs and might actually look over there. Shanks has pushed the mid lane, so it will end up getting an extra body here by anyone's legend to do the grubs. Looks like it might just be that trade of objectives. Level 6 had gotten completed for the solo laners at least, so that could be an influence here, especially with Ala and the Impale.
And so, Griffith not able to, it happened again, GLFS not able to contest for that second set of early objectives. So they take the dragon, they give up the grubs. Typically we see these teams again trading these objectives. It's really only been top esports that's consistently contended with both sides of the map at once, but they are a bit of an anomaly, Mazel, I feel like.
Yeah,
right now. We'll see them later today. We'll get to keep up with that one. But yeah, IG gonna trade that one, and Griffith, GLF, it's gonna keep happening. Maybe I should just let it happen.
Your brain is tainted.
It is so all over the place now. But anyway, Brand is gonna be clearing through all his camps again.
Yeah, just call him the champion. It's fine. It's a safe space, Nightmare. It's okay. Everything should be fine. We did get ultis for Kroko and GLFS though here, so maybe an uptick in terms of the kind of face forwardness of both junglers. I particularly want to see a little bit more proactiveness from Kroko here on the map. That Glacial Prison, a perfect tool to try to get some gold into the big carries.
I think it also really helps that Shanks has gotten himself ahead in this mid lane matchup. You can very much do with Corki versus Yone. It's not a straight counter matchup. Yone is good into Corki, but it is not a free win. Shanks has got the cull. He's already pushing it anyway, stacking up a tier. And even then, he has lane control. So he's got two kind of cash-in items later. And now we see Griffith getting angled towards top side.
Ooh, Ixtal's impact gets all outed, so it does stop it. Sweon going for the angle here, but it's GLFS that can't connect the damage. He still gets it, though. The Pyroclasm will help get first blood for IG.
Takes a flash from the Brand, from GLFS, as he ends up taking down that first kill. We did say that Brand, anything to keep him off the table is useful. Well, a kill very sure puts him back onto that. As Ala gets himself down for that first blood. Kroko yet to make an impact in terms of those lanes just yet.
I hope that table's not made out of wood, because then Brand kind of counteracts that. So
yeah, we'll see if we can get a marble.
We'll make sure.
We'll level up in the world. See if we've got the budget for a marble table just for him.
I do love that they force committed onto that, though, because I think any resources is super important. They had the angle for it, and Ala just gets stopped in the middle of his Ixtal's impact.
And at this point, anyone's legend don't have jungle clear information. They don't know where GLFS is on the map. And Ala flashes out of that W, would have had the increased damage, would have killed him. You can see, sadly, for Ala also uses that ult as he goes down too. It was immune, or rather gone unstoppable by Sweon on the other side. So he loses both flash and ult and his life. Not really a good haul there for the anyone's legend top laner. The star piece that came in. What a great start to this game.
We talked him up so much. He does still have a CS lead. Did end up being able to get back to lane pretty quickly. So we now see anyone's legend moving over onto mid lane for Nani, who's very low and gonna walk over here to the left side. Glacial Prison waiting in tow, and there it goes. Oh, Kroko's got to learn some drift skills here, but Nani ends up having to go back, has to use that Fate Seal to get out.
Oh, that is a slick slide to the side by Nani. With that Soul Unbound, gets out with his ultimate too. Still means he's losing farm in this mid lane. You can see big trade down towards that bot side as GLFS shows what he can do, even without that first item completed. But this mid lane control seems to be the safe harder for anyone's legend right now.
And it makes it so much easier to play around too, because again, you just have a go button for Kroko to get followed up on. We do have more objectives spawning up, only a 20-second difference or so between them. GLFS and IG already down here. AL moving here as well. Kyle wants to go for the engage. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb as well. And GLFS is already down. Pyroclasm not going to be enough to take anybody out from the grave. And that means no jungler. That's a dragon for anyone's legend.
Really nice combo between the spot side of the map plus Kroko. We said that as soon as the Sejuani comes online, they want to start getting these big engagements off.
Shanks, bro. There's a lot of people there, and you didn't know where they were. He's going to be in a lot of trouble. Does have his teammates right behind him and gives us a scare of our lives as the curtain call is called. Nature's Grasp on top of it. Kyle, one more shot. It gets blocked. Huge blocks from Hope. The deadly flourish, not enough. Oh no, the sapling. Kyle, he's in there. He just ties the odd in the end, but guess who got the dragon? It was Croco after everything. He's going to get the fat flash over the wall, and he dodges out of the deadly flourish yet again.
Get yourself an AD carry that will body block for you like that. The mid-air body block from the Ziggs satchel jump. The little yodel that could. Hope, I want him on my team, buddy.
I think a lot of players want him on their team. All the way from his time on JDG, he has been an incredible carry. And even on the times on WE here before, as Ala in a lot of trouble here. GLFS has returned to the money bucket that is shaped as a scorpion.
Left out on the top side to dry once again, but it's going to be dragging over the side of Anyone's Legend for the cross map, I suppose. GLFS dying just before that. Definitely not going to help too many things. Kyle catches him out, no flash.
Yeah, that's a big CC combo. They are going to pop the Pyroclasm there. A lot of damage right back, but GLFS will fall. Not enough burn damage, though. Leon in a lot of trouble here. If he doesn't get out, Kyle's trying to follow up. Hope is right behind them, and another body's going to fall. Anyone's Legend. We said they take advantage of your mistakes, and they absolutely capitalize.
We said that IG, they are a team which very much likes to scrap. Sometimes they don't know when they should stop scrapping, though, and this feels like one of those cases where they go in for a kill and they just overextend a little bit beyond the play. This is going to give up more kills to AL. They were quicker on the roam to bring more players to the fight as well, and they're also going to get themselves the grubs. But as we said, IG, they do like to really keep fighting.
One more maybe. Wants to get the fifth one. Does indeed. It'll be just one. So Grubageddon has been stopped. All right, we got the calls out. Oh no, Ala. You're in a lot of trouble again. Does end up having the Ixtal's impact out of the wall.
Gets that safely. I was wondering whether Nani would pull the ultimate and drag him out of the wall with that CC. At least GLFS will be able to get a grub on this one side, but this game feels very par for the course for both of these teams. Anyone's Legend, quick response teleports, good resets, good roams to the play. Feels like they understand where people need to be on the map at most points. It's not like they haven't been losing kills throughout this too. IG very quick and snappy at making plays, but they are currently getting just a little bit of those extra losses going their way with losing these objectives, losing the extra wave of farm, and that's led to a gold lead and an objective lead with the 5 grubs, particularly now for Anyone's Legend.
And with AL's comp, that's what we kind of talked about from the draft. They have just a lot of ease of execution in their front line finding engages. IG on the other side, they really need a lot of setup, either be it from the Nature's Grasp with Vampire on getting a big deadly flourish or beyond having any flanks. But the damage is a little bit harder to stick and a little bit harder to get into.
Yeah, it does really feel like whenever Maokai is in a composition, Maokai makes your life a lot easier, but you only have one Maokai and only one Maokai ultimate. So then you think, when am I going to use this? What's it most valuable for? And that's when that kind of higher level decision making becomes really important. Vampire is getting bullied around here. I think in terms of the laning phase, Arn Vampire did pretty okay in regards to that. The Jhin Maokai, not always the most intuitive lane to play, especially compared to ones which are being picked up right now. They will need to see whether they can get control of a lane and start using that Nature's Grasp, as we were just saying, to set up this team. I think it is really critical that Vampire like this roams to the play effectively.
Just keep going to the top lane. You'll find him eventually. Can the Skarner bury himself through the dirt? And he does.
Alcove Gaming!
Oh,
no.
On falling prey to all the Jin's worst nightmares, and it's any CC anywhere. He's down. On might get a revenge kill from Zuion, but he will end up falling as well. So 2 in the middle for Anyone's Legend, plus the turret.
And because you have that Ziggs towers fall so quickly, even at this point, we might see Anyone's Legend get themselves a Herald after this point. All outer turrets are already down around IG. They're getting hit into their inner turrets too. Herald hasn't even been taken. If AL can get themselves a good contest over that objective, and they absolutely have the items and the power spikes to do so, you can see that Shanks has his Cull cashed in, Hope is at a point of power too. IG might start falling apart very, very quickly beyond this point, and that's why they want to teleport right now, keep scrapping.
Can't stop, won't stop. Zuion on the other side of the fight. Vampire getting low, but it was all a bait there. There's the bait sealed onto the back, though. Croco able to find his way out. Zuion finally gets over here. It's been towards Hope the entire time. Oh, no. Odds curtain call called for nothing. Now Allah is here after the TP comes in, and he is the body you need and love. Ixtal's impact into the wall, but he's got the impale in now. Hope gets the damage down. Naney has the back line, though. He gets one there, too. And the damage from the burn is starting to be enough. Ala, you might have just ended Hope there. You had the savior play from Hope, and now he's looking for On. He will not fall. He does. And there's the one incredible play that IG needed.
They love to scrap, and they will get themselves a goddamn scrap. I think that Naney on the Yone did such a good job continually dashing in and out of that fight to get huge value. It does stop AL from very smoothly going over towards another objective take. If they do get themselves that Herald, it will be now at cost of that Dragon. They're going to roam towards that top side of the map. We did say that Herald is very, very important to them, and they can use it very powerfully. But at least IG get themselves a lot of gold and a big objective beyond that too. See that Vampire, he just walks up too far here. The Maokai is not full tank as a support. It's very hard to be tanky. I think Vampire really misspaces this fight, but it doesn't matter. They already have themselves the right kind of shape for the team fight. Naney around the side, Arn being able to follow up from long range, and GLFS sitting in a pocket to do damage too. Look how Naney uses the second cast of the E as well, just making sure he's threatening another angle. IG, regardless of whether that's that, just keep fighting.
Zvion all outs his way to a death as Krako picks up one for anyone's legend. Vampire setting him up with the Nature's Grasp, and the carousel of fighting keeps turning Krako in trouble. He gets flashed in front of by Vampire, and the Arctic Assault is blocked.
It's going to be IG at least taking one back. 1 for 1. It's a lot of ultimates committed onto the Kasante. But while all this is happening, again, AL are elsewhere on the map, so it's not necessarily even an even trade. I think that with the extra waves being taken up by anyone's legend in both mid and bot lane, as you see a waves even being lost to an inhibitor turret at just 17 minutes in, IG are still losing extra gold across it, even if, again, IG could absolutely, if there's one thing you can take away, it's IG are pretty good at scrapping. They will just always full send it, get some value out of it.
They're trying to pull AL down to the depths with them here in the scrap city that they've found at home. They end up finding a lot of those scraps, but again, it's still like a 6K lead for anyone's legend, who have slowly but surely found themselves in prize position. There is this Rift Herald available for a little bit longer, so anyone's legend going to capitalize.
And as we said, Herald, when you've already taken so many towers, when you're using the cross-match so effectively, when you have a Ziggs on your roster for the extra siege, very important. IG are trying to contest, but they're too late.
Actually, Naney got in the pit there to do a little bit of damage, but yeah, that Rift Herald down means that mid lane might be the focus here if they want to ride that baby into the sunset, or maybe just into a tower, as they try to get a little bit of a grasp back on the map. There's a ton of vision and saplings and things towards the top side of the map for IG, and that is a strength for them moving forward. Their vision gain will be helped a lot by the way they have their composition set up.
Gin traps as well to help with that. You can see a load of them around mid lane. It can help you get some random pickoffs as well. But it's still defensive vision. You'd still try to stop AL from, stomping down on your spine at this point, and it feels like it is going to be the finishing move quite soon. 2.5 items hit by most of AL, and let's be honest, if they get any CC onto a target, someone is going to die. It doesn't matter if that's Zuyan, the tankiest member on the team, or someone even less tanky. Of course, someone is going to be exploded, and if IG are not responding very quickly and have themselves a counter combo to get onto the backline, this game is going to fall apart very, very quickly in the way that we've seen previous fights do.
And I think Krako has been a huge driver of the success of anyone's legend this game. I think it's been really awesome to see him come over from the LCK, obviously with DRX before, but spent a lot of time on Live Sandbox as well. And he has been a proponent of a lot of the aggressive changes in the jungle meta. He's been very, very flexible in his picks. And he's also just been a ruthless son of a gun every single time.
Shanks?
Buddy, I was talking about Krako. Don't worry about what Shanks is doing.
Take his driving license.
Zvion might need to get a license of his own taken away from a Mega Inferno bomb used to clear the wave. The Rift Herald is there to try to take this turret down. Naney tries to go for the play, misses everything, and goes right back to his clone, sad and defeated.
Well, I mean, he might have scored a goal in football, but not in League of Legends. Goes right between the posts and finds no one. I think Naney on the Yone has been one of the few bright sparks in this game. He's not died. He's 2-0-2. Sadly for him, he's had to do his own stunts in that situation, though, because the setup wasn't really in place in time from IG. The Herald not charging doesn't even end up mattering. I don't know whether Shanks just wanted to give them a handicap or something. That one confuses me, Bizel. It confuses me.
We can stay confused. So we're not going to get an answer.
So helpful.
You're welcome. Hey, that's what I'm here for. We do have another minute until the dragon spawns. Would be a soul point for IG on an Infernal Soul. I think AL might be sticking around a little long here because IG have reset. They'll get that blue buff as well. And no mana on anyone's legend means open up on is here. Allah. Oh, okay. He gets the force shot over there on the other side to try to slow down Kyle. GLFS ends up getting the kill onto Allah.
That was a really good spread of the E from the brand. Got the mark onto the blue buff. Gets the spread afterwards, which I don't know whether Allah expected. I don't think Allah's expected a lot, which has happened in this game. I feel like he's just been vibing and occasionally dying. He's not going to be here for potential dragon fight in 20 seconds. IG, they do still have themselves a lot of their big ultimates. They could still theoretically find a good angle. Need to see if they can find that backline and take them off the table before the big combo comes through.
I'm surprised Rion didn't decide to keep his TP. They will end up having Nani keep the TP and push down bot side, but there's some really good TP wards by IG right now on the backside of the fight. Rion can't give his life there, and there it is. Nani going to pull the trigger, but AL see it plain as day. They're going to get their own TP, and that's Allah, the big Scorpion, coming to make a difference. But guess who is the difference maker? Kyle gets the Magnet Storm. Big fate sealed, though. It might actually be Nani that's popping off here. Zuion is dead, though, on the other side. Double impale from Allah. And what did we say about this champion? No matter what, it is worth something, and it might just be worth the whole shebang as anyone's legend decimate IG. They're moving straight to the Baron.
The move to Baron, they have a wave in the mid lane too, which could potentially even take an inhib tower. AL find their combo, and IG don't find their setup, try as they might. The gold lead is too big, the difference in strength is just too big. Baron goes down, they'll be on 5 members, and this should be, as we were saying at the start of the day, the start of what looks like to be a victory lap of Group D from anyone's legend, comprehensively beating out the other teams within their group. Kyle finds the combo now. You see that what happens when everyone throws their ultimates, someone explodes, and with the brand off the board, you just don't have the extra staying power to find that extra damage on the back end of the fight. Gets close. They should have probably taken 1 or 2, but the brand being taken off the board so early means that they just can't finish these kills.
God, Rion had such a good angle on the backliners of anyone's legend, but felt dicey running into the bombs there and unable to capitalize on the position they had. So a couple things going wrong for IG meant a holistic win by AL. But man, if those couple things went right, could have been a little bit of a different fight there. We do get the reset coming out from IG. They'll lick their wounds and try to find a little bit of saving grace on the map here. Anyone's legend in complete control. Almost 10,000 gold in the lead, 23.5 in.
So this is where it feels like the death push comes in from anyone's legend. They have far too many items, frankly illegal. Don't know where they got all of them from. And we've got ourselves potentially a big combo coming through.
Oh, Croco didn't realize they're all there. Mega Inferno Bomb takes half of their health underneath there. And now Vampire is almost dead, but he makes it out by the skin of his teeth. Now Croco in some trouble here. He's going to bring the explosion over to Hope as he falls. But now Allah is here. Full health and all legs available for him to run at IG.
IG have the turnaround damage. So AL, they overestimate themselves a little bit, and maybe did not expect everyone to be around that corner, but IG, they'll take that freebie. It means that one of the big tanks is off the table, and it means that the push gets a little bit harder. If Hope can hit this tower, it will melt, but they're trying to wave through as best they can. Zuion still has ult. If he hits a Q3, potentially could be dangerous, but he can't put himself out of position to do so.
I love how confident AL are playing, even though they're down a mana advantage, because look, one hit from a bomb does almost all their health here, and Hope has hit those item thresholds to make him a scary customer indeed. Allah gets stuck in the wall right there, though. He's in a lot of trouble here. All out and under the turret. He's going to Ixtal's impact his way out to safety.
I think with those kind of chunks, you can see that AL is struggling to use the Baron buff for what it should have been used for, you know, to end the game. They're pushing in one lane, but that one lane has been defended well so far. Haven't quite been able to get the turret down into satchel range, so Hope can't get himself that execute combo. And yeah, the ult is up from Hope. He has teleport. He'll probably go back, get an
there
item.
it is.
Oh no, he's just gonna use it right now.
Oh, if he did it a little earlier, it might still kill on. He's burned. Okay, it's not gonna be enough. Whew, that was close.
Yeah, close range stuff. I was starting to think, well, maybe he goes back, buys some items, and then uses it for extra damage. But
no, because he's gonna back TP top and take a tier 2.
All right, so
my God. Oh no. It's a catastrophe here, and it's all AL. It looks like they just wanted to buy a couple more items to put on their shelf here before they need to finish off this game number 1. They're on the last Nexus, or at least the inhib turret. Now the Nexus turret's in mid lane. Might be the case instead, actually. Okay, it looks like they're going to just go for this mid lane tower instead of the Nexus turrets. And the inhibs are the focus. But AL just want to put finishing touches on this one. It's been a pretty soft and easy snowball for them as they started strong early and developed leads all over the place. And now they just need to finish everything off. Oh, Impale goes a little bit wide. Nani trying to go for a big play on the side, but he'll have to go back to his shadow. Now Kyle gets a big engage on the Vampire there, and he's already dead. Mega Inferno Pop going to be flashed out of. Curtain Call might make this hard for them to move forward. The Pyroclasm had already been used. Look at the damage it's doing. It has shot through the middle. Look how much damage the GLFS is doing right now. Those damage numbers go nutty. And anyone's legend, they've slipped. They've dropped the ball. And IG are picking it up all day.
There are pings onto a ward down towards Dragon as well. The Dragon is spawning in 20 seconds. Again, what should have been a victory lap, AL kind of choke out. They push into one lane in top side, which gets wave cleared. They take too long to use that. And while they do end up taking 2 inhibitors, the game doesn't end, which is better than IG would have assumed at a certain point. Big props to GLFS. Nani and Arm putting out some huge turnaround damage, finding finally some pockets of space. Vampire goes through the Impale, and just to sidestep his on as well, which means that Ala capping off. Not a great Skada game so far. Still Skada, so still useful, but not necessarily the game he would have wanted. And because of that kind of failed engage from the combo, you can see the long-range follow-up comes through, and we're onto the Dragon, taken by IG.
It is a Dragon taken by IG, so third Dragon of the game for them. Sole point there, but AL, they're closing off the exit points for IG. As they do, they actually catch down Shanks. Kyle really wanted to capitalize on that, but they won't find it.
No, they won't. So, IG, they have 2 broken inhibitors to defend. AL can just sit up in this one last lane, poke out for forever with the Ziggs. He has his ult back up. That is a very scary hope on one side, and it feels like the carries from AL, they're not the ones which are necessarily dying, which is a bit of a problem. They have 2 deaths combined between them. IG is sometimes killing the front line, but they're not hitting the damaging members, which means that as nice as this is, it is just a delaying of the inevitable unless they get a combo onto the backline.
And that's where I think that's the ticket in, but that's also for AL what we talked about literally since minute 1. They just
CC.
have the go buttons when they're ahead, and Nani can't really do anything in the end there. It does get a little bit of damage onto Kyle. A lot of poke coming right back his way. Impale! And he's impaled on the spike in front of his teammates. Hope claims another one. And the last inhib turret's gonna fall. And that might just signal the end here, Nightmare.
Oh, and IG, try as they might, they try and scrap, but all they do is scrap their way to the green screen again.
Oh, 3-man fade sealed there. Are we seeing this again? No, Kyle wants to shut the door on the faces of IG. They take the last Nexus turret. They won't make the same mistake again. They'll hit a couple times onto the Nexus, but it's the kills that they want. Pad those stats. As anyone's legend, we know they can bleed, but they won't bleed so far tonight.
Oh, and IG, they were just outclassed. It felt like, yes, they had themselves good amount of fighting potential. I think that particularly on the Jhin gave some real issues, being able to turn around some damage from huge range once some people had overestimated their health bars a bit. But realistically, they were just kind of dopamine kills. They're just a kill here and there. They never really led to big strategic advantages. And now we see anyone's legend having the better game sense, having the better macro, and IG couldn't manage to match them across the entire map.
And that's where, you know, a lot of the draft adaptation we saw for this game 1 actually means a lot because, you know, you get some pretty strong picks from the side of anyone's legend not going to be available to them any longer, but it's really about kind of that consistent style of composition that they found and a lot of strength through Croco individually helping out a lot of the rest of the team. I'm very interested what IG's response is going to be. We're going to step away for a little break and we'll be back for game 2.
We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on down. 'Cause we must live up to our name. To the knowledge, so we change on our end. We refuse to let you have the final say. Trying once, try twice. Redeem this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on down. 'Cause we must live up to our name. Strike once, we can't let go. Strike twice, redeem this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on down. 'Cause we must live up to our clouds move closer, but with a deeper sweat. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames.
IG say it's all about believing. Well, do you believe that we're going to go the distance? IG got to bounce back after a tough game number 1. AL, strike hard, strike fast. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Nightmare, of course, and we're here for LPL Summer 2024. What a game 1. Anyone's Legend kind of silenced all the existing question marks from some of the games they've lost this week.
AL, they're a team with really good game sense. They're a team which understand how to get a lot out of the map, and I think that's a skill set which is really, really good versus IG on the other side. And yeah, I think that AL, they had a very close series versus Ultra Prime. That was fantastic, by the way. Go back and watch that one. But I think that IG, they're falling prey to a lot of their own foibles on the other side. If we're talking about the strengths of AL, which were really apparent, the weaknesses that we've seen from IG were also really apparent there too. This game felt like it was like most of the other games that they've lost. They fight really well at points, but they only fight. They don't know how to stop fighting, recoup their losses, and play the map. And I feel like AL were very comfortable in just using their game sense and macro to get more out of it.
And we're going to take a look at the stats from that game specifically to see maybe how things went wrong for them, but specifically what went right for Anyone's Legend. Now, this is Fearless, so Anyone's Legend will not have the picks that they had in that last game available to them this time around, but it was the execution for me that was so good, and kind of the belaying of power towards Shanks and Hope.
Hang on a second. That damage per minute is nuts. That's 1.5 KTPM. Hope, what the hell? That's insane. 300% damage per gold. What happened there? Oh my god.
He's having himself a week, all right? He's having himself a week.
Yeah, that's the way to put it. Oh my word. Okay, well, guess IG are very happy he doesn't get to play that 6 again. I don't think we were saying it doesn't necessarily matter about the exact champions. The execution's important, but that execution! What the hell?
Well, there you go. He gets his second MVP of the split so far. 37% damage done in a 6-1-10 performance on the Ziggs. It was also double first strike for him and Shanks, so getting a little bit of extra gold there. They had a 6K lead super
still
early.
Astounded.
And
so
Hope having
astounded.
a great time.
All right.
Oh, we're right into it. My goodness.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you see, we do have a swap of a side, blue side. All those Fearless bans for either team. Underneath them on the bottom side, we already got the Yone and Leona and the Tristana banned by IG. On the red side, Anyone's Legend are going to ban away the Corki, LeBlanc, Rumble.
Okay, so in terms of other AD mid laners, we have the Jace available for Shanks. He's pretty happy picking that one up. He's played 2 games of it so far. Wouldn't surprise me to see that one locked in, but they might want to see a mid lane matchup before they commit to something like that. So yeah, as you said, already locked in that. Very, very standard. Skarner in the top side, and as you saw in last game, doesn't even matter if you put behind 3 ganks and a couple of deaths. Skarner is still, he's still Skarner. He just keeps doing the same thing.
It's insane. It's like, I knew this was going to happen to many of our top laners after I watched Breathe go 0-4 and still win the game on Weibo. I don't know. There's just something about Skarner and all those legs. We do get the range combo here from Anyone's Legend. A pick I have loved so far, the Rising Priority on Ashe, locked in for Anyone's Legend, and the Nidalee for Krako.
There has been so much conversation around Nidalee in the jungle. I think particularly in LPL, what it is really good at doing is shutting down junglers that want to farm and chill out a little bit. Now, if you look at GLFS, he plays an awful lot of farming champions in the jungle, but now he sees that Nidalee, he might have to go towards something a bit different. That is very different. We have a Morgana from IG. Now, this could be jungle, it could be technically mid lane, it could be support. This is a huge flex pick, and what this can do is deny that Ashe arrow very importantly. All right, something new. I love it.
I really...
No, it's not. It's a failed pick. No!
Get baited, Nightmare. Get baited.
The thing is, I've heard so many people talk about Morgana being in and around the place. I'm trying to remember if it was either Orcs or Chronicler or the LCK that were really begging for this pick. I think it was Chronicler in one of the drafts over the LCK or something. Like, look, Morgana can definitely be played in these spots. So good into single target champions like that Ashe Arrow or Vile or whatever else comes in. But I also was surprised it was locked in right then. Probably you could tell from the tone of voice there was some surprise there. Probably means it's probably not going to be locked there, I would guess.
Yeah, you know, I would say
I'm so sad. I was looking forward to that.
It would have been cool. Would have been cool. I think any of those AP junglers that we're starting to see crop up all over the place are a lot of fun to watch. But I'm really curious. Again, we talked about it so much in that game number 1, but our team's willing to take the Skarner test and failing every single time. I really want to see what Allah's answer is going to be here with it, just plainly left open. I think the Ashe can help a lot in that regard, but I'm very curious what your thoughts are and what take of the anti-Skarner trust fund you've liked.
I mean, I'm perfectly happy with the Mordekaiser TF Rumble kind of trifecta that beats the Skarner in lane. I just think that a lot of the time, LPL teams think they have an answer to Skarner, and then the counter pick gets ganked once and then can't get ahead of the game to actually be played out to that level. We've seen that a lot recently. In fact, WE against LGD just yesterday fell prey to that, where it felt like they picked stuff into the Skarner. I think it was the Mordekaiser at that time. They got ganked once or twice. The Mordekaiser can get ahead of the pick, and then Skarner just gets to be Skarner. So it's not a one pick and done kind of counter pick. Some matchups can be like that, but it has to have a bit of gameplay behind it. I think that some teams have done very, very well at answering that, but it has typically been the teams that play best around top lane to enable those counter picks, which get the most value out of it.
I was really excited for the Morgana specifically just because we had seen it earlier today in LCS.
Oh, really? I missed that.
I was kind of hoping to see it actually go through, but looks like we're just going to get a refresh of the draft so far. It'll be just that Ashe and Italy locked in for Anyone's Legend.
See, that's really annoying because I ended up watching, I think, 3 out of the 4 games of LCS SA. That must have been the one which I missed. So, like, oh man, watching all of these regions. Yeah, that's the one which I was asleep for, Mizzal. That's my bedtime.
Stay getting baited.
As we said, Morgana, sadly, despite the drama around it, not going to be locked in here.
Hey, there's still a chance. There's still a chance.
I'm going to say that chance is quite near to 0, Mizzal. Especially with the double AP locked in for IG as well. Nani going to go towards that Aurelion Sol, farming AP. Mid laner does likely mean that GLFS will be going towards one of his AD junglers instead. He's typically been playing towards farming on both sides of the AP and the AD damage split. He plays stuff like the Viego, the Greys, the Kindred. All of them are still farming champions, just physical damage instead. I wonder if AL will target them in the second round of bans as they lock in that Kasance to not answer the top lane. It is, once again, just like for like in top lane.
I am a little worried for IG right now, and I'll bear with me while I explain why. It's a very heavy, like, okay, yes, you have to be on the Skarner. That's a good kind of buffer between what AL want to do. But right now, you're very much like either you're ahead early and you're snowballing or you're scaling for later game. And Anyone's Legends composition is not going to allow you to do that. You're going to be hunted by Enchanted Crystal Arrows. You're all outed back to the team. You're going to have spears coming your way. So I really need to see some reassuration of IG's style in body blocking or blocking anything for these Ziggs and Aurelian Soul
anywhere,
carries.
you know, if only there were a champion out there with the ability to put some kind of shield, maybe a dark barrier that could you know, immune someone from CC for a brief amount of time and tank up magic damage. That would be incredible.
I think I've heard of that before. It's Braum, right? Oh, no.
It's Braum. Yeah, exactly. All right. I'm so glad you understand the game
Mm-hmm.
League of Legends so much to know all of these champions. We have so many of them nowadays. I lose track of them.
Exactly. Now, I'm not losing track of what we have in the draft here so far because we got the Graves and the Rel banned away in the second phase by Anyone's Legend. It is soon joined by a ton of poke options that Anyone's Legend definitely had their juicy eyes on. They were looking for the Varus and the Jace. They will not be available.
So that means unlikely to see an AD mid laner, but there are a couple picks left. Shanks just says, look, buddy, I'm playing something AD mid. We've seen Lucian, we've seen ADTF mid as well. It wouldn't surprise me to see this locked in. It's more lockdown for Anyone's Legend to play around that Nidalee. It means you have the gold card, it means you still have that arrow. You still have another champion to lock in, either as an AD carry or a support, most likely. TF doesn't really get played on bot side anymore. So yeah, again, it's just they all saying, all right, Shanks, you are the second AD carry now. Enjoy.
How do you play the game right now for IG? Look at all the CC options. Like, it's so detrimental, and I really think an option like this could be the way forward, just having a big go button, and the Nautilus gonna try to be a buffer right now for all the hate that AL is gonna be throwing at IG.
So they lock in that Viego slot. Okay, so this is how they play the game now. Vampire just completely YOLO hooks whenever they have cooldowns up and hope they can get a Viego reset. And in fairness, IG are a team that pretty much only fight and skirmish, so giving yourself the reset win condition can be really important. Oh my god!
We were foreshadowing.
It's the
one,
I can't
the dark
believe that.
shield and all that.
It's
Yeah,
the
that was
the dark
AP,
barrier that
AP
can block
tank.
things.
I'm just making stuff up now. No, it is really nice to see Braum, who's kind of risen up in priority, but something very much needed for Anyone's Legend. Now you have follow-up with the concussive blows, but also some peel ability.
You know what's really funny about this whole back and forth about, oh man, Braum's actually Morgana. Back on Braum's release, he was so goddamn strong. For those that remember Season 4 World Championship, Morgana and Nami were the counter picks into Braum. Morgana was the counter to Braum just because you just pin him in place and say, no, don't get your passive. You can't use that anymore. So
you can't block ground, and I'm going to throw soiled ground at you.
Anyway, I think the Braum is really important here, though, to be a bit of that blocker for the Nautilus, because if the Nautilus is key to this composition, the Braum mashes that in lane. The Nautilus really struggles to get through that. Kyle's had some duff games on the Braum all the same, but it should still shore that laning phase up and lock Vampire down, so he has a much harder job enabling this composition.
We're back to the Group D showdown in Shanghai. Anyone's Legend have been dominant in this Group D. They are already locked for Group A of the Rumble stage. As we move further, though, they want to flex all over them, and IG has been the target of that so far. A very dominant game one by Anyone's Legend. IG trying to bounce back with a rough and tumble composition of their own. GLFS has a lot of eyes on him, but also a lot of weight on his shoulders. The Viego reset comp is alive and well, but it's more so the shot calling we got to see cleared up towards the mid game, because if not, AL will take full advantage of it. Game 2 starts now. Let's hopefully hear those Gios ring loud and true. Not a lot of IG fans, but a lot of good ones. All right, I'm just saying.
They're still there for the Warriors. These are the supporters that have stuck with it. You saw them win a World Championship. You saw them win an LPL Championship. Now you have to see them being bottom of their group. If you stuck around for this, I appreciate it. And here they go for a level 1 fight.
Oh, Kyle is going to force the flash. The Ignite, though, isn't going to be enough. The healing there early is going to be enough for Kyle to survive, but that lane's going to be a lot harder without the heal and the flash.
So they try and go for a level 1 plan with a Braum. Normally that's really strong. Doesn't mean that IG don't have a good level 1 comp themselves, though. The Nautilus very strong, and the particular AP carries there too. Very, very strong with just their first ability unlocked. So Kyle's going to get back into lane. Is he going to miss a minion's worth of XP? It's at least going to be Hope missing out on some lane pressure. They're going to lose the race to level 2.
The thing you're still looking for is once that Hawk Shot comes available for Hope, he'll be able to provide a lot of utility for Croco. Another interesting thing is the first strike Nidalee here, which we've seen a little bit of, but also first strike for the Ziggs, which we've seen a lot of tonight. I think those are important in some ways, but it's also looking at kind of what either side is trying to go for. A lot of scaling, a lot of time spent to try to get on and Nani ahead, while on the side of AL, Krako is going to have to be building that bridge for the rest of the team.
See, the follow-on effect of what happened at the level 1 is the fact that bot lane control has gone over to IG. They do manage to hit level 2 on Hope,
blows. Concussive blows. One more auto. It goes through after the flash. Another one will ring true onto Vampire there. A little bit of damage back and forth from Hope and on.
That's a really good trade back from Hope and Carl, considering the fact that they had a level 1 support and had lost that wave control. So good on them for getting something back. They're still in danger. There's no Ignite on Vampire,
Kyle
but
has not
it's level
hit
1.
level 2. That's unfortunate. And that'll be first blood for IG. Hope wants to make the play, though, onto On. He's going to go for it. One more auto. He gets it. Can he get Vampire 2? The flash away, and he's alive. Oh, my goodness. Hope stays stunting on him.
Oh, Hope's Ash is something else. Level 3 from Vampire. Hope, buddy. You better close that shop. Be careful, buddy.
Can't get caught sleeping there. Will be forced to delay the back as On has TP'd back. He's right back here for the tempo play onto the turret plates.
Well, that's the bonus of picking one of these mages bot lane. Typically, they have taken teleport in the past. On now has himself to that tier, so a lot of this mana problems are going to be gone. You see a picture-in-picture of gold card into mid lane, which does lead to Nani blowing flash and teleport back there as well. So there are victories elsewhere on the map for AL, despite the fact that bot lane has been back and forth.
It's literally just going to be a shooting gallery for Krako. Like, if Hope hits a Dejected Crystal Arrow later on, Shanks just has to hit a yellow card. You throw a spear, half their health is gone. As long as you're not hitting onto Zuion and Vampire. We'll see how that all works out, though, as we get to the culmination of our jungle pathing. I want to take a look at the impact that GLFS and Krako can have as we circle around mid lane.
Okay, so Nani needs to be really careful again. He can hide in the wave to make sure that even if he is gold carded, it's not an easy spear angle, as the minion's going to block out for you. See that Krako really trying to make sure that Nani, who no longer has summoners, is going to get pushed down a little bit. Also means that Shanks gets more control over mid lane. AL played really well around mid lane control in that last game. They're going to have mid lane control because of that jungle pressure. They have the Hawk Shot, which spots out GLFS as he heads back towards those Krogs. So AL getting themselves enough information to play the next state of the game out with.
I like this mind game, though, by GLFS. It looked like he was maybe going to be pathing to take the Krugs. Instead, goes to where their vision is strong. Spotted out, but takes a spear to the dome by Krako. He's going to try to chase him down. Remember, I was telling you, those Cougars, you know, they're a little scary. They got 40 feet to jump. You got to be careful.
You don't show your back to them, I remember you saying as well. So be careful when you're retreating. Make sure you got some friends there to back you up. As you can see that again going forwards. If Kyle lands Qs now, it could be dangerous. But remember, he's got no flash still from that level 1. If he ever hits one of those Qs, things get really dangerous though.
Dragon is up. They do have presence down here with GLFS moving away. It should be the Scuttle Crab take here, but looks like they're not going to be super confident to go for that early Dragon. And the timing of potentially the double objectives being up at the same time is still on the table.
I think the really important thing that AL have been looking towards has been the couple of the early ganks mid. Zuion, is he feeling this? He's got the Q cooldown.
Oh, he's feeling it. He's got Impale up too. He's level 6 here. He's going to try to buy some time though. There's the Impale, but it's immediately unstoppable out of blocked, and Zuion goes down. Step to Allah, and you're going to get the Intofus.
That is a horrible miscalculation by Zuion. You can just go unstoppable as Kazante, and with the no longer being an instant ult, that Skarner can very much be predicted and answered to very, very quickly. Allah walks away with an important solo kill. He's winning out on this matchup, which he was pressured really hard in that first game. In the isolated 1v1, Allah stands up tall.
Zuion did that to him in that first game. I'm just going to say that right now. But unable to dodge out of that one, or at least calculate it. And Allah comes up big, which means that side lane matchup is going to be a lot more difficult. And you talked a little bit about what that can impact on the game.
Yeah, because both these champions are trying to do like-for-like roles within teamfights. They're trying to disrupt the backline, which means that if one of them gets ahead, it's really important. You understand what Zuion's trying to go towards, shove him out of the tower, so it's not really a tower dive. You take one tower shot on the way out, but right here, see that? He tries to do it out of vision. That's the play. So he ends up trying to go out of visions. You don't see the particle effect of the ultimate, but Allah still manages to get vision just in time and presses that W, of course, well in time and outplays. Even from the level down.
Allah right there, though. My God. Like, how terrifying is it to walk towards a Skarner that you know has Impale and that you can't see the timing of when he's going to use it and also be able to time it that succinctly. I think that's a really good play from Ala. A huge addition to AL after a little bit of a rough time on EDG.
He's had a weird week. He had 2 games of carries against Ultra Prime, which were pretty coherently answered. He had, well, the Jax and the Cannon, and neither of them were easy games for him. He's not been massively stomping games like we saw in the first few series he's had, but he's still been really, really impactful for this team. And I think as soon as this guy was picked up at AL, the questions started to come about, wow, okay, this is a really good team on paper now. No disrespect to Harry, but I think that Ala is just one of the best top laners in the LPL, and it's hard to match that. How far can this team go? And with players like that, playing both sides of the carry and the tank matchup, he can really add so much to this team. Hope to see more from them. He's going in for another all-in.
Going against a rookie here in Suion, and he's going to all out him under turret. Luckily, Suion still has flash, and Ixtal's impacts his way out of there. But you got to remember, Ala has a lot of love given to him by members of the LPL itself, but primarily Doonby in the 2022 run for LNG. Really, really appreciated what Ala brought to the table. And this Cassante, the Jax, the Kennen, big signatures for him.
For a second, I thought that GLFS had teleport because that looked really like a teleport. It would have been weird that he used a red side teleport while he's on blue side, and also he's a jungler. Look,
little sus.
Folks, yeah, I was remembering, we've got spellbook junglers in the past, and I thought I'd missed something horrible. And I was just thinking, oh, no, that's just a skin thing. It also...
Have you had your coffee?
I should probably grab another one. Just
Same,
really
bro,
surprised that someone had a giant red beam of light above their head. Look, buddy, the confusion hasn't really ended so far today. I'll let you know when it does.
All right, I like it. Vampire isn't level 6 yet, and he's going to be worse for wear because of it. GLFS, though, is level 6. Mega Inferno Bomb hits. No CC there for Croco to land a spear on, but the Destiny gets a yellow. No, it's a red card, actually. Shanks isn't ready to go with the CC stun, but AL try to make a play on bot side.
So Shank's first ult of the game doesn't lead to much, but it does mean that, GLFS and the rest of the team have to back off. They end up using a lot of their big ultimates too. One of the big things about Viego is that, yes, you farm up alongside other farming champions, but you're also very good in disengage.
That's not fair.
I love how he just takes a vacation outside the edge of the map.
I want to see him go
Wonderful.
down the valley down there. Like, there's a dragon down there somewhere. You got to go find it.
I'd love to see, like, Kane and Skarner both go outside of the map and then just immediately fall into oblivion. I think that would be only fitting for
you go too far, you instantly die.
No one else could go there,
Oh my god, they need to implement that. You go too far off map, you just die. Ooh, Impale actually not going to be timed with the Unstoppable this time, but still not much in the trade. Ala definitely getting the better of it here.
There's a bug in arena mode where some champions, well, there was, I think it's been patched now, but there was a bug where any champion that could skate over walls or go outside walls could occasionally end up in another map on arena.
Nice.
So the multiple different arenas, you've got like the Koi Pond, which enough opinions about that one, and all the other things. You just end up just in another place, and you just sit there, just hitting plants for the rest of the round until the ring comes in. It's a time, folks. It's a time.
I'm sure it is. Speaking of time, though, it's about time for another neutral objective. We did have the split of 2 grubbies for 1. IG's favor. Another round of those telegrubbies going to be coming up. We'll see who wants to watch these Sunday morning cartoons.
Yeah, and feels like the villain of the week is going to be either this Nautilus or something like that Asher or the TF. Those are the big kind of adversaries that we've got going on. You get to decide who's the hero of the story, but those big engaged tools, we get to see which one of them works out first.
Get locked down like that, you're going to get a lot of damage back. Ooh, all out, going to be used all the way to the alcoves. Rion, though, trying to get out, does not have the Ixtal's impact just yet. Going to hit the Shattered Earth, though, but dodges out of the Q3. Ala getting fought back, but still trying to slice and dice him up. And one by one, the leg's not going to be cut off, but it's the card that gets it, the 1v1. Luckily, Shanks makes good on it. Meanwhile, the fight's kicking off in the pit here for the Telegrubbies. I didn't know we wanted to watch cartoons so damn bad. Croco, he gets blasted by On over the turret during the satchel charge. And it's IG that come away with 4 so far. And that's big because they get the mites.
All right, so AL, they once again find themselves in a position where IG are engaging onto them, but do they have the cross map this time? They end up, of course, overcommitting towards that top side. Ala misses out a couple of Qs, which means that Suyan walks away with a very important kill there. It means that the overextension from AL leaves their top lane very available and vulnerable. There are 5 grubs. You have a Ziggs. This will be all 5 plates going down very quickly.
God.
And it feels like AL, because of Ala's misplay in the 1v1, might just have lost more than they had bargained for. Bot lane did have a couple of waves shoved into it by Hope, but it is not the same trade this time. IG walk away with a good cross map.
So far, 7 plates taken, but the beautiful thing about IG's composition, especially now that they got first item spikes, but also a little bit of gold onto On, is they can just move on around the map on the Ziggs and pick up more turret gold. Here's the fight, though.
Ooh. Well, Vampire misses the flash hook. Not quite sure how he managed to do that, but the thing about Nautilus is your ultimate is point and click. Sets up for everything else, forces the flash out. There's no way to get beyond this, and On, man, we've seen some fun Ziggs moves today. The airborne body block, the airborne assassination.
I love to see the directed cam there as well. The mid-air throw of the bomb, or I guess the water balloon in this case. That water balloon hurts a lot, I gotta guess. But it does mean that IG have found a much different game state than they found themselves in game number 1. Now, we still have objectives coming up. AL still looking to stack up these dragons. They have about 45 seconds for that one, a minute for the Rift Herald on the other side of the map.
We have big ultimates coming back up mostly across the board. Nani's just about to get his one to complete the full set for IG alongside Vampire as well. I really think IG have taken the level 1 advantage, which funnily enough, AL did exactly against Ultra Prime in a bot lane matchup in game 3, which was a huge game for anyone's legend. But seeing that level 1 advantage used to stabilize that bot side. Arn and Vampire got so much further ahead in bot lane than they should have done against this lane, but it's changed the game so much. You can see that Arn and Vampire much more free to make plays. They have a lot more gold in pocket. Arn's been rolling across a load of these turret plates as well, and that means that when these objectives come up, you're already in a point where Arn and Vampire could solo someone out. Watch for their combo in the fight.
Yeah, what I really want to see, though, on the other side is Hope going for engages. He finds an Enchant Crystal Arrow there with a spear on the back end of it, but it's going to be onto the tankier member of Vampire. Ala has found a flank, gets hooked onto immediately. Going to all out here, but a big Mega Inferno Bomb separates the fight. Impale onto 2, and there's that Sky's Descent to change the game here for IG. GLFS moving forward. The hook doesn't connect, and Zuyan goes down to Ala in the side there. If that hook connects, it's a different fight. But here we have it. It's just actually AL coming out on top.
Now, they do have really low HP bars, and they don't completely end things off. Gold card, though, could lead to a kill. Doesn't have it up, so that's going to be a turnaround from
Stands
Arn.
up, man. He's just in the face of 2 members, and he's holding them off here.
Arn has so much gold. He has so many items compared to where he should be that he's really feeling it so far. But AL, you know, they walk away with the 1 kill. It could have been so much worse for them. I feel like that Impale into the Ace ult was really, really nasty. Combo could be so powerful later into the game. I'm going to go back to a replay of this. A couple of big things happen. You can see that, you know, the Unstoppable comes through on the first Vampire hook. He doesn't really get to impact this fight the way that he did the last time. The Impale into the Ace ult is absolutely disgusting with the full Disguise Descent. A couple of big skill shots missed just after this, though. You can see that on the bot side. Yes, Svian ends up dying, but there's a big stun missed by the Viego and, of course, that hook, which means that IG can't clean up those kills.
Ended up seeing the Rift Herald picked up by GLFS in the meantime of that one. A fight on bot side also kicked off, but Anyone's Legend going to continue stacking these dragons. That'll be 2nd in a row. We have an Ocean Soul on the map. So more bushes to play out of, but also more advantages for Anyone's Legends kind of utility comp and a lot of vision that Hope's going to be providing. Now, IG looking for a play. There's a big old Scorpion there, Hope. You got to be careful. Going to get stopped and impaled right back to the jaws of IG, and Nani's the one that picks it up.
I think with so many teammates nearby, he thought he'd be safe. He's not. Remember, they do have themselves the Herald as well, if Griffith comes down to put that one, and he does. So this will be mid lane outer turret going down very quickly, and IG, they're in a position now where they have the gold lead, they have the playmaking tools to continue fighting. This is their comfort zone, where they can keep fighting, and it's actually a good thing, as opposed to, you know, just keeping skirmishing and not knowing when the play would be bad. AL, they're in a real danger zone now. They need to start stabilizing.
And when we talked about it from draft, is if you're not ahead with this composition, it feels a lot worse. But if you are ahead, it's so oppressive because you have so much CC, you have so much chain ability in the CC lockdowns. And Anyone's Legend actually going to try to make a play over here on the Vampire. He's tanky. You're not going to take much from that spear. Meanwhile, IG are getting things on the map. They successfully defend the top side, and they'll take an outer tower and bot side.
Yeah, so it's not even like IG are losing in the cross-map situation. You can see that AL don't get that top turret just yet. Bot lane turret does fall, and you're right in saying IG, they have themselves the later game scaling champions in a lot of ways. Suyan's going to walk up, but there's no real assassination threat here. AL are trying to take as many camps on top side as possible to get some extra bonus to the splitting of the map, but they do need to be careful.
You end up getting a little bit of the wave clear, but not enough to defend the turret. So Shank's getting pretty strong on this TF. He's going to be getting close to second item. But speaking of, On and Nani going to be very close themselves. AL cleaning up the standing gold on the map. We did get Lich Bane just completed for Kroko, so a nice little item spike for the Nidalee.
That could change things. Could, just about. Because now you have Gold Guard into a much more powerful assassination combo from Kroko. Well, there's been a lot of conversation about what Nidalee has been doing. Picked so much, why we're not picking the other AP farming junglers. Nidalee feels like it's got such a high barrier to entry and falls off out of that kind of dopamine first hit of the first few clears. You can bully out the entire map. With this first item, you can get some assassination off, but Kroko's behind where GLFS is. You can see that this Viego is really strong right now. Is ahead in gold. Can be that win condition through resets as well. So AL are in a position where their composition is now quite hard to play because you're not playing with the very early game Nidalee. You're into mid-game now fully, and you're against that one reset comp, which is so much easier to play from IG.
And Hope's going to be very familiar with what On can do on the Ziggs. We asked for a step up from On, who is that last remaining big, long-standing member of IG, but also with Nani kind of coming up through the ranks with him. Now, I do wonder, okay, speak about Nani. I mentioned his name, and now they make a play on him. The Destiny has been popped, but there's this guy's Descent coming down. Is it going to be enough to separate the fight enough? Oh, they're going to get the damage here onto Kyle, though. He's tanking up a storm. Meanwhile, this choke point's not working out so heavily. They get the Mega Inferno Bomb in there, but look at Hope this entire time. He's been carving them up with the arrows, and speaking of carving up, a double kill to Allah. Spear goes wide. On's in trouble. On first to flash. There's Allah. Allah makes the different play, and he goes straight in. They take more, and IG, they slip up once, just one single time, Nymera, and anyone's legend cut them off at the seams.
AL force the play, and IG are left really wanting. Kroko might just be stopping it back, but could have been looking for a spear as well. Nani survives, but at what cost? It's a 4-for-1, all things said and done. AL explode into life with those big ultimates that weren't quite landing earlier in the game. They really claw back a lot of what they were losing in the early game.
Decisiveness has been the name of the game for anyone's legend, and they are decisive as hell with this composition because they have so many options to be decisive. A yellow card, Enchanted Crystal, throw Kyle in there, get Allah into the back line like we've seen time and time again, and now they're taking momentum with them, and they're running it straight into the mouth of IG. Enchanted Crystal Arrow on top of it all. That spear not going to connect, but the yellow card does. And what did we just say? The cataclysmic chain of events is just IG not being able to play their champions.
What is IG doing walking up in the mid lane like that? Free kills being given over time after time. They're in free fall as they lose so much across the map. Shanks and Hope absolutely come online, and they blast IG from a winning position to now 2,000 gold behind, and a huge amount of the map will fall with it. You can see there's very little vision remaining for Invictus Gaming. What a dreadful series of plays from them. They gave up so much.
And we have to give props to Shanks. He's been farming his little darn heart out. He's been throwing cards left and right. You didn't think they would do damage, and the man is starting to do some work. A huge Team WE prodigy that spent so much time in that system finally unleashed with anyone's legend here in 2024, and him and Hope have been a powerful combo, and there it is. The go buttons are just that good for AL. Zwian, all you have to do is stand there and impale them and watch them take you down.
Zwian feels like he has also fallen prey to what IG have done in the last minute or two, which has just been lose their heads on the macro sense. They all walk up too far. They don't know where is safe. It's okay when they're perpetually brawling because they just have to keep fighting. When you have to stop fighting, that's when things fall apart.
No, oh no, it's happening everywhere. Oh, I'm gonna throw a desperate Mega Inferno Bomb, but a spear the size of his body takes his life.
I think as soon as the big fights ended, IG just didn't know how to recorrect the map. They were all walking up too far. We've had Vampire walk up and start the chain of events after that bot side play went wrong. And IG just haven't been able to group up again and find a big team fight. They've lost so many kills, they're going to lose a Baron. AL are absolutely slaughtering the last 5 minutes.
And again, this has been a growing product. We saw serious leaps and bounds from Kroko and Kael coming over, from Hope and Shanks coming over, all of the joining to Anyone's Legend. But this has been a project in the making for Anyone's Legend, a team who has struggled in the middle of the pack in LPL's past, and now try to find themselves at the top of Group A in the second round.
I was worried there might be an assassination combo coming through. I've seen
One
so many
spear to the
Shanks
back, you know?
I guess I just followed off a little bit in terms of that timing. They're teleporting in. Again, IG trying to look for something here. Even that's quite dangerous because, you know, what happens if Shanks comes out of Fog of War? He doesn't have his ultimate just yet, but IG, they really need to be careful about where they're walking on the map. Just about get away with that one, no one to be found. This is where it starts, Nani pushing up. They're on the strong side of the map, of course. You've got plenty of players walking towards them, but the spacing is just a little poor. Kael on the Braum does so much work with that Glacial Fissure. He's had a hard enough game on the Braum, but the big damage he gets through with that, well, I guess the big disruption he gets through really changes things. It buys time for a second gold card, for a second play to come through. IG can't retreat. They just bit off more than they could chew by trying to walk up and save their mid laner.
Vampire's gone! Oh, the front line, that's a triple impale! The hopes, everything, the belief for IG, it's rested on this moment! The Heartbreaker and defensive will make him go down, and IG, they might have lost all that belief right there. A triple knockback is in store, potentially, if they want to go for it, but AL back away.
So they end up getting, they get one. They get Hope through that. I suppose that's worth it. They almost got themselves that reset. I understand that angle, but the execution's getting that much harder to work with right now. You're now down the amount of gold, which we expected them to be against AL with an early comp like this, and Nani's caught out again.
Executed. What did I tell you? Do never turn your back against a literal cougar.
Once again, IG showing that they just don't know how to stabilize. They're a team which loves to get down and scrap, but it feels like after the big fight has ended, they don't know how to set up for the next one nearly as well as the first. AL, they're walking away with a huge snowball now, and IG are falling to pieces.
Don't worry, I'll set up a workshop for all the LPLers here for a cougar training seminar. I'll have everything ready to go. My zookeeping experience will serve me well finally, as it has been a terrifying fact here for Anyone's Legend.
When Volibear comes back into meta, you're going to have to teach us how to
bear.
not leave the bins
dude, I got
open,
you.
know?
I got you. Don't worry about it. We got to close all those bins, okay? And not speaking of BLG. But it truly has been, I feel like, a renaissance for Anyone's Legend. I know you harped on a lot of their drafting style, Tabe coming over and having a massive influence, but I feel like the execution of these strategies has been something we've seen slowly and surely building over this last 6 months.
Absolutely. I think that, you know, when teams like this play out this style, particularly under Tabe, I don't like to give too much credit to coaches because they're not the players on the Rift, and sometimes their impact can be overstated. But the way that AL look at how BLG evolved between mid-split early spring and then also into later into the year of last year. That's when they started playing the heavier teleport, quick style, but they'd very quickly respond with their teleports and globals across the map. But look how AL are doing exactly the same thing. Feels like when they have these kind of tools, they're very, very quick and decisive at deciding the game, as they have done in the last 10 minutes here from AL, and now they have themselves this huge advantage. What more can they do with it?
Sky's Descent is available. IG, if they're going to pull the trigger, they have the tools to back it up. Anyone's Legend a little bit hesitant to move forward, but we said it for the entire game. If you're ahead, this Anyone's Legend composition becomes so much more easily executable. It becomes a lot harder to find the entrance into the fights for IG, though they do still have the scaling factors. They'll have the infinite scaling of Nani on the Aurelion Soul, but they also have On, who got to watch Hope have an incredible moment on the Ziggs in last game, trying to do the same.
Might be a bit problematic, though, to scale when you're against the Ocean Soul, which is coming up now. So that's going to be a problem. You also got Terminus built up from Shanks. Terminus, it always just sounds like a Warhammer 40k item to me. I just sit there and I'm just like, is this like the You know, the what is it? The what's the thing where they kill a whole planet? It feels like that kind of thing in 40k. Anyway,
Exterminatus?
it's gonna be, that's the one. It feels like IG now have to deal with that, you know, the power of the Imperium of Man. And there's also, you know, a Maw on the side coming of Hope. I'd imagine he's gonna get that very, very soon. And they have the Ocean Soul. So while you might be able to assassinate 1 or 2 members from AL, it's gonna take a lot of effort. Even the QSS from Shanks is extra magic resist, which is quite hard to deal with. And of course, the extra ability to deny stuns and CC can be very, very important. So IG, their job just got a lot harder because AL have done their due diligence and said, look, we're not going to ego this. We have the defensive items now. You're not going to be able to burst us out for the reset comp nearly as easily as before.
Third item right now feels like it's starting to break into the barrier of unkillable here for anyone's legend. Fourth item feels like they're really just going to be able to go for it. And speaking of go for it, Naney gets completely caught out, and that arrow hits cold, but maybe the comet hits a little bit hotter. It is going to be 1 in the bag for anyone's legend so far. GLFS gets trashed onto by Shanks. Now they just have this front to back go their ways. Weon in some trouble here under the fight and under the pressure of anyone's legend. Spear's going a little bit wide, but IG have to turn tail and run, and anyone's legend, they're taking full advantage of it.
The scaling ends here. IG, a very strong early game from them after leveraging a powerful level 1. Can't come through to fruition because AL pounce on them time after time. The gold cards, the assassinations from globals and skill shots and CC. IG were not ready for this mid game.
They were not ready for the decisiveness of anyone's legend. They have completely turned games off of just a few slip-ups, and that's exactly what happened this game. Now IG backs against the wall. They've lost both top and middle inhibs, and it'll be lasting damage by anyone's legend.
So the game doesn't end here, but again, it's about as good as that. You're now down 2 inhibitors. The Barret is up. There's an Ocean Soul on the other side. I don't even think IG are going to survive through to potential Elder Flight, where, let's be honest, we've seen games be flipped around Elders even in very dominant positions before. I don't think it's going to get to that point. I think AL, they're going to have their cooldowns up soon. IG are going to be clutching onto their Rosary beads and setting up a prayer to someone up there to listen, because this one is seeming outside of what they can achieve here.
The reset going to come through, probably 4th items, 3rd items coming out for majority members there. Did get that Void Staff completed for Krako. Just a Mercurial Scimitar for Shanks, as well as the Lord Dobbs for Hope. So back onto the map they go. Baron buff aplenty, 2 minutes and 40 seconds, and it's all about finishing the game.
I don't know what comms were like there between Croco and Kyle. Kyle just sends a Q back onto his ally team. Like, you take that, winners, right? Yeah, that's you deserve that one. Yeah,
Freljord,
wow.
friends. Yeah.
Did at least not from the Freljord.
Well,
he's
that's what I'm saying. Like he wouldn't have done that to Hope, but if Krako is
so now they're honorary Freljord friends. Incredible.
Oh,
I like
no,
that.
I
They're
don't
inducted
agree with
into it. Yeah. Right. You think that Cougars wouldn't have survived that? We'll see.
They definitely wouldn't. They do not find that comfortable. I'll just say that right now. They'll find a nice little cave somewhere. Speaking of cave, All is about to put you into a cave 6 feet into the ground. There's the skies descend, but it does not matter. Allah's still alive, still kicking, and the unstoppable has become king. Anyone's legend. They already guaranteed themselves a spot in Group A of the Rumble stage, and they're all but going to clean up this Group D. They will move forward to 6-1 in dominant fashion over IG, and they are the kings of Group D in the LPL. We get Nettie one more time. Oh, the spear on top of it all. Insult to injury, and damn does this team look good.
Bluntly, AL just outclassed Invictus Gaming today. I think IG, they walk away from the series, not mathematically eliminated, but really rattled again because a lot of their flaws were exposed by a really quite confident and collected anyone's legend. The way that AL were very decisively making plays, but setting up well and having a fallback option and having cross-map options more consistently meant that even though IG had some good entrances into fights, it became really hard to see whether that would consistently come across. It felt like every time they went for a big fight, there was a half-half chance of them losing somewhere big else on the map. And then when it came around to big fights later on, they didn't have the goal to stand by, particularly that game 2. Wonderful snowball off of a side lane mistake. And it felt like IG, they just couldn't they couldn't stabilize. Players like Nani and Vampire walking up to their deaths without realizing it was waiting for them there. They just lost their heads.
I love to see all the focus from the camera there onto Allah for so long, because that man stepped up hugely tonight. I feel like he had some seriously good moments in the series itself. The Skarner, absolutely game-changing in a couple of the later game team fights. But the Cassante, man, a classic for this guy. It's not the Jax, it's not the Kennen, but he finds a way to make a difference nonetheless. And I think a couple of those last fights were literally decided by the access he was able to gain.
Oh, yeah. I think that, you know, he had everything, right? He had the team fight impact, he had the solo kills, he had that ridiculous survival on the Nexus. Thank you, Ocean Soul, I suppose. I mean, we'll just take that one and run with
He
that.
just goes for it.
Yep. I mean, I do genuinely think that AL are in a position now where they should be thinking about, you know, the next stage of the tournament. They should be looking to put a claim on, can they get to a world spot? This team, if you consider that our top 3 teams right now vaguely look like what we had from Spring in regards to BLG, JDG, and then Top Esports in an order. We will get round to that at some point. I think that fourth slot right now, with teams like LNG and Weibo starting to struggle, with NIP also taking a bit of a step down from Spring, and of course Anyone's Legend being above Weibo and NIP in this Group D. I think they have themselves on a shortlist for 4th place right now. They could be worlds bound. It's between them and teams like WE and a couple of those other teams to see, can they develop and recover enough in time to contest a team like this, which is playing very confidently.
Well, since you were saying they should look ahead at the Rumble stage, I also kind of want to take a look ahead and get your thoughts on it, because we will be switching from Fearless into regular drafting styles. And I do wonder how much of AL's drafting success, obviously execution is a completely different question, but the drafting success that they have found has been helped and propped up to some extent by Fearless. And I'm wondering if that transfers over.
I think they've had themselves some very versatile ways to play the game. You know, you look at that first game compared to the second. Croco being on the Sejuani, the tank initiator, not necessarily the early game powerhouse, but is the go button. Going on to the Nidalee, that's been a big change up for them. They're versatile in that regards. I think that Hope going between different kinds of utility and having himself some of those more hyper carries as well has been important too. He didn't pick out stuff like the Varus today, which has of course been very powerful for him. It's banned a lot against him now. I think they will still walk away feeling very versatile and feeling very effective at these different styles. So I think even though Fearless will be gone in the next round for them, I still think that they have all the tools shown here to use at any time now.
And we're going to take a look back at some of those plays, but I also want to turn the attention to IG a little bit, because we said coming into the day there is that one spot left for that premier ticket to the Group A of the next stage. And IG, they've definitely put themselves in a deep dark hole now.
They have. They do face off against the 2 other teams that they are facing off with for that spot on the next stage in Ultra Prime and Weibo. But given what we've seen from particularly Ultra Prime, I think both those teams are really quite scared now. Looking at the way that these team fights have worked out from IG, even in a lot of these plays, it got a little close for them. Managed to just about work out it sometimes, but I'm afraid that even if they go up against a team like Weibo, who are, again, very consistently inconsistent, things could be really, really close. On Tuesday, we're going to see Ultra Prime versus Invictus Gaming. That might end up deciding the entirety of this group. The last spot for it, that'll be incredibly important for that one. And IG, they are very much up against the wall now.
They absolutely are, and you got to see some of the machinations going their way, but AL just decisive as hell, able to set up Croco for a ton of huge spears, but the just stick-to-itiveness that we saw in some of these fights, I think Allah and Shanks were felt.
Absolutely, and I think that, you know, IG had some star moments. Yeah, they had some star moments, but it did feel like, on the whole, AL set up better for fights, they executed well on the fights, and they had way better answers after the fight to set up for the next one, which came beyond that. Plays like this from Vampire, it felt like IG lost control of the map, and players like Vampire and Nani, towards the later part of this game, just stepped up too far, and it just led to an even further snowball. You can't really be that disrespectful against an AL team, which is so good at punishing people, and I think that has been, again, one thing that this team has brought through, whether that is something which Tabe has instilled even more into this team. Don't want to always get to go too hard about it, but I feel like he, of all coaches, deserves it. This team is really punishing and quick to use their big tools to make sure that teams can't disrespect them like this. And time after time, we've seen the fact that they can snowball on side lanes across the map very, very confidently so.
That last fight right there, that pick on Anani was actually, I feel like, the nail in the coffin. There was a little bit of a fight back right before that by IG, but if you get caught like that outside your base, it just means AL get the chance to end the game. Allah having a little bit of fun with it. Literally just goes into the enemy team, realizing he's about to have support on the way.
The more I look at these highlights, I was thinking, ooh, well, maybe Shanks gets MVP.
Nah.
God damn, this Cassante,
Yeah,
man.
it's all
this
day.
Cassante. I was saying, like, oh, but it's the gold cards. I mean, that Cassante just did unspeakable things towards the enemy team. That is one of those games of all time to show us exactly why Cassante, even though Skarner exists, Cassante is still Cassante.
And Allah is still Allah. I think there were a lot of question marks
True.
towards him on EDG. He was even subbed out occasionally. I think there was a lot of question marks on what happened to Allah when he had such high highs in terms of team fighting and entrances in team fights when he was on LNG. And it's really nice to see him back to his old ways and kind of dominating that matchup to really propel the rest of the team here.
I was an Allah believer. I was sat there watching that EDG Doom Squad. I'm just sat there like, he's still got it, folks. I'm sat there, you know, it doesn't matter what's happening with this team. This split is so cursed. Allah's still looking good. For me, I think it's very vindicating for people who followed this guy in his career to see, yeah, he is still one of our top tier top laners up there with Bin and 369. Occasionally, is he up there at their level right now? Wait, we will see in round 2. We'll see in the Rumble stage. We'll see in that, you know, the Ascension group, the upper group. We'll see what he can do there. I'm excited to see, with a team that is functioning very, very powerfully now, can he stick with the top dogs once again?
Yeah, we'll have to see who gets MVP as well, because that's on the docket right now. And then, of course, it's the man. 717 on the Cassante Allah for anyone's legend.
This dude really just took this game into his own hands. I think that Shanks also honorable mention too. I think the gold cards and the way that the team played around the gold cards too was exceptionally powerful. But Allah's teamfight impact could not be understated.
Yeah.
Even if you tried. I feel like this guy has been so powerful in those tank matchups too. I feel like even though he has had such a carry history, his tanks have looked really good on this team, and his team plays well around him when he's doing it too.
Both Allah and Hope earning their second MVPs of the split so far here for Anyone's Legend. Really impressive stuff. Anyone's Legend getting close to finishing out their season as they are now 6-1. They'll have the one more game there. I'm very excited to see what happens in that next stage though, but we have to see what happens in the next matchup because we have another best of 3 on the docket, and of course, it's gotta be a banger. It's Top Esports versus LNG. We'll see you there.
Awakened in ruins to the echoes of pain. These so good, these so good. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. These so good, these so good. Fields of the fallen, blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world
We are to the clouds and to the top here in Suzhou. We are off to our second series in Group C this time around, and in the beautiful city of Suzhou, where LNG calls their home, and they will be trying to compete. One's staring at him, one's staring at the camera. I like it. It will be LNG versus Top Esports. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Nymera, and Nymera has officially lost it as we go into our second best of three.
I don't know whether it's one of the two memes, right? It's either the Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood of like the two very muscled men like doing the manly handshake, or it's that like friendship ended with X, now X is my new best friend. It's one of those two. Take your choice.
It works either way, I guess, in that regard. But this one should be a lot of fun. I'm excited to see a lot of the kind of temperature checks of both these two teams. Obviously, coming into it, Top Esports, they have been utterly dominant in this Group C. They are already through to Group A of the Rumble stage in the next round, but it is something where LNG need to fight every tooth and nail possible to try to beat and overcome RA for that second spot.
Things are getting unexpectedly close in this group. When we saw the group draw for Group C, I remember the representative for OMG was head in hand seeing that LNG had been drawn into their group with Top Esports as well. So we sat there thinking, oh my gosh, this team, this group is going to be so hard. It has been hard for LNG, and it does look like on the other side, you know, Top Esports, they have cruised through this group, even though it has been, as we said, quite competitive on that side. They haven't even dropped a single game yet.
Yeah, it's been a lot of dominance. And honestly, off the back of, I think, Tien, what might be Tien's best split since he was a literal world champion. And it also has been an incredible year from him as well.
Absolutely. I think that guy had, what is he on, 4 back-to-back MVPs currently? Something absurd like that. This dude is absolutely taken off. And on the other side, LNG are in spot of bother, folks. They're in spot of bother. They ended up... you know, just about going 1-1 versus Rare Atom, but they are not out of the woods yet. They dropped a series to them, which means things are in the balance for them. They win today. Hopefully, they can stabilize things.
I'm really looking at Weiwei to have a stable game, stable series. Scout, we know, is good. It's just about unlocking him. But on the other side, Top Esports, they have been a smooth killing machine, it feels like. I'm very excited for the bot lane matchup tonight. I think it's going to be a parade of talent down in the bot side. First of all, we have one of the best new and true duos in the LPL in Jackie Love and Mako, but it's more so Jackie Love, a long-standing member of Top Esports, 4 years now, against Gala, who's trying to write a new chapter with LNG.
Yeah, I think that AD carry matchup particularly is where so much sparkle and shine comes from in this matchup. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, both of these teams are ones which have had big moves towards and away from the organization. You know, Top Esports had Rookie leave them coming into this year, and of course he was only there for a shorter time compared to, of course, the Knights, who made so much of a name in the organization. But they brought in Mako from EDG after spending almost, what, 10 years there and almost playing 1,100 games for EDG. He has been such a mega pickup. On the other side, LNG, they lost Tarzan, which was a big thing for them, even though he's struggled in his own right going back onto Weibo into this split. Tarzan and Scout were so good as a duo. I mean, well, the thing is, I feel like LNG, they were so built around that duo that trying to rebuild has been a long and torrid affair for them. They are still yet to find a real comfort style for themselves, which works out effectively.
Scout went from earning double split MVPs to having some struggling moments. I think that has been the starkest contrast here. But trying to pull it together, try to find ways to adapt to the style, and specifically finding the style that truly worked for them. I think is super important. But looking over back on the Top Esports side, I was saying, oh, it's been so clean, but there's been some specifics that I really want to highlight. I already talked about that bot side, but Cream also getting a little bit of support behind him with Chie coming in as a positional coach, I think is super important to highlight, because Cream has been a major carry and a major supporter of the TN style so far this split.
I think Cream has been exceptional. The fact that this player has gone from the Yone, Makali, Silas player, in the vein of so many of these melee-only assassin players in mid lane were succeeding at you know, in 21, 22, to being the mage player. Again, we could have like that one Mulan song rendition of "Make a Mage Out of You," because that's exactly what Top Esports have done to this guy, and he's been so good at it. He's so incredible at playing the Hui, the Karma. You know, he had some stints on Azir as well, which were very powerful for him. And now he's slotted in very confidently to the new meta too. I feel like he's been fantastic on the Tristana and the Corki. I think being surrounded by so many veterans has helped mold this player into a more complete picture of what this team would have expected of him.
And I know if you're an international fan, you'd be like, oh, what happened? Why weren't there some good performances? I think we've seen a level up in terms of kind of the solidification of the style. Tien is playing aggressive picks, but he's also playing a lot more around this mid lane and kind of leaving a lot of the resources up to Cream, and he's able to pick up and run with it. So I'm very curious what LNG are going to be looking like tonight. Again, I think tonight's been a night of temperature checks, and it's specifically trying to see, can they in any way play through this mid or ADC position?
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle for LNG. I also love specifically bits of this rivalry too. And hold on, there is a bit of a rivalry here because something happened, I think it was in spring, where LNG was such a slow-paced team that would stall out to late game because their early games would fail so much, that they got known as the Turtle Team. If you don't know, teams in the LPL, they have their own promotional posters. They put out an image telling you about the match that's coming out next. It's very cool, hype stuff.
It is.
Top Esports, when they faced LNG, put the match on a turtle shell. And they said, all right, we're playing up against the turtles. Let's see if we can speed you up a little bit. So there's just a little bit in there. I love this spectacle. Is it entirely much of a rivalry? No, but I love that little bit of like sly side-eye saying, well, LNG, you gonna speed up today at all?
Well, I mean, on the other hand, they 2-0'd them the first time around. So I think Top Esports are going to be feeling pretty confident going into this one. And that was also, I felt like one of the most dominant games we had seen, or at least dominant series we had seen from Tien in the split. So I think Weiwei is going to have a lot in his basket tonight. I'm wondering what style we get out of Weiwei, but specifically trying to utilize Hung a little bit more into the map and around LNG's composition.
Well, the key to that is having someone that starts plays. Hung very, very good at following someone else into the fray. He's not always the most proactive player himself, but if he can follow behind someone else's standard, maybe that could be what LNG have needed. LNG, they have gone through a whole host of issues. They're in the home arena. They play almost all of the games here. It does potentially help them on that front, but they are welcoming a true giant of the current year of LPL to them. Top Esports, they may very well be the best team in the LPL right now, on current form, in the way they play through groups. We're waiting to see if JDG and BLG will step up when the games step up to them as well against higher tier opponents. But Top Esports, they haven't taken any prisoners. This team have blitzed this group stage. The only truly undefeated team. They haven't dropped a single game. They have dropped no series and no games. This team is very, very dominant.
And that man right there has been rolling a lot of 9s so far, as I think it's truly been just the culmination of this composition of incredible stars coming together at the right time, the right place for Top Esports, and again, kind of built off the pillar that is Jackie Love. 369 obviously coming back to the fold, but things like that have been very fun to watch. But I also have to bring up the conversation of Jackie. I love it really quick. Jackie Love, every time he comes out, he always looks for like a half a second, looks like surprised that they're like he's looking at the crowd, and then he says hi. It's so cute.
He has that slight smirk as well. The Jackie Love slight smirk.
Good. Anyways, I want to get to my point and not get distracted by players. It really is cool because I think Top Esports has struggled to find a support that truly matches Jackie Love, and boy, does Mako match Jackie Love.
I think that is a great conversation. I think I don't think it's even arguable at this point. I think Jackie Love is playing with the best support he's ever done in his career, and it has really allowed him to shine, which does mean there is an awful lot of pressure on Gala, superstar in his own right, and Hung, of course, alongside him, to make sure that Jackie Love and Mako don't just run rampant over the bot half of the map. They have been pretty proficient at their own ways. I think that Gala has had a pretty decent summer despite some of the team's struggles, whether that has been on the Ziggs, whether that has been on something else. They are going to have to keep Jackie Love and Mako in check and find their own advantages where possible.
I'm just gonna say, Balen fans in shambles. You might get some DMs with it.
Buddy, no. You go back and watch that tape and tell me he was better than Mako right now. I'm not having it.
I agree.
Okay, he
I'm
has a
just giving
Ricard
you
game or
trash.
two, sure, but that's it.
I just love it so much. Anyways, LNG, there's the man right there, the gunslinger for the chillin'. And I think Gala, a long-standing member of RNG. I felt like the next era after Uzi, him and Ming combined for so many powerful games, so many MSI moments, but also needing to find his footing or maybe his statue to place for LNG, because he's been with them now for a little while, same as Scout, and it's been trying to find a way to play through him or play through the utility that he provides.
And therein lies one of the issues for LNG, which is something which top esports have had no issues with. LNG can sometimes struggle to find a place to go through on the map. Typically, they have just said, Scout, go into an easy win condition champion. Go into something with a global, the Twisted Fate, the Talia. You just do your thing. Go into something that can hit side lanes like the Tristana.
Okay.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I don't know. That game was
definitely
awesome
had that
too.
one.
Look,
It was a pick.
Look, now, I was just saying, I'm trying to remember if that was a win. That probably was a win, but it wasn't a clean game. I remember that being still quite difficult. What LNG have been trying to draft towards is easier win conditions where particularly Scout can get into a side lane on a Tristana. It used to be on the Azir, of course. We go into a side lane with the Azir with Nash's Tooth, kill the side lane turrets, get so much gold, and then team fight around that. They've struggled to find these set pieces like they did in 2023. Similarly, they used to play around Maokai Jace. Again, very clear champions. They do one thing really, really well. You can play around that to power. And I feel like they've struggled to do that to the same degree, or at least even when they've had those kind of combos, trying to play around the TF going forward with Destiny, they've struggled to pilot that into an actual win of a game, sometimes because they're overcomplicating things. On the other side, it feels like no matter how complex it is, top esports can do it. This is the one team which has contested both Grubs and Dragon early. Normally you seed one to get the other one. No, they don't. They just fight you. Tien turns up in River and he kills you, regardless of what he's playing. Whether that's the Nidalee, which he's made look incredibly OP compared to some teams which can fail to pilot that, whether it's the other AP farming junglers or early skirmishes, it just doesn't matter. Top esports, they're on such a good tear through their early game particularly. I think this team could do anything right now.
Now, I'm not one, or am one, to read too much into results-based analysis, but Tien has not played a duplicate champion this split so far. Wait, very close, but he's played 2 Nidalee games. I'm just saying, there's numbers difference there. I'm very excited what Tien's going to bring to the table tonight. We might see some duplicates, but I think this jungle matchup's going to have a lot to bear on this best of 3, and very quickly.
So, some big points of concern for LNG. The problem is, they probably need quite specific things to play through, it feels like, to make their game easier, because I feel like sometimes they've walked into games, they've either lost direction or the direction they've had has become a bit too complex for them to play through. Top esports, they've had no such issues on the other side, and as you said, the first time that these two teams met, did feel like Top esports just kind of ran away with it. There were 1 or 2 moments where you felt like LNG could maybe team fight or skirmish their way to a win, but they were few and far between.
Oh
so,
my gosh. That picture of Mako, he's so young.
Time will catch up with us all, Mazel, eventually. It will.
It surpassed me, bro. I don't know. I'm trying to catch up, man. I'm trying to catch up.
I'd say zillions in chat, but I don't even know what that would mean. I guess it'd just be like a clock emoji or something, maybe.
No, I don't
it's
think
about
that
as close as it
works.
gets.
That works. Getting into it now, though, we did a little bit of highlighting on the jungle matchup, but we talked specifically a lot about Tien. I think Weiwei deserves a lot of conversation as well. A guy who was literally in World Finals last year. Did end up falling there with Weibo, but it was an interesting pickup when he came over to LNG, and he necessarily hasn't had the same impact he had on Weibo. We'll see if that changes tonight, as we have Top Esports starting it off on the blue side. It is the Nautilus, Renekton, and Corki bands away from them. It's the Senna and LeBlanc by LNG on the red side.
And they ban over that Tristana again as the most powerful AD mid laner on the patch. They could just lock in something like the Skarner for 369 if they don't want to show their hand. They could also go towards the Yone as well as one of the other premier AD mid lane picks, which looks like the hovering. It's a Cream classic. We said he's got into mages, but he is more than happy to go towards one of his most played and most successful all time in the Yone.
And if you can get past 25 minutes into 3 items, really, I think it just becomes so hard to play around because you have those instant engages from the Fate Seal. The Rumble, which has been banned away literally all night, is going to make it through here for LNG as their first pick, immediately followed up by the Sejuani.
All right, so it takes the Sejuani away from the Yone, which can be a powerful combo. It combos up very well with the Rumble too, so they'll have the engage and long-range follow-up, which can be nice to play against, play with. It also answers the Skarner well. There are 3 picks which have done well into the Skarner on individual lane matchups, and they have been the Mordekaiser, the Twisted Fate, and then the Rumble. So top esports, they hover it, and they say, okay, maybe let's not do that right now. There's still place to lock it in here, but top esports, they secure themselves their own AD mid, AP jungler duo.
The brand, so difficult to deal with the clear speed, but also in the team fights. So much damage that goes just kind of unwatched because of the Pyroclasm ticking underneath you and things like that. So many other things to deal with, especially in a composition that has Skarner and Yone. You're going to be looking at everything but the little things of fire jumping around you. It will be a pretty tough 3-pick here. Okay, they're going to go for the Jace.
Okay. So, Scout has always been a very confident Jace player. He was one of the very best Jaces in 2023. One of the reasons why Scout found himself to a 5-game summer final versus that Golden Road hopeful team, the super team of JDG in summer finals last year. A lot of it was off of his Jace. So powerful. It's not a bad combo, actually, with the Sejuani. You can get some good kind of engage into full burst combo. Anyone who can pin something down in front of Jace to get a full combo on is probably not going to be living through it. So LNG, they've got themselves, as we said, one of the things we look for, a fairly clear composition to play towards. The Sejuani goes forwards, huge follow-up following behind it. See if they can take off those first targets to win a team fight.
I love that we're saving second phase for ADs and bot lane matchups. We get the Varus first banned away by the top. It is also LNG banning the Rel. A couple big picks still on the table, like the Leona.
Yeah, that Leona is really key. I think if LNG get themselves another source of engage, I think they're very happy to lock in maybe even something like Garlet's Kai'Sa. They could even go towards that. Potential for big follow-up there. Ezreal going away means that, of course, that means that top esports will have themselves something which is less likely to survive their own and get the LNG engage. They're looking for a backline that can contribute to the fights, but hopefully not get picked up. As he said, there was a threat of that Garlet Kai'Sa. It's banned away.
Not gonna fall to the pentakill prince once again. Still, again, Kai'Sa a lethal pick in the hands of Gala. We'll see what their AD pick wants to be, or if they want to go ahead and lock in that support. I think counter pick can be pretty important in bot lane, especially when we're looking at a lot of resources heading down that way this time around, and I like the Leona grab away by LNG.
And it's a confident pick for Hung as well, who is, as we said, really good at following engage with another engaged champion. So if Weiwei goes in, expect Hung to be close behind, and you're now looking at Gala for something that can follow that engage well. So you're looking at stuff, you could even go towards something like the Kalista if you wanted to, can help Hung get in and out. Top esports, what are they looking at? They lock in the Ashe, which is very, very powerful at starting off a little bit of engage, and because you have the engage from AD carry, you can lock in something like the Braum to deny the Leona, while the Ashe does a little bit of the engage that we normally expect from support.
It's like when you're looking at 2 puzzles, and one was made by maybe a 20-plus-year-old, the other one was made by a 3-year-old. It's good pieces. The pieces are all there, right, for LNG. But it's a little bit harder to combine them together. Maybe this will be the glue that makes it all come together, a little bit of utility, but some backup in the engage. Whereas top esports, it looks good and it fits easily together. They have a lot of go buttons and a lot of damage to follow it up with wombo combos.
Yeah, I think both of these teams are going to be looking for, again, that first big combo entry into that fight. Mako picking up his second most played champion of all time. This will be game number 110 from what I can tell. Well, it's going to be even more than that because actually the site I'm checking on doesn't always check towards the early season. Folks, Mako's played a lot of Brawl, basically. I need to go check the true numbers on that one. I almost bamboozled myself. Gala picking up that Ziggs, one of his most successful champions too. Really does feel like that bot lane has so many go buttons. If you get an advantage in that bot lane, should spill over onto the rest of the map.
That range going to be super important for LNG, and I really, really like the Ziggs Jace combo. You got to remember, this is Fearless, so the picks that aren't chosen by their respective teams are not going to be available any further into the series for them. So there's a lot of big ones chosen in game number 1. Both teams want to start off strong here. Remember, this is a battle in Group C. Top Esports have been ever so dominant, undefeated, unblooded. And LNG themselves, they've had a struggling season so far. They need every win they can get to try to take that second spot, the only spot available left in Group C to promote to Group A of the Rumble. We're getting into game 1 of this second series of the night here, and this one's in Suzhou. Should be a lot of fun with the compositions we have, but all eyes on Resources bot lane, and all eyes on the spotlight that is Tien and Weiwei.
So, LNG somewhat fighting for their lives. It feels like if they lose this one, they will kiss themselves a chance to the upper group goodbye. It means an awful lot. They need to start strong.
I was hoping we were going to get some Gyos, but no cheers coming through, at least in the... oh, I see them cheering. We just don't hear it. So it's happening. We just have to imagine it. But something that has... There we go. We got the level 1s that have been rampant in the LPL, and Top Esports looking for a potential late level 1 with this Braum.
The Braum level 1, we saw, of course, Anyone's Legend try it in that last game and get stopped by a Nautilus, who was also very strong at that level 1. They go walking into the enemy jungle. They don't find that much, but they will manage to maybe drop down a ward onto the first buff of the game. See if whether Mako can do that. And Mako, this will be his 129th game on Braum across his career. He has played so much of this champion. I cannot tell you how much. But folks, there are people in their careers who haven't played 129 games total. He's played it on one champion. He's actually, with this, draws level to his Alistair as most played champion for all time. Both equal on 129 games. So it's, put it simply, this is comfort for the man in the support role. See how much you can get with that. And he misses his first Q.
I wasn't going to say anything.
So
I wasn't going to say anything, but you know, I don't know. Results-based analysis always comes back to mind. I'm just saying. No, but I do really like this aggressive combo for JackeyLove and Mako. They'll have a lot of say in how this 2v2 goes. And I expect maybe the Dragon to be a little bit more priority for Tien.
Well, I mean, if you got that winning bot side, it makes it really, really easy to do that. Scout. He was saying how good Scout was on that Jace, and having the early lane control really helps. Now, Scout is not always known as a laning specialist within the LPL, but what I think he specifically does well is take an early matchup and say, this is what I'm going to do with it. He's got the early push. I want to see him translate this into something else. That has sometimes been the issue from LNG. He has wave control, has himself a really good trade so far. Can he combo up with Weiwei to do something with these good trades?
That's the key, though. It's the Weiwei addition to this mid lane, and something we need to see come together if LNG want to be productive in this split, it feels like, because that has been something that's definitely been lacking a lot so far. JackeyLove and Mako get the full push under the turret here, under Gala and Hung's ire. It is going to be a full clear towards top side here, and there is a push already by 369.
Yeah, but this is also just a top lane matchup where I don't think you're going to get dives off here. Zeka's very, very happy to just clear out. So this will probably be just pushing lanes, trying to contest on scuttles. Weiwei and Tien might be able to have a bit of a confrontation there. Weiwei will be able to meet Tien up there with the ward just placed. Weiwei will spot 369.
Arctic Assault hits with the max distance. Ixtal's impact into the wall gets the chain combo there with the electrocute as well by Tien. Flash by Weiwei. Wants a little bit more fight here, but he's burning pretty heavily. Just looking to assert dominance early.
Okay, so what's this going to mean for the top lane, though? I don't quite see the wave state. It's about even, so it's not going to be a freeze on one side or the other. But the early pressure in mid lane from Scout. Oh, Cream, buddy.
Actually a little fancy with it, but a little too fancy with it. And he finds himself left out to dry. No flash, nothing to hold on to. And first blood goes to none other than Scout.
So the early plan from Scout is take the hard trades and use that to allow Weiwei to just wrecking ball through the top side. Yeah, the flash forwards in top jungle, maybe a bit ambitious, but goes straight in towards mid lane. And Cream, who we were just praising for his own comfort on the Yone, can't get anything done. Now 3v2 on bot side.
Mako locked down here. Actually, the engage from Hung's pretty huge, and Weiwei having made presence down here. One more attack from Gala. And that's 2 already on the board for LNG in a series where this should be Top Esports' favorite.
Yeah, fantastic early game from Weiwei. Has now impacted all 3 lanes across the map. He doesn't have flash, he doesn't have HP, so maybe Tien can walk in and maybe stop it. If he can stop his recall, he might be able to mess around with his next respawn of camps. You can see that the bot side's just gone up and Weiwei's solo HP. Yeah, Tien might be looking for these bot side camps. Scout needs to come down if they're going to really fight this, I think, but maybe it's just enough to have Hung and Gala there.
Tien playing with fire here, literally. How often do you get to say that? Oh, Hung actually going to stop his back and doing it anyways. Another minute for the grubs to come up. Tien going to path through mid, spotted out here, maybe just trying to save the wave state a little bit, but pathing up towards this grub side of the map instead.
Yeah, I love what LNG were doing there to help out Weiwei. Now, you can see that Tien, he wants to get involved.
There's just a zombie walking around here. I don't know, he's just shambling ominously.
The last minute has been quite intricate, in fact, because we're going to go back to this bot side. We can see what happened here where Scout, he's taken some really good early trades, but Cream, I don't know what happens here. He queues in and then realizes, oh no, that's a problem. He probably could have E'd forwards and gotten out safely that way. As soon as he presses that E, he realistically knows he's dead. He does get the flash from Scout on the other side. After this point, though, Scout did a really good job of making sure he could be present. Bot side fight.
You might not have time to speak. Jackie Love in trouble. He's going to try to cut the angle here, but damage from Gala is good. Satchel charge connects. One more auto. Takes Mako down. And LNG have found continuous pressure here. Almost 2,000 gold up. 6 minutes in. Hung going to try to bait out the backstop by Jackie Love, but he's cool under pressure.
I think he was trying to bait out the flash from Jackie Love because he sounded like, haha, do this. He didn't really want to go under turret, but he would have taken that either the cleanse or the flash for free, all the same. He's going to walk away and recall completely fine. LNG, you highlighted the bot lane. We said, okay, Jackie Love, Mako, they're looking on such good form. Because of Weiwei's early pathing and Scout helping him with his late wave state, it's flowed all the way down to the bot side of the map, where Gala and Hung use that to take some really good trades. This has been a comprehensive early game so far from LNG. Love to see it, need to see if they can take it a step further, because this is a great start if they can keep Jackie Love and Mako down. We did say there are big go buttons there. One of them has started winning out.
Yeah, it definitely has. Oh, Kareem, he's in a lot of trouble now, too. And it's a Hammer Slammer type evening there. Fate Sealed is going to get him out of there with the help of the Q3. But at least damage done in mid lane, and it also means that Weiwei is just able to clear up these grubs.
Oh, control of mid lane is so good from LNG so far.
Oh, yeah.
Folks, we haven't had this much chance to praise LNG this split. This is
awesome.
rare for them. I would have expected this from last year, the organized early game, the clear intention of using waves to go help jungler. 369, not going to get him on the tower.
Let's have the Ixal's impact right back there. You see the glitchy situation with the hitboxes there, but Zika.
You can drag people in front of you, even if it looks like it absolutely shouldn't be able to. He almost gets into turret range. He didn't have flash to fully guarantee the angle, so he doesn't quite get turret shots on him. But hey, I mean, that's just a showcase of what Skarta can do.
True. I also want to talk a little bit about the lack of priority on the Dragon on bot side. Even LNG with bodies down there weren't willing to start it up. We're now 3 minutes past that spawn point, so I'm curious how often that's going to come up in the future here, especially with a team on both sides that I feel like has some of those scaling options. It's kind of fine seeing what the enemy team can mess up on.
I think the reason why LNG didn't go towards that dragon is they want to be present in the lanes. They don't want to waste time on objectives. They want to force out Cream.
Just a little wide. Gonna get the flash out of Weiwei anyways. Cream going down. Doesn't have the flash himself yet, and Scout strikes another true. And aye, Captain there.
We were asking earlier, Scout, you've got a good wave state. You've got good trades in early game. Okay, but what's the plan with it? How do you combo up? Several times now, Scout has comboed up with Weiwei to force Cream into either flashing, ulting, or of course dying the 2 times as well. LNG continued this good early game, and now they will go towards that dragon because they got into those lanes. There's no lane in mid lane to mess around with because he just died. May as well use that free time to get themselves that objective. So they are the ones that get early grubs and early dragon. Top esports. You know, This is the team that is meant to take both of them. LNG just show them a taste of their own medicine.
And I'll just say Cream had a lot of weight on his shoulders this game, and unfortunately it has been a little bit too heavy to bear so far. The Yone can be strong, but when you're down 0-2 to a Jace, and when the Jace unlocks the composition of LNG, it becomes that much harder, because all you got to do is hit a Glacial Prison, And Scout and Gala will follow it right up with a ton of damage. So really nice picks for LNG to start off this series, but really nice gameplay to kick us off as well. Wei going to find Tien here in the jungle.
And I feel like with the early gold lead and the items they're about to build up to, Wei gets the red buff too. That's insult to injury. He's walking up, does have ult. You see that Branda has a lot of damage, but that's the Dwani, that Leona that you mentioned. It makes this composition pretty easy to play once you're ahead of the game. You just fling the ults forwards, follow up, someone dies. If they have, it's pretty nice in that sense. And now LNG have done that early work to make sure that they will have the items to follow up with damage. Top Esports are the ones which are now being asked to find a way back onto the board. They don't have any kills, don't have any objectives so far. Cream is continuing to get chunked out of this mid lane by Scout's Jace, and it feels like Top Esports are under a lot more pressure than they have been in this entire group stage so far.
Wei has Glacial Prison back up, so one false move there, and he goes for another kill on there. And I am just astounded at how much of an advantage we've been able to see out of Scout and Gala when we called for it so heavily early on. Jackie Love getting all the ults thrown at him, dodging out of most of it. We said he was cool under pressure, but there's just too much pressure to handle here. He's trying to make it out. Actually, no damage going to fall up at the Pyroclasm. It is going to bounce over on the Hug. Hug wants to clean him up here. Can he get him? No! Jackie Love sidestepping a victory, and honestly, Mako came up so ridiculously clutch there with the wall.
It takes 3 summoners and 3 ults, but they get themselves a kill, and it does mean that LNG, this early momentum they've built, will get stalled out just a tiny bit. Cream is going to collect that wave as he teleported in, so I suppose it's 4 summoners actually for the cost of that play. So, but will that cost them enough? They are now completely on bot side, and they don't have a way to bring the Yone up towards top side to fight for grubs, but Scout just got traded out, so maybe Top Esports have found this this final relief of pressure to get themselves onto the objective board.
Jackie Love getting a little gold is pretty big. We've seen the Ashe be huge here in the recent meta. Brand loves those little grubbies, but Wei loves to have a fight here. TP coming in as well. Gala joining for a ton of damage. Doesn't have Mega Inferno Bomb, but there's the Glacial Prison to follow up, and that CC chain is one from hell right now. Speaking of hell, that Flame Spitter's hitting the fire onto the backs of Top Esports. Not able to hit that last bomb, but LNG will turn right back around, and they will be able to get 5 grubs.
5 grubs with the Ziggs. Now if they can get themselves the Herald, they could break open mid lane. Very importantly, you could take that away from the Ashe, so the Ashe can't just stand in mid lane, wave clear, take Fog of War, and use that arrow later on. You're going to see Jackie Love and how he escaped that in this previous play. Sidesteps out on the ult first. Okay, that's one of the go buttons. Does take the edge of the Ziggs damage, but he's pretty fine at this point. Flashes beyond parts of this, still gets full CC. He still eats like a lot of stuff, but cleanses through the Ignite, manages to just about walk away with the help of Tien and Mako. I think Mako even used the heal on him.
Mako blocked so many attacks there by stepping forward. I love to see it. And again, we finally get to see a hugely veteran support help him out, but here is that play over by the grubs.
Tarzan, it's not Tarzan, I see LNG and I just think about that sometimes. It's Tien rather on the inside. The T jungler couldn't even get himself the ult off in that play. So he flashes, he dies, he doesn't use that ultimate. Scouts gets nailed.
This is the way forward. This is the way for Top Esports. They just got to find picks. They don't get Scout, but you see what can happen. Oh, God, Cream. You see what can happen if Top Esports get exactly the execution that they're looking for with this comp. Oh, flash out from Cream. Gets them out to safety.
Cream has been really shut down, and now LNG have a sizable lead. It wasn't just, you know, the early ganks which petered out to nothing. They're starting to get into a load of stuff. That is the Leon ult to stop the recalls. I don't know exactly what this is going to lead to. I suppose it's just delay some of those resets. Forces Cream on the tower. He might hit a Shock Blast. I don't think he can realistically kill, but it just forces Top Esports to delay where they wanted to go on the map next. It does mean you don't get to have good resets for the Herald, for the Dragon. I think that's a good use of the Leona ult, because it means that Top Esports are not going to be in position to fight for both objective spawns on the timings that they would have wanted to.
Yeah.
They're going to be coming out on the map at about the same time.
That's where I want to also bring up Top Esports' condition right now. They did get Leandries for Tien. You got the Kanik Rooken for 369. You're going to have a little bit more fight potential if you want to try to contest over the Rift Herald right now while LNG is doing the Dragon. He's going to pull off of it potentially here, but just wants to stick to it. But I think the way that Top Esports can move in is picks off Jackie Love. They have very beefy frontliners and a lot of wombo combo to follow up off it.
Trying to see whether LNG can stop the Herald being started. Yeah, I think they can. I don't think Top Esports want to walk in towards topside completely blind. Weiwei now has ult, has flash. They can start a fight whenever they want, but they take the Dragon. You don't overforce. They go towards the Herald on the top side. And we said, hey, if you can get that Herald with the Ziggs, that's mid lane tower completely gone. Top Esports, they are being shut down massively in terms of their playmaking. They need to find a way to break open this chokehold that's coming through. They're the ones starting the Herald now. LNG do have themselves big ultimates. They can fight for this.
TN does it ridiculously fast, though, especially with that Leandres. We're going to get the TP in, though. LNG, no slouches in the fight. Want to keep pressure around these objectives. Shock Blast not going to hit there. You have Jackie Love moving over. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is up. Mako goes for the Glacial Fissure there. Ends up getting 369. Zigstall's impact around the corner. Mega Inferno Bomb will hit a couple. Equalizer is beautiful right there. Look at Cream just taking all that damage. Impale goes wide. Top Esports, they've missed every shot, and those shots may be turning around on him here. Weiwei gonna flash away. Zika not able to follow up damage, and we got a little bit of a missing affair here.
And Top Esports can't even finish off the Herald. It resets midway through the play. It means that they don't get that objective. LNG, what have they used for it? The Equalizer, the Solar Flare, well, most of them, all of them. The Jace one doesn't count. So it's not like Top Esports walk away without burning any of LNG's tools. They're just happy to keep pushing in, though. So that Scout was pushing bot lane before the Herald teleported back to the objective. Zuka's now going to teleport back down towards bot side to make sure that they're not losing waves across the map. But now he is alone with no globals on bot tower.
All by himself, no Equalizer to equalize this fight, but Cream taking a couple extra turret shots might just do that for his own. Fate Sealed out to defense, and now 369 gets blocked up by Mako. The rest of Top Esports were hovering just in case things went a little worse. No engage tools really available to Top Esports. They need to be careful because they're losing structures up on the top side.
Big mistake from Cream. Why did he take tower aggro? You got it, let's 369. The tank do that so you can stick in range to do damage. Because of that, they can't stick around bot side and break open the turret and kill Zuka. They lose top side out of turret. Scout, with of course lethality, is going to shred through that inner tower too. They have a Ziggs on mid lane turret. They have the Herald to use there.
Wow.
LNG, this is a masterclass. They need to survive on bot side, but the cross map is already so good.
Might be the best game of LNG split so far, and they might look at more here. They do get Cream a kill in the end. Hung locked down under turret here. A couple turret shots going out. Cream need to be careful. That shot did a lot. They lost 2 turrets in top, 2 turrets in mid, maybe an inhib and a body in mid as well. Jackie Love gets the outplay though. Huge plays on the Weiwei, but the turret falls at the last second. Gala saves his jungler, and LNG have done lasting damage.
Hang on, is that a 5-for-1 turret trade? I can't
Yes.
remember whether the mid turret fell in, the outer one fell in that.
No, the
That
outer one
is
fell.
an
They waited and then used the Rift Herald on the second
Oh,
one.
I would. So they take both top lane turrets. They take everything down to the inhib turret on mid lane. LNG just absolutely demolished a whole city block. Top Esports, they had to overweight to dive that bot lane outer turret. They don't get it done in time. They lose. You know, they lose so many towers that it doesn't matter that they get 2 kills and the tower. They are so far behind in the overall wins.
That inhib being open is going to be so difficult. Just move Gala around the map, and it works so well. It's huge to see Gala step up on the Ziggs in this first game. He's almost on, or I guess he just completed that second item. Going to be getting to his third here, but he also got second item for Scout, who's going to be claiming more of the destruction of the base of Top Esports. And LNG, they're trying to move out of TN. Mako's the one that's going to take all the damage, and that Equalizer's doing work right there. It's cooking them from underneath.
And now because they've managed to push in bot side, by the way, Scout even did the, you know, the really annoying move and allowed the cannon minion to die to the tower, so Top Esports don't even get a single cannon minion from that wave. Managed to walk in towards bot side with the wave, and it feels like LNG, somehow they have found their macro chops again. This is a team where from last year, they played like the LCK organized macro movement team within the LPL. They were calm, they were collected, and they would play for big cross maps. They've struggled to do that the entirety of this year. And somehow, when their backs up against the wall, against the undefeated in-game Top Esports, they're currently 8-0, they find themselves again. Zuka has flash, might be forced to use it here, but should still be fairly safe.
Yeah, Okay, burns the flash. So that'll be, I'm sure, revisited, but we have to think about what the state of the map looks like. 2 dragons have already been taken by LNG. They also have 5 grubs, but another dragon coming up in a Cloud Soul nonetheless, and could be the focus right now that Weiwei is already going for.
Hey, he'll take that one completely freely. LNG, because they moved so heavily towards bot side, dropped a load of wards there, which means that Scout can even push up towards that inner turret, as we just saw as well. LNG, they might be able to defend this top side, but I think, well, they do have that Zigzalt. Well, they'll be able to help a bit of it. Yeah, that's going to be that save
That's
too.
enough.
LNG, they have been really comprehensively checking off the options which Top Esports have. They can't even cross-map onto top outer. This is bullying at this point, and it's Top Esports.
And
Like, this is not the team that should be doing that.
Yeah, much to the chagrin of Mako, he'll look across in his old brother-in-arms in Scout and say, man, why did you have to do it to me? Obviously, long-time partners on EDG, now against each other across the Rift. And Scout, Gala having incredible games so far in this series, but it's also Scout who absolutely dumpstered mid lane and has been since.
Yeah, the best LNG is one where they have a plan. The plan right now is fight.
Plan is just hit the go buttons and see what happens. Jackie Love is hitting pretty hard right now, and Sitka just has to throw his life to it. Impale going to be flashed out of by Scout. Cream fake sealed onto 2 on LNG, and now their backs are against the wall, and you can't run from the approach velocity. Look how quick Jackie Love goes. Glacial Fisher on top of it all at TES finds Hung.
LNG, they had a plan which was largely trade for towers across the map. As soon as they match up for a 5v5, once items have been built, Top Esports show, well, you cannot disrespect this team. Still, LNG are in the lead, still they have Soul Point, but that is a pretty stark reminder that they are still against Top Esports, which is part of why we've been so surprised in this game, is that LNG are doing this too, the 8-0 team in this group. LNG, they need to be very careful not to bite off more than they can chew in another one of these team fights again.
And I'll just say, we've stated it over and over again, but when you can be proactive with this combo, when you can have a ton of the CC layered up by wombo combos, that's where it comes clutch. And Cream having a big moment here.
Absolutely, and you know, I think Top Esports, their team composition has really good extra follow-up mobility and the ability to just keep following on and on into the fight. You've got the Yone, you've got the approach velocity on Ashe when you've got so many movement speeds built in her current build as well. See how hard it is to retreat from the play. Top Esports walk away with a couple of important kills, evens up the kill score even.
See now, even though they are down 5,000 gold, still a lot of fighting pressure with their compositional strength. They did lose that Dragon Soul point to LNG, so LNG will get a lot of decision-making power once that's up in about 3 minutes. But we have to circle back to what LNG were looking for and looking good at so far in this game, and it's looking for picks, and Mako might be that one. They're going to try to catch him out here. Mako does have friendlies to get to, and he is Braum. Does have the Glacial Fisher up now. Oh, yep, nope, it's not even up, and he's dead.
He just got popped. So LNG, they play for that big combo again. It's not quite the big grouped up fight that Top Esports would want it, but with cooldowns down, maybe Top Esports from losing their support could have found a fight while the ultimates were not available. Can't quite manage to do that. Might be able to get an inroad into mid lane turret though. Feels like LNG have not been able to lock Top Esports down across the map nearly as comprehensively as they did earlier. LNG need to be quite careful now. Their objective bounties up on the map too because of the dragons and the gold lead. They don't want to be giving too much gold back over to Top Esports when the fights were already fairly close.
And Top Esports have just been kind of hands-dipping people so far this split. This has been the first time that a kind of calculated entrance into the game has been really well played off. Not only on LNG's side for the first time this split, but also against Top Esports. And we'll see if that continues.
Jackie
Hung is trying to trade his life for Jackie Love. Weiwei's just going all in, but Jackie Love is space gliding all over him, and 369 pulls him away. A double kill ends over for Cream, who has really turned up in this game. He's going to fate seal his way to a scout death, and that's the kill going to 369. How did we get here, Nightmare? Top Esports, they're going to do Baron now.
I mean, it's just blink and you miss it. Top Esports decide, all right, our time now, our turn, and it's unspeakable violence. LNG have been left in the dust. They out-macro Top Esports. They out-traded them with the towers. But as soon as it came to actually putting on the boxing gloves, LNG have been hugely out, as you were just saying. Top Esports sometimes are just better. I love the way that 369 is forming a pocket for Jaculov. Jaculov cleanses out of the Ignite, and then the only damage on him is from the frontline members, it's the tanks, and it means that the Ashe can just keep running through the fight because of 369 and the rest of the team buying space. Cream is then completely free to go forwards with the overextension of the front line from LNG. They walk away not just with the fight, but with the Baron as well.
Hey, what time is it? I'm trying to remember. Can you read the numbers there for me?
Well, it's currently 24:40. What
All right,
about
perfect.
that?
We're almost at 25 minutes, and that's exactly the time that Cream's about to pop off. The man has come back from literally nothing. He has built his kingdom out of dirt, and we'll see if he can actually pull it off into a gracious being.
He is the man who kept a little dirt under his pillow for the Dirt Man.
Exactly.
Now he has become the Dirt Man.
He
You are
has
not
become
prepared.
Dirt Man. Dragon is up. This is Soul for LNG.
It is, but can they win a fight? They have done so many good things this game. I was so
They're
happy for them,
hesitant.
but they haven't been able to get those big fights. And now with the Baron being Dragon being spawned, Cream stacking his Q off of it with Flash, with all LNG have to do an incredibly dangerous approach.
They're so hesitant. They didn't want to go forward. Now it leaves the room for Top Esports to find the fate sealed again. A triple knockup, a double impale, but 369 left out and picked arm by arm apart by LNG. Gala ends up finding a big one. We do have a lot of damage from Tien in that fight, but LNG, they do not want to let the backs go through. Not going to find it, and they actually strike true, but lose their soul.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. They get one kill, and they're able to force Top Esports off the map. Interested to see, because there are so many backs coming through from Top Esports, even with the Baron, whether LNG could have set up some waves in their favor. Can't quite get to top lane fast enough to set up anything there, so sadly, for the side of LNG, not going to be quite able to finish off the rest of this Baron push from Top Esports. It's got a minute left. I think they should be able to get towards this mid lane out of turret. Gal needs to be quite careful if he sticks around, because they are still under threat of being engaged onto.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow will be coming up shortly, but not available just yet. And that's really the rotation you're looking for Top Esports, who have carved the lead down to just under 3,000 gold for themselves. That Baron buff going to be going down here soon. Just about 1,500 in that play. It has been a very interesting series of events, and LNG losing a lot of their confidence.
See that Cream stacking up the Q on the Dragon. Just tries to get... Oh, no, he actually misses the last Q because he's killed before he could get it, which means that he takes a little while to get his combo online. Doesn't quite get the Q3 on Scout either. If Scout dies, I think they can run away with the back end of this fight.
We're back in picture. Jackie Love is caught out. Oh, no. That means LNG are just going to send an avalanche mid lane. There's no turret there. They can just take the inhib.
And they still have the Ziggs, who is really good at killing towers. Suddenly, LNG, wait, I mean, are they going to go for the end? They might just try it.
Top Esports have not bled. They have not had their lip bloodied so far in the split, and they will not just yet. They defend. The inhib is the sacrifice.
Oh, my word, LNG. They managed to find a really good pick onto Jaculov in the mid lane. Didn't get to see exactly how that happened, how he was left alone on an island there in mid lane, but LNG used it to take an inhib, threaten even an end to the game. Lucky that Cream could wave clear just in time. LNG showed that there is still a little bit of sharpness left to this play. What happens here? He's taking the Raptors on wards. He doesn't have himself the cleanse from this one. That's the Zenith blade through the Ash Arrow. Really well played from Hung, who manages to make his own play. He's the one leading that one. He leads his team to a really important moment. Gala's now 5-0-1 as well. This Ziggs is really, really powerful. Maybe that could decide things.
It was a huge pickup when he came over from RNG. Spending so much time building a legacy there and joining a team that's starting to try to build a new chapter for themselves. Scout, the big one, obviously with the double MVPs, but Gala has been no slouch in taking the spotlight from time and time again. We do have 3.5 items now for him as well with that Crypt Bloom. We'll be looking at those item spikes to be super important, especially on the side of Top Esports, who just are waiting for a third item for Cream.
So, let's have a look at what's spawning. A couple of minutes until both of the big objectives come up. What's happening with the waves? We've got some people heading towards side lanes, but right now, it's LNG with better deep vision onto at least the blue side jungle of Top Esports. So, LNG have some extra vision to play around. Top Esports not without their own information though. Got a couple of wards put down. They're being cleared out. You can see right now, again, it's all about who can land that first combo. A lot of it comes from that vision and from pushing in waves to make it that much easier to find angles.
LNG left wanting on the picks they were maybe looking for, but time will tell how quickly this game will end. One fell swoop by LNG can end the game. If they get one more big fight, they have an open way down mid lane. And this dragon could just be that. And LNG, who maybe hasn't been the brightest star of this Group C in top esports, who definitely has.
So, big things to note. Summoner spells largely available for top esports. They have TES Flash coming up very soon, and that'll complete the full set. On the other side, LNG, they don't have the full flash on Hung. I don't know how far that'll be off of the Hex Flash cooldown. But also, Zucker doesn't have his own teleport too. We're coming into this with a full arsenal. We have more onto Jackulov, makes it harder to burst him out. We have the stopwatch onto Zucker. This could be one last fight to end the game. I think it's going to come down to a lot of those summoners and how effectively they're used. Having Jackulov with his summoners available, very important for LNG to recognize that they can't easily shut this guy down through the Maw Shield.
LNG want to pull the play on the Baron side here. Top esports willingly going to walk forward. They're going to TP in. Mako taking a ton of damage there.
So that's going to be Cream pushing it away towards the bot side. 369 using his full shields and using his tankiness to buy some vision into this river brush. They see the water's there and they realize they can't walk up. Good QSS.
Yeah, huge insta QSS there. A little bit of Captain Jack action. Jackulov getting chunked pretty heavily, and this is where some of that sustained damage with the poke from LNG will actually start paying off here. And Scout particularly needs to hit those shock blasts, but Dragon is already started up. That means that LNG are going straight to the Baron.
They might be a bit late, though. They get to the back. They haven't even started it just yet. So they're probably looking for a turn fight. That one ward gives enough information. Top esports. No, they don't have to go towards the Baron pit. They go towards mid lane instead. LNG lose the objective trade.
LNG really do not want to give over this outer turret. Hung goes in for the Zenith blade, but the left side of the fight is still locked out. Equalizer going to draw a line in the sand as Creamface seals his way out of there. Hung is in there like swimwear, baby. Glacial Fissure goes in, but Impale onto the tank. Jackulov steps up and connects onto Hung. Now you got Top Esports turning the fight onto the west side. But Zika and Gala, they still have a decent amount of damage over that wall. LNG need to be careful in the back end of this fight. Hawkshot goes through. No long distance tools available to Top Esports just yet, but the long distance tools are there for LNG.
Oh my word, the carries don't die on either side. Massive credit, as it always is in these team fights, to 369 for body blocking and managing to stop Scout from flashing in to combo the backline down into death. It is just a load of HP bar damage and just Hung going down. Top esports, they do lose that flash on Jackulov. We talked about how that summoner economy impacts this game. LNG, maybe they can force a big play now that that flash is down on Jackulov to a bit more success. Again, when we look at this, look at how the front line on either side is playing to deny the entrance onto the back line. The E came through from Cream, which meant he could disengage, but then he has to go out immediately. He doesn't have his Q3 stacked up. Look right here towards the end of it. Scout, massively threatening. Hung going in and getting some CC down. The combo from Jace would kill, but this instant reaction from 369 to make sure he can't get in saves the fight. So clutch by the top laner of Top Esports.
And a reason why you picked the Skarner, but we're not done yet. You think this is not going to be a banger? Well, it's about to be. Zika comes in with the TP. Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes wide there. Baron pulled off of as LNG had to come out for the defense.
So LNG, they're not really able to spread the map wide open. They are still defending this mid lane out of turrets, making their job a lot easier. Gala has so much wave clicks, he has so much gold. The Top Esports are struggling to take that one down. Their siege is not always the best. They have majority melee characters, and it makes it harder to hit that tower, especially getting range. And look at the damage coming through from that poke.
There's a big reason why they're super pertinent about saving that tower. It's because it enables all the long-range poke on either side objective every single time. They always have something to run back to, and LNG are utilizing it very well. You wonder why they're full committing to try to defend this outer turret.
There is a little bit of lifesteal now on Jackulov. That makes it easier for him to get access to wave and heal through some stuff, but he doesn't have full access to it yet. If he goes up to a full Bloodthirster, that'll be very powerful. It might be worth doing that even over something like the Blade of the Ruin King, which is typically stronger on Ashe just because of the huge lifesteal values. If they can deny some of this poke, if they can step out of it a little better, then LNG fight these fights a lot harder. But for now, we have returned to a lot of mid-game, mid-lane, well, late-game rather, mid-lane warfare, because it is all about trying to hit those skill shots from LNG and seeing if they can find themselves an angle onto that flashless Ashe and finally get those carries killed.
That's why it just feels like a Old West saloon here or something, because both sides have so much tremendous go buttons to press. It's just about who connects it at the right time and who can follow it up. It's very clear who has the right to press those buttons in terms of the abilities drawn, but Top Esports going to keep pressuring LNG. It is going to be a TP back in the mid lane by Gala. Going 369. That's the impale over the wall. They grab him out, but that's the immediate going golden from Zika. They're going to turn right back on the Cream, who overextended into the fight. Top Esports needs to run away. I don't know if they're very fast here. A little bit of damage back from Tien. Equalizer to slow everybody down. Mega Inferno Bomb will help take half of Tien's health. They turn right back onto the big purple worm.
And they still have a lot of skill shots to fire out towards them. Tien does have flash, does have pyroclasm. This might not be over yet.
Yeah, if he can just get it in there. You just have to get it in there. Tien, you just gotta get in there, baby. He's been the huge difference maker, and he'll do it again. He falls, but the damage has been done, and Jackie Love is still kicking. Scout actually has the GA possible now. Jackie Love, though, he's got the distance, he's got the damage, and 369 as a front line. It helps equalize things a little bit here in Top Esports. They move in, clear out, as Scout's going to TP in mid lane to try to save it.
Oh, he does manage to just about clear out this wave. They're clinging on to for dear life to this turret. But with the Baron steal from Tien, that might just have broken the deadlock in this game. It has been such a close late game around these big objectives. But it is that man in the jungle who has had so many MVP performances so far that just about clutches it out. 369, he almost clutches this out. It's a blind ult, pops him back over the wall with that impale. You can do that with Skarner nowadays, which very nearly wins this fight. Cream oversteps though, which evens up the big plays in this fight. Sadly for him, he has had a bit of a difficult time of it on the Yone. LNG have made his life very difficult. They very nearly make Top Esports' life very difficult around the Baron, but they can't quite keep Tien out. They're really afraid of the big burst combo coming through and Jackalov getting the free fire. That's why they burst down this Baron. They want to make sure that they can clear this out because they know they can't delay any longer. Just means that Tien gets in to get that steal. Very well timed from him to get that objective.
Yeah, and you give your life 10 times out of 10 right there for that. You get a huge steal. A little bit of dodging from Jackie Love as well, but 369 and Jackie Love will clean that up every single time. Now we get back onto the map. A dragon was taken. Where have we seen this before? Jackie Love getting caught, but he's able to turn it right back. This time, the strength is there. Oh, Mega Inferno Bomb delivers him justice, and he's down. Cream gonna instantly cleanse out of that one with the Mercurial Scimitar. Now, Fate sealed back onto the other side of the fight. He has to go back, though, and now that GA had come clutch for Scout. He'll still die. And 369 Mako, the front line that Tien has been looking for on this brand. He's got to get the damage in, but it's really Zika who might be in some trouble here. Looking at the concussive blows from Mako, it can make the big difference here, but LNG are going to push down mid lane.
And they have themselves, two of the biggest threats on the board off the table. Tien has to get back to base. He's the only damage left from Top Esports. This should deny the Baron push, at least. So LNG, they find themselves a huge pick onto Jackulov, and then Cream afterwards, which means that the Baron, as masterfully stolen as it was, is not going to be the ending of this game. Really surprised that Jackalov didn't flash out of that final skill shot. The ultimate coming out, Agala just really underestimating the damage of his opposite number. It starts with a play onto him. He's a little bit far from the rest of his team. He's close to Tien, but he's on his own. Forced the flash out first. He has good items. He has more. He has the Bloodthirster. You still can't do this.
Oh, no,
he just goes in and wants into everything. Gets hit by multiple skill shots at the end and goes down. Overconfidence by Jackalov. Could have flashed out. Could have kept life stealing. Ends up going down. And puts Top Esports into a very difficult scenario. Cream does manage to get the initial GA proc out of Scout, but he ends up dying for the attempt as well.
And these fights are so tooth and nail. It's actually insane. Again, a lot of that undersung damage by Tien in this one, but as well as the guns on LNG, you're starting to get real strong. Gala has silently gone 7-0 on this Ziggs and has made such a massive difference in the damage profile of LNG in a lot of these. And he just finished his Horizon Focus. He is full build.
It says something that you can have, you know, the QSS, you can have the Maw, you can have the Cleanse and Flash, and Jackalo still gets one-shot by this dude. I mean, Gala's so strong, 2,000 gold up of the 4-item AD carry on the other side, has funneled his way through to a massively powerful build. Top Esports, when they are going forwards, if Ashe is left out of the lurch and gets hit by a stray skill shot, Jackalov's teamfight might just be over at this point. Feels really hard for Top Esports to get clean fight victories because Gala is always going to be in range to do damage to someone important now.
He's going to have a lot of say, but they're going to have to play around him. I think a lot of the peel maybe not there because you have a lot of just go forward buttons for LNG. So definitely keeping an eye on Gala's positioning here is super important. And Jackie loves Enchanted Crystal Arrows as well, going to be really important to keep an eye on.
I can't believe we don't have a soul yet.
1,200 gold from first strike. Is that can't be right?
That's an investment. I mean, we're 40 minutes into it, so yeah. And dude, here's a 7-0 Ziggs who has managed to hit people for 1,000,000 points of damage across the game.
It's almost a needlessly large rod from a ruin.
I think he deserves it at this point. You know, I wouldn't even be surprised if he sold off his boots at some point for another big item. He could potentially do that, and we'll have to see what he can do in the next minute of the game, because both the big objectives are spawning again. Folks, we have not been very good at conservation. Our poor endangered species of dragons are even more so now. We've killed 6 of them in this game. No one's even got a soul. Got 3 dragons on either side, and this last one may well be the last one, because if you lose a fight now around this dragon, around the Baron coming up as well, that will probably be the game. We've had close fights. All it takes is one to swing open the doors. Big go buttons again. Remember, can we get Jackalov down? Can we kill an important target?
They end up catching out Weiwei here. They're not going to go for it in the end. But yeah, it's been 3 dragons in a row that Top Esports have denied from LNG. A Cloud Soul would be huge for either side, but Top Esports, they use some of this momentum in mid lane to take a tier 2 here.
They don't even have grubs. They don't need them.
Losing
so
topside,
many
though.
items. Losing topside and scout. Okay, are we getting to the point where we're stopping backs? Chase slaughters turrets in late game without a hypercharger. The dragon's spawning, but someone needs to go back. They have to teleport.
Cream, he gets stopped. Cream with a bold TP there. Can't go deny Scout in the side lane now. And that's another inhib tower going down.
Well, I think Scout can even stay. I mean, we've got 369 now in the vicinity, but I think he gets burst out by the Jace. Late game Jace does so much damage. 369 needs to be careful. LNG, they can play the balancing act. Dragon and the inhib.
Now watch Jackie Love's positioning here at Gala as well. They are crucial to these fights. Scout's taking a fight against 369 in the picture-in-picture here. They're going to TP, and Gala is there to make the difference. This could be the game-ending play, although that Impale's going to get 369 a little bit of damage down, and they actually end up taking Cream, taking Scout down, and they have a Gala kill there. Now we have the 3v3 kicking off in mid lane too, but that Pyroclasm, it's burning them straight to hell, Nightmare. A double kill goes over to Jackie Love, and now Zika's running for the hills.
Oh, Gala teleports to try and be the game-ending threat. All he can do is make it a 1-for-1 around the top inhib. He's so strong, but he can't deal with Cream. Top Esports, they'll save the game, they'll get the Baron, they'll be able to return to the Dragon almost certainly after this point with the length of the death time is from LNG. LNG thought they had the answer to the late game smoke and mirrors macro, but all they've done is end up falling a little bit flat on their face. They're teleporting back in towards the Dragon, but they don't have Scout and Weiwei. If Top Esports turn up in force, this could be a problem.
It was a massive LNG lead, dwindled down to a deficit now. 2,000 gold down, but at this point in the game, it doesn't matter. Dragon burned quickly by LNG, and they'll secure that Cloud Soul.
Okay, so Top Esports, they choose to reset instead of immediately running back towards the bot side of the map. Gives enough time for LNG to claim this one. We're finally going to have a look at what happens on the top side. Skarner is really strong. I thought he would manage to get burst out by the Jace. Just doesn't happen. And as we see, Cream doesn't get his teleport towards the top side. Does get to recall, even if it does turn into a 1-for-1. It saves the game nonetheless. I think that Braum Cube puts Sucker into a really, really sad position. Has to Zhonya's very quickly, and then everything just goes wild.
Everything goes a little wide, too, as Jacula flashing forward there. It was a really nice equalizer back on top of it, but man, as soon as Tiana hits his R button, the dopamine levels just skyrocketed.
Brand is one of these AP carry junglers. Yeah, he is a carry. Sejuani can't exactly do that amount of damage. It's one of the reasons why we've seen so many teams go towards this. It's felt like it's much easier to enable the Brand, Karthus, Lilia, Zyra, all of these style of champions can be huge teamfight threats towards the end of the game. TN is he's making himself known at this point. Gonna have huge damage numbers by the end of this by hitting the front line. We are finally opening up the map again. Zerko going topside, pushing out that wave. Top Esports using their Baron buff, the last minute of it, to push in towards that bot side. Arrow did not manage to catch Scout on the other side of the map there. That would have been a very painful arrow to be skewered by. And now LNG have to respond. They pushed out topside. Now they need to defend bot, hopefully keep onto their inhib.
How fitting it is that these two teams go the distance, at least in this first game. Top Esports have come from nothing, it felt like, in this one to a very positive game state for them. LNG were looking so clean, so dominant, but we've known Top Esports is having one hell of a split. Top Esports have not lost a single game. They're looking to make that continue to be true. Glacial Prison does go out. Mako going to need to pop his Glacial Fissure there, but the Equalizer coming out. He didn't pop it, so he still has it available. He does end up getting the triple knockup with it. TN hits the Pyroclasm, and look how much damage he's going to be doing. The burn is coming in clutch, so they were able to back them off, but Scout wants to make it happen, going with his advantage onto TN. Cream's going to have to fate seal his way out of that. They want the cavalry's chasing it down right now. Look at Weiwei. He's going to go for the Flash Arctic Assault. TN is down. LNG have caught Top Esports with their pants down, and that's a double kill for Scout. They're looking for bot lane priority here.
Oh, LNG knew that Top Esports were dead to rights and bot side. Their bodies just hadn't caught up just yet. They managed to get a couple of really important death timers on the board. Of course, remember, they have the Cloud Soul. They move faster. They can chase you down quicker. Look how quick they were to chase them down. Top Esports, they got the Baron in trade for that. And it feels like the Cloud Soul ends up being more valuable. They get to push in towards bot side, open up an inhibitor at the bare minimum. How much can they get from this?
8-0-4 is Gala, and it's continuing the onslaught. He had his construction hat on, or more like his deconstruction hat on, as he's throwing bombs left and right. It's everything that LNG could have ever asked for, and they will strike true on Top Esports for the first time here in summer. They've got the autos on the Nexus, and Top Esports, they are mortal.
LNG, it has been a while, folks, seeing them being this decisive in the important moments of the game. They had a mid-game stumble. I think that's a lot of credit towards Top Esports and their team fighting prowess, but LNG, fantastic early game that was knocked off pace. Gets well back on track towards that late game. And honestly, the play which wins the game is one of those rare examples of a clear Cloud Soul difference. They had the move speed differential. They popped their ultimates. They chased them down. And as we said, Top Esports were already dead. They just didn't realize it yet. LNG did. They take game one. First loss of the entirety of summer for Top Esports.
Yeah, and very close, if not our longest game of the split. I'm not sure. The longest one before that was 47-12. I didn't catch the time at the very end because of the hype of it, but Shujo is definitely going to be alive and well after that one. LNG strike true and strike blood off Top Esports, but they are not one to back down from a fight. That one was a banger. I'm sure game two is going to have just as much in store for us. Let's take a break, breathe a little bit, and we'll come back.
Awakened in ruins to the echoes of pain. These are the good, these are the good. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. These are the good, these are the good. Fields of the fallen and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have Just like the tales of prophecies, just like the heartbeat of the seas. We gather. Ignite us now, watch us today. Ignite us now, what God you bring. We're all train our voice, we raise the tide. We gather. Come down the endless fire, to bring forth the ages, to be left with no pain.
Welcome back to the LPL Summer Split 2024. I almost said spring. My goodness, we haven't been there in a long time. We're going into the second game of our second series here. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Nightmare. And Top Esports falls to LNG for the first time all split. What a game and what a series start by LNG. We'll take a look back at the stats from that one. And honestly, a game that LNG almost slipped up on, but finished strong.
Fantastic start to the game. You can see where that gold lead goes up to, and then a couple of team fights back to back. Put Top Esports into a really good position. It got to late game. You had very good late game characters like that Brand and the Yone. They couldn't quite make it. What happened? And LNG, I think with a lot of comfort champions and a bit of finagling, managed to get themselves through to a victory. It took a lot of macro, took a lot of smoke and mirrors, but that's, I guess, what it takes to take down Top Esports right now. They walk away with a win, but it was hard fought.
It definitely was. And I think the most interesting part about it is that we are in Fearless, so even though it was really hard fought from both sides, these picks not going to be available. And of course, the man that goes unkilled and does a ridiculous effort in that one is going to be our MVP. The first one of the split for him, it's none other than Gala.
The problem with this is that we had another 6 game earlier which had even better stats, which means like, oh man, these stats aren't that good. This is still great stats, and they're against Top Esports. Like, it's such a different caliber of opponent. And they managed to make it work. He won't get to play it again, though. That's a big problem. We did mention that, Fearless. I'm worried now from LNG. They used the Rumble in top lane. They used the Ziggs in bot lane as well. Those are two big magic damage sources. And the key to the puzzle of most drafting right now is where is your big AP carry coming through on the map? Especially when you have champions like Cassandra and Skarner, even stuff like the Sejuani and the Maokai, meaning you need to kill tanks. You can't just go full AD into a lot of them. So now you don't have the magic damage character in the bot lane of Ziggs. Nothing else is played down there which does that. And then also the Rumble in top lane, similar scenario. You need to then put that duty onto Scout or Weiwei, who looked so good on the champions they were just on. You can find different AD mid laners and then the the bruiser engaged junglers. They have to change away from that style now to get some magic damage in, which means the next draft is a difficult. It's a difficult equation.
Yeah, it definitely is, and I think Kareem is definitely gonna want to go back to the drawing board a little bit. Scout had his number for a majority of that one, even though he had some really big ultimates and was key into those little comebacks for top esports. But it really was mid lane that was worse for wear for a lot of it, and I want to see if maybe Tian and Kareem can combine for something a little bit more consistent there. What was pretty consistent was the fireworks around bot lane Nymera. I loved to see it. It was really fun to see Gala and Jackie Love go at it, but more importantly, Mako had some incredibly clutch gameplay down there, and especially on the Braum, it looked good.
It is now tied for his most played champion of all time. Zona lost that one, but I don't think it's necessarily all his fault. Because that game was so fun to watch. I love watching the macro. I love watching how particularly the front line were playing out fights to make their back line lives a lot easier. 369, oh my god, what a player he is in those big team fights. The Skarner was managing to do some disgustingly good peeling plays for his team, even if it wasn't the kill combos, showing exactly what him and Mako can do together to peel for the backline in important moments. So that means that LNG, this was about the best shot you can get at top esports. Loads of comfort champions for yourself. You had a 5-for-1 turret trade in the early game. I've very rarely ever seen that in pro play. It's so rare to see that kind of happen. So LNG, that's about the best shot you get on paper. How do you then amp the difficulty and say, all right, we're not going to have all of our comfort. We're likely not going to have an early game like that again. How do you see it through now? You've got to double tap. You can't just take one game.
We'll see if Thanos' words in Avengers comes true. If you aim for the king, you gotta get the head. And we'll see if he can take another smack at it here for LNG. But it was, obviously just accolades given to be able to strike down top esports in their first loss of the season. We got to continue strong, like you said. And top esports, again, I think they'll have a lot of options still available. Yes, some taken off the table for them, but still a lot of options that they will be very comfortable going with. And especially because we were seeing, first times for a lot of combos in the bot side, at least.
Yeah, I think it ends up being a very different game ahead of us. You're not going to get nearly the same drafts. As we said, particularly LNG used up some quite rare picks in top lane and bot lane, which bring you some magic damage, which means you don't have to throw it elsewhere. Now they have to. Feels like they have to go towards something in that mid jungle which brings together more significant magic damage. They're on the blue side. They get to first pick something. Maybe they could go towards a Tristana if it's left open. That's one of Scout's best picks. I would imagine top esports want to ban away maybe both the Corki and the Tristana. They're both powerful for Scout.
See those bands at the bottom of the screen are the Fearless bands for their respective sides. And as we get into it now, you'll be very curious if LNG can bounce back after a 2-0 trouncing to top esports the first time around in this double round robin. And now leading in the second. Some smiles from Gala, not typically seen. Love to see it. But
he's normally the Iceman, isn't he?
Yeah,
we've seen him completely straight-faced with pentakills, folks, so that's a rare sight on that one. Top esports going to have the Leona removed, the Nautilus removed as well. So AD mid laners, the premier ones on the table. Scout, incredible Tristana, expecting to pick that one up. Goes to the Corki instead. All right, that's a little less expected for me. I typically prefer his Tristana. Cream can now go towards that pick himself, which can very much do a lot of work. Wouldn't surprise me to see that one immediately answered with.
I really like the Tristana right now. I'd be very surprised if it doesn't get locked in.
I think it's the strongest mid laner. I think it's the strongest mid laner on the
match. And it
match.
gives you priority.
Easy push. Gives you everything. Like, it gives you the scaling, gives you priority. There are basically no bad matchups for it. And a lot of our mid laners are very practiced at it too. You get early pressure, you go into grubs, you can go into heralds. This champion can solo win you games from the tower pushing potential. Never mind the scaling range of your passive with that draw of beads. So, got that double AD carry. Both AD carries locked into the mid lane. We see one game of Corki ADC. It's very rare that we see it elsewhere. Besides that, opens up AP carries. That means that Tien will pick up the Zyra. Imagine Weiwei can pick up Karthus, Lilia, Brand, whatever he wants.
Ooh, gonna go with the Nidalee instead. Just asking to bury one of those spears into one of the plants. But for me, it's the Jax locked in for Zika that's important.
Gives you a top lane carry option, which is of course very different from the Rumble in regards to you're more of a split pusher and a diver. You throw your body into the fray rather than having that equalizer to go over the top. 369, he's more than likely going towards something that can frontline for his 2 more squishy carries in the backline. Tristana, Zyra, they need someone to stand in front of them to help them play to their long range. LNG, they have already quite a difficult composition to play out. I'm going to say that now. Much harder than the last game. Nidalee, we've had a lot of conversations about, should this just be a Karthus? Should this just be another AP carry? The Nidalee is great for Weiwei. He has played a lot of this in the past, but it's just so hard for teams to enable this consistently. There's currently very limited lockdown from LNG2. It's not like the game we saw from Anyone's Legend earlier with a TF in the mid lane to lock down with the gold card. The Corki adds no CC to the equation to help out with Weiwei, which means that Scout and Weiwei aren't going to have the best combo.
Very curious at why LNG are willing to go with the Nidalee, but we'll see if Weiwei can pull it off. Obviously, I know Nidalee himself. Obviously, spanning back all the way back to his Suning days. But I am looking at the second phase. We have a lot of ADCs banned away, a lot of high-profile ones potentially still being let through. I expect both this 2v2 matchup to be a little bit aggressive down there.
I wonder if LNG lock away the Ezreal. Ezreal could be a decent pick away because LNG currently don't have the best engage, currently don't have best way to catch out very mobile targets, so Ezreal could cause them a couple of issues whilst also remaining fairly lane dominant. Would leave open something like the Varus, but I feel like they can deal with that easier than something like the Ezreal. I guess the Callisto also long range can build towards the Edge of Night. That also fits it, but it does leave open the Ezreal.
Love to see it here, actually, as the Ezreal has been just rising super heavily through priority around the world, but also here. Love to see that one slinking on through. But the support matchup, the most important part here, feels like for Top Esports, is their save and counter pick for Mako.
And of course, we know how good Mako is at utilizing champions to both win lane and then also roam across the map and impact the game. Soup, LNG, they need some extra engage. They have very, very little of it right now. There's no Nautilus or Leona, though, so you're expecting, what, Rel, Alistar, one of the two. Rel's more consistent. You don't have to get in range for that headbutt. You have slightly longer range engage combo, slightly longer CC duration as well. It makes a lot of sense to go towards that Rel, which leaves Mako kind of obviously knowing what's going towards this. He can go towards the Alistar himself.
Gonna get some very interesting bot lanes as some serious damage potential between Gala and Jaculov, rightfully so. But it's truly looking like another game where we're gonna get some big team fights, brother. I'm kind of excited for it.
I love
both
it.
teams kind of opting for that strategy here so far.
So LNG, their composition is damn hard to play. You have limited lockdown, you have a load of damage, but nothing really to set up with it. They're also outranged by Zyra plants, by Tristana in late game, and then also Ezreal with his Q length as well. So LNG, they have upped the difficulty. We thought it might get more difficult because of Fearless. They don't have that Jace, they don't have the Ziggs or the Rumble, which looked really important to that composition. And Mako and the Alistar can hold the door shut to keep that range advantage at the hands of Top Esports. Feels like Mako can just shut that door. And then also now, because he's played that Braum to tie it with his most played of all time, Mako then overtakes that again with his Alistar, once again reclaiming his top spot for his career. Game 130 for Mako on the Alistar. Again, players have had whole careers which have lasted less than he's played on a single champion.
Let alone two of them. Crazy. No, it's really nice to see Mako kind of having a bit of a renaissance here, and especially in a series that maybe matters that much more against Scout, that man on your screen right there, a known compatriot, a world champion just like Mako, in the same team. And here now against each other. We're getting into game number 2, an important one here for LNG as they are scraping to try to catch up and beat RA. There's only one spot left to that Group A Ascend group in the Rumble stage here for Group C. It could be decided in these next couple games as we only have a couple left for both sides. Let's get into game number 2 here LNG versus Top Esports.
敌军还有30秒到达战场。
Love to see a little bit of. Oh, maybe this is why they were cheering. Kazika, he's gonna be in trouble up here. 99.
Do you have to have a reason to cheer nowadays? It's like yeah. He doesn't quite know how. Bloody careful! No!
Oh goodness, he's gonna counter strike away from it, trying to get the flash here. The rest of his team's coming up, but it's one more auto attack, and Jackie Love gets first blood instantly back to get that lane advantage down there.
He has less to be cheering about now. The back is going to be secured by 369, protects Jackalov in that case. That's really important because it means that Jackalov would have had to, well, he didn't have E or Flash. Potentially could have got caught out completely. Going to go back towards bot side. Has a tear already from first back. Oh, that's so sad for LNG. We said that the difficulty had gone up a notch in this game because they don't have a lot of their comfort champions. It's a hard composition to play as well. Giving over a first blood to Jackalov, who's presumably wanting to claw one back against that last game. That ain't it, Mazel. That ain't it.
I would agree, my friend. And I'm not going to lie. I mean, I expected this series to go to 3 all through and through. I expect Top Esports to be able to cleanly handle this game, or at least handle the game itself. Maybe not cleanly. But these two teams, especially the way the first game was so back and forth, I do expect to go the distance. And I think Top Esports definitely going to be happy with early game advantages. They have a very strong comp to play around that. Double marksman comp with the Zyra, who will be pushing the pace of the objectives, is huge.
Also, it's the Zyra with the Comet build. We've moved away from Dark Harvest, which I think was overplayed anyway on the Zyra. It means that you get to go towards Leandries plus Scorch plus Comet, with the Rylai's meaning that's very likely to hit the Comet as well. Very, very powerful against a very squishy lineup from LNG. Once you get up to Leandries plus something like the Sork Pen Boots as well, particularly since you have the Soul Magic damage on your team, TN could just take over the game. The Brand, he couldn't quite manage to do that in the last game. He got very, very close. Again, I think TN had a strong game in the last one after a difficult early game. I think the Zyra could take over.
Congratulations to 369, 500 games in the LPL now as well. Starting to earn a little bit of that veterancy, but been really cool to watch him back on Top Esports. He obviously showed the JDG emote off there, known for his time for about 2 years on JDG, but he was originally a Top Esports developmental project and spent a lot of time over here before he went to JDG, and now he's back home.
Maybe we should measure his career as like 4 Mako Alistairs, because it's about the same if he played that times over. It's crazy that we can count careers in Makos on that. There's a lot of veterancy on this team, over and over. Of course, 369, yeah, he was here during the golden era of Top Esports. It feels like Mako joining for potentially the start of something very special again for this roster. It's been a little while since Top Esports have been towards actual silverware, and this is something which the team had not grown accustomed to, but always been contending for. The fact that they're back there again, had a finals in spring, I'm sure that's been long overdue for many Top Esports fans out there. Tien got bot Scuttle, he's going to potentially double Scuttle here as well.
Yeah, Tien was very vocal about how long it had been since he'd been to internationals, how long it had been since he's seen the trophy, and very emotional about it. I think the way that things fall, it has been a long time since he's found lasting success, and in this little moment, he also doesn't find success in taking the Scuttle Crab. I don't know if it has anything to do with it, but a little bit of move towards top side for Weiwei is going to keep pressure up there at least.
Weiwei didn't have Flash. There was a real chance that Tien could double Scuttle there. This is a specialty of Tien where he does contest you on both sides of the river in the early game. A lot of junglers very happy to just go their own separate ways, meet up a little bit later, give over something in the early game. Some could construe this as greedy from Tien, but he's made it work so many times for him. I don't think that's apt. He's made it work because he knows he has lanes that can follow him. Heck, even against the likes of BLG in spring, they were taking early fights against them because Tien was rocking up the fights early and forcing BLG maybe into situations which they weren't prepared for back when they won that split in spring, of course. But Tien not going to quite get the leg over on Weiwei at this point, but still happy right now. Interesting to me, Tien's gone for the green jungle item, which gives you the shield. He isn't going for something like the Scorch Claw, which can give you a bit of extra burn damage. He's aware that he might be one of the people caught in the engage, and he wants to get a little bit of extra defenses on that regard.
Yeah, Zanya's, I'm sure, in his future as well. Try to buy a lot of time. Now, Dragon has Spawn. The Grubbies, they're on a timer, about 35 seconds out. Both junglers heading down towards this bottom side, though it might lean towards the dragon fight for the first one.
With bot side control for top esports, you expect them to be the ones to have the first crack at that objective. Grub's going to spawn in 20 seconds. If top esports manage to get any decent information on Weiwei, then we'll see whether they want to contest again. Of course, last game, LNG were the team which took both the early objectives, very much against what we had expected from the first 4 series from both of these teams and across the full LPL as well. Not many teams contest it, and if they are, they're probably called top esports. TN is not going to go towards the dragon. Again, saying, okay, I can take Grubs really quickly. I'm an AP farming jungler, has the Fated Ashes, goes towards top side instead, but Weiwei will be contesting.
Weiwei was pathing down towards bot side, but immediately as soon as Tien showed in mid lane, he wanted to come contest. Looking for a little bit of poke with the spears. Mid lane priority is super important. Cream maybe caught looking over at that fight over there. Needs to be careful. Scout wants the kill here. He's looking for one more. He gets the flash out of Cream. Oh.
We did see that Zucker hit level 6 and Tien was contesting for those grubs. So, Cream blows the flash. Somehow Tien gets away without using his flash. And because the ults were traded and the flash from Zucker as well. So Tien knew that at least 369 could come to help. Even if Cream has been honestly outlaned by Scout. Scout has been doing a fantastic job of keeping Cream to an account. And of course, Scout, he's a player which has a lot of eyes on him from his performance in 2023. But he hasn't quite been able to match that one. Feels like Scout has really come to play, though, in this series alone. Can he come back to help this grub take, though?
Again, skillfully taking that second grub. We'll be able to get the third. Weiwei under vision that entire time and unable to get help from Zika from the top side as well. So that'll be some really nice objective control so far from top esports. And because Dragon didn't get traded early, you can get a bot side clear going for Tien now, full clearing down towards that next one.
Yeah, and you might think, yes, Zyra, she'll be delayed on heading towards bot side. She has camps to take. No, there are in fact no camps to take. There is a light stroll through the jungle. He'll get down there in about, 40 seconds or so. He'll be completely happy to do that one. Weiwei might just be looking to contend with this, though.
You might be one with the plants in the jungle, but I am the apex predator, says Weiwei on the Cougar. Trying to find the spear on Tien, but trying also to contest over this red. It's actually going to be stolen away by Weiwei. Gets the better of him. Now Scout coming over with the Valkyrie, going for the damage. He's got the burst, and that's huge. Tien flashing out. Cream going for the rocket jump. He can't get the resets off just yet, but he's trying to go for the damage here. Tien can't do much more about it, and Weiwei steals away the big raptor.
Okay, so Weiwei manages to disrupt that clear a little bit. This is how you're meant to play the Nidalee. You have to get into the enemy jungle, not just wait until you get one item or something. Then your power spike is largely left. Picture is what was happening while the mid lane the mid lane flash was being blown. See that there's a flash forward for a stun and the ult, but 369 really helping out Tien on the top side, helps him survive this aggressive play, and then also helps him on the grubs just beyond that. 369, very much a team player up there and helps him on that one. But Weiwei is still managing to contest across the map, so it's not completely one-sided so far.
We'll check in where gold is and how the map is falling so far. LNG, definitely the ones that need to be proactive. I know you talked in draft about their difficulty of execution on their composition, but if they're ahead, it gets a little bit easier to do so. They aren't ahead because on the other side for top esports, they've been able to play around some of the advantages that LNG thought they had, but it's more so this bottom side that's going to be pretty strong so far, at least.
I think one of the things which LNG will really need to do is look to Scout in the mid lane again. Of course, he had a pretty damn good game number 1. Managed to control that Jace versus Yone matchup on the Corki. Once again, stacks up a wave, gets into Port River first. They get the Scuttle, probably. Weiwei does have smite, so that should come through. They're not going to be able to stick in River for a full Dragon contest. Very hard to stand against the Dragon wall on blue side because you'd just be pinned against the wall for top esports to rain down Hellfire on them. With, again, long-range champions that they have. So LNG take the Scuttle, they get out, but Dragon's still not started from top esports just yet.
It's going to be a late one. I honestly wonder if we're going to get it at all here. Almost 10 minutes in, and the Dragon hasn't been taken. But top esports moving in for turret plates on bottom side. Jackie Love is going to arcane shift his way out of that one.
He just stands still.
Yeah.
He just stands still. Oh, wow. Doesn't
and the
even have to
thumbs
blow the
up
flash or the
too.
cleanse.
Oh, no.
Oh, that is some disrespect. Hung so close to landing the CC. Realistically, I think it just would have been a cleanse out anyway. Would have been nice to get that one. Now you don't even get a chunk onto the Ezreal, which means that you're playing against full HP top esports members as they start up the Dragon finally.
I will say this is multiple times that Scout has had first move out of mid. I don't know if it's going to matter this time. The Magnustorm trying to dissuade the damage on the Weiwei. Max range spear takes the life of Tien. Hung is going to join him straight away as Cream now jumping his way to victory. Gala lightning crashes in the middle of Mako, and Mako just locks him down. A double kill goes over to Cream, but it's immediately returned onto by Scout. Bodies are falling, but it's all in favor of Top Esports.
Yeah, Top Esports are the only team in the LPL that consistently contest you on all of these early objectives, and they do have the team fighting and laning prowess to get the leg up in them. They have the better entrance to that fight, and LNG, they do walk away with a couple of kills. They end up just about shutting down Tien and Cream, but it gets really, really close. This is what we're saying about blue side being hard to contest Dragon for. You have to stand against this wall. It puts you in real danger. Tien gets a great combo here. Doesn't quite position his ult right to catch Weiwei. If he did flash away, I think he could have positioned it over the wall slightly too, but he ends up going down as well from the max range spear beyond that point. Weiwei's pretty much still out of the fight though. Cream jumps forwards, knows he can take the initial 1v2, can't quite though get away from that last rocket.
Yeah, he kind of jumped into melee range of a Cougar, and they got claws. I'm just going to say that
well, he
right
didn't
now.
turn his back on them.
He did turn his back, but I don't know if that means you just run straight up to a Cougar and say, hi, how you doing?
Yeah,
just gonna
instructions
say-
unclear. Melee range of Nidalee.
I was a zookeeper. I know these things. I promise. Although I will say I've never been mauled by a cougar. I don't know how that was. Maybe we can ask.
Yeah, I would imagine that would be. You only really normally get to do that once.
We can
then
ask
you
Cream
kind of
how
done.
it feels. But
Should have asked
anyways,
that in an interview.
yeah, I know, right? I think some item spikes coming across are important to highlight, though. Leandri's completed for Tien. It could set up for some big objective takes, but also Jackie Love has that Trinity Force and is looking for more plates on bottom side. They've already taken 3 of them down here, and he's got the poke damage to keep Gala at bay.
I mean, the Spectator and our focus has largely been on what's happened with the early objectives in the jungle, which has ended up being quite even. While that has happened, Jackulov has torn Gala and hung a new one in bot side and is currently over 1,000 gold ahead. Also benefiting from that early skirmish as well. See those stats on the bottom of the screen? They're nice numbers. I can't read Mandarin, but they're nice numbers, and I can already tell he's going to be a bit of an issue. Already at that early power spike, had that early first blood as well to keep stacking up the tier. His 2-item spike is going to be ridiculously strong. He won't have to sit on the unupgraded Manamune. He can go straight towards that Muramana. Pretty much on completion. It's going to be very quick off the board.
Hey, 13-minute dragon. Let's go. First dragon of the game gets taken by Top Esports, and we still have about a minute till the Rift Herald spawns. The timer really important on that because I think some stacking for Top Esports could be the name of the game. But we've got to redeploy out onto the map here with the duo of Gala and Hung moving out together.
I can see that Gala is... They opened up towards top side, and they kind of came out of the base towards there. Gala wasn't quite sure where he was going to be going afterwards. He's now just going to pick up wave in mid lane. Cream, you're going to see some of his vision. He had 2 pink wards, 1 on either side of him. Some of that's going to disappear now, but he still gets that wave push in. LNG did take the second spawn of Grubs. I think LNG have done a really good job of contesting a little bit in terms of top esports. Really just showing you the finger and say, come and take one of these objectives. They did just about with some of those early skirmishes. Managed to get those 3 early grubs. See if they can contest for that Herald as well. Can be very, very important given the leads which are already being built up by Top Esports, particularly in that AD carry role. 2,000 gold up. If he gets a Herald behind him too, Jackulov might just shred through a tower and take over the game with a 2-item spike.
And he's been having a heck of a split, but also just a heck of a time on Top Esports. We talked earlier about Mako finally being a true veteran support added to Jackie Love, but he has consistently been one of the most consistent ADCs, I feel like, in our league. Has now Hung and go for the catch out on 369, but he is Cassante. Scout does a lot of damage, but it's not going to be enough. Another turret falls to Top Esports, and Gala in some trouble in mid lane too.
Yeah, he has ult. Gala can't stay here. Jackulov, 2,000 individual gold lead. 2-0-2, benefiting from that level 1 first blood as well. Has really not let up on the accelerator. Gala forced back. Gala, MVP of game 1, doesn't have the zigs anymore and has to watch Jackulov completely run over this game. Does get that tower down. Herald's going to charge into mid lane in it. There's no response here from LNG either. No one's moving towards it. Scout's coming through, but they're going to lose most HP even on the inner turret.
Almost losing a tier 2 there is huge, and Jackie Love, a known name, a known staple. Huge time on IG to bring a championship to the LPL, but on Top Esports, again, he has been the pillar of this team since he came over 4 years ago from IG. Much like a lot of the other players that we were talking about so much and turning their tails and writing new ones, he is also doing so as TN makes it out like a bandit here in the top side with his Baron-powered recall.
Yeah, he gets the, so when you take a Herald, you get 1 empowered recall to use. So he uses that right there after, again, as you're saying, sweeping through the top side of the jungle. Need to really pay attention now. Early game, great contest by LNG to make sure the Nidalee was useful in shutting down the Zyra. And Weiwei, we talked about him, even from his time back on Suning. Been a really good aggressive jungler. I loved him as the full build Poppy, hit level 3, go run rampant across the map. Of course, this Nidalee is also a champion to be respected too, but it is a hard champion to play all the same. He's slightly ahead in gold. Is every chance you lose track of 1 quadrant of your jungle, TN immediately clears that away, that evens up, and the Zyra becomes so much more impactful than you in team fights. So LNG, they're grouping up with this jungle support. They need to find something, otherwise the Nidalee is going to get less and less useful.
Yeah, and honestly, for Top Esports, you just stick your bodies in there. 369 and Mako can lead the charge, get TN in there, and then you're just making sure Jackie Love and Cream are going to be safe and sound in any way, shape, or form. They are the damage dealers, and TN will subtly be lifting everybody up, especially with the Stranglethorns. Maybe not so subtly. Top lane could be the play here as 369 and the rest of Top Esports are collapsing onto Zika. Spear hits, though, so they do know that Weiwei is prowling.
And Weiwei tried his best to get into topside jungle again there, but just can't quite get everything that he wants. Tian has been very, very good at being in the place on the map where he needs to be. He's not been lazy or slow to parts of the jungle which he needs to be in. Scout him forward.
Cream's in a lot of trouble. Weiwei gonna try to hit the spear, can't do it. Doesn't get the increased pounce distance there.
And now we get ourselves a bit of a side lane state of affairs. You can see that Scout still been doing quite well in regards to the trading between him and Cream. I do think that Scout has laned better than Cream so far. Just feels like Cream on the Tristana at 2 items will still be able to give so much value to a team fight. 369 left alone on top side.
I like the instant flash from 369, just realizing there could be a lot of hurt coming my way. I need to get out of this engagement before the counter-strike comes out.
369 has to blow that flash. This is one of the specialties of LNG, or it has been in the past. Scout going with a tower-killing champion, and AD carries do classify as that, into a side lane and just getting gold from out of turrets. And then once he gets that gold, he can start going into team fights with big item breakpoints. He's not got an individual lead over Cream, though, so it's not going to be as easy to play towards that. And also, while he's teleporting towards topside, Top Esports, they're not going to get traded 5-for-1 in turrets again, folks. They do immediately respond with that inner turret, and the inner turret a bit late as well. They are absolutely balling here. I mean, Draculov's got his 2 item spike in 18 minutes. Like, they can push out whatever they want. They
are pumping, as well as Cream having his Navori Flicker Blade there, too, completed. Dragon, number 2, straight to Top Esports, and this is much more the controlled, efficient Top Esports that we were expecting tonight.
And they are just starting to take off with the right breakpoints now. Cream walking into topside jungle. He's alone. He can't go too aggressive. He might do anyway. He is Cream. We've known him to do a couple of melee range jumps. Shout out to that Kai'Sa game versus Top Esports when he was on OMG. But
also
hey,
this game.
Yeah, also this game. We will see, hopefully, if that works out or not. It was something that Joe and I were having a joke about on one of the last casts in terms of what Cream could learn from this organization, in terms of him being the rookie compared to the others. He's not a full rookie, right? But he's still definitely not someone with the veterancy of the other members on Top Esports. So we're thinking, oh, maybe he'll learn how to be more clinical with the way he dives in and not dive in and die. And then, Munch sits there and goes, well, he does have Jackie-Love on his team, so I don't know.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah. Maybe not the role models you want if that's the idea you want to go for, but, hey, sometimes you got to hang with the best of them, and he is definitely hanging with some of the best that we have in the LPL, surrounded by stars, but able to be a star of his own, especially in this game. Had a little bit easier of a time against Scout than he did in that first one.
I think it really helps with the fact that Tian has been so ever-present across the map. The Zyra just about holding even with the Nidalee, briefly got into a gold advantage. Really growing fast on this plant lady. The Baron is alive. He hasn't sat around long enough for his passive spawns to get enough the seeds down. You need about 4 or 5 down there to be really rushing it down. Of course, Really, really powerful when you have all of those plants in position. Of course, you can refresh them and get the extra damage with your ultimate too. Very, very powerful to see whether those plants can show exactly what they can do. They take the Scuttle Crab. LNG do still need to be careful. They can't let this go for vision. Even though it might not be on spawn, they can't let them sit there.
Jesus. Jackie Love
HP,
just
by the way.
point blank arcane shifted it away. Probably scared the bejeebus
okay.
out of him. And
So
here
now
we
he's
go.
sat here. He's sat here getting his passive spawns. There's no vision on this. There are blue pings. They're going towards top side, but TEN could just go back towards that Baron at any point. LNG are in a very difficult spot now. They can't let this go off vision too long, and it is.
They actually walked away early from the setup around this, but then there was a ton of pings as Weiwei was coming out of base to try to get over here and position around it. Meanwhile, side lane, they do have TPs, but the side lane turret falls. The dance around Baron continues.
Well, that's 4 of your plants there. You can see that TM using 1 charge of his W just to make sure that the cooldown's coming through onto the Baron, keeping 1 in backdrop there. They're trying to push them out of river, and they will. They'll be able to clear through the seeds, so Top East was not able to get away with that rush Baron.
They stopped the Zyra play here, but Top Esports know they can just continuously pressure this. 2.5 items on Jackie Love. He is ridiculously strong right now as well.
Yeah, so they managed to clear out the seeds. You just have to walk over them and it clears them. Of course, if you manage to cast a spell on them before you walk over them, then there's a lot of angry plants there. But they do stop that all the same. Tian trying to make himself look like bamboo, the world's fastest growing plant. Grows apparently 1.5 inches an hour. You can actually see it growing over a time lapse of a day. Tian trying to emulate that a little bit and try and get himself a good amount of growth around the Baron pit, but it has been stopped so far.
Ever the green thumb, it seems, for Top Esports, as Weiwei just gets completely solo killed by Cream. He didn't expect that damage, and that's right to the Baron now. Top Esports, this one's so free.
And they don't even need all the seeds this time. The jungler's dead. There's no smite. LNG knew that was a threat. They try and look for a counterplay.
He's so tanky, and he's Cassante. What are you going to do? Walk at him? No, he's just going to walk away from you. They do lose that tier 2 outer tower there, at least, or the tier 3, but it is pity prizes, it feels like, at this point.
I mean, they get a turret. It's nice enough, but the problem is, LNG, what did we say? Hard comp to play. Hard to play from behind, and the Nidalee becomes less and less valuable as the game goes on compared to the Zyra. Really feels now like Top Esports with that Baron, they're able to open back up onto the map. There's a Dragon coming up in a minute. They can push out multiple lanes. They have teleport on 369 if they want him onto the other side of the map as well, and they can just keep making plays like this. Scout's trying to save the waves. Might have died for it.
He literally just walked out here and immediately has to turn tail and run away, but 369's not going to let him. He gets the early flash out, and the Q3 is not going to hit.
So Scout has to back away from bot lane, tries to sort out the waves before the Baron buff becomes a real problem. Can't quite manage to do it. At least pushes in one wave on bot side, but at the cost of a flash, you start wondering how valuable that really was. Scout trying to make the best of things in a side lane. Now very far behind Cream. We were just saying that Scout getting the better of him in a lot of individual trades, but Cream now 1,000, almost 1,500 gold up on his opposing number. Top East was very calmly playing open this game. LNG, great game from game 1. It went towards late game. I don't think they're reaching it this time.
5,000 gold up makes it very difficult, especially with Jackie Love's advantages. We're going to be very close to third items for both Cream and Jackie Love here as well. So very difficult to play around. And a third dragon all of a sudden taken by Top Esports because TN can just do that.
Yeah, welcome to Zyra again. This champion is very, very quick at killing things. You can see that. Understand why it's come up to priority within the LPL. It is one of our weirdly priority junglers. We saw some videos of it around the place going, hey, this champion clears really fast in jungle. Do you think there's something we can do here in pro? The answer is yes. We have found that out very comprehensively here. Now, as they push in, Zuka has the flank. This might be their chance to break the chokehold.
Trying to get the deep flank here. Hong's already half health. Zika gonna show here. Top Esports realize they need to exit out of top if they are going to. They are already getting a tier 2 up there with 369. And Top Esports now move over on Zika, who literally walked all the way across the map, only to leap strike his way out of that one. And the siege is going to continue. 2 lanes to press here for Top Esports, and the Baron's still up for 40 seconds.
Jackie Love eating forwards because he can. He has flash, he has cleanse, he can get poked down, they can get damage on towers. Here goes Mako
with the double headbutt pulverized there. Gonna get the Stranglethorns underneath as well to set up the kill for Jackie Love. And it looks like it's just a matter of time here. Top Esports didn't take too kindly to that bloody lip from game number 1. And they're putting the pain on LNG.
We did say LNG, it's a harder draft. They didn't have the comfort champions from game one, and they have looked very, very uncomfortable against top esports, and they're overwhelming aggression and pressure across the map. They're pushing in like an unending flood right now.
Top Esports, top of the group here in Group C. And LNG trying to catch that second seed out of here, the second ticket out of Group C to Group A in the next round. But it's Top Esports going to make them work for it here, and time again. They had a 2-0 the first time around in this double round robin, but this time they will also have to have a little bit more strength here. Zika has some fighting left in him. Gala getting a little low. 369 knocked back into him. The pulverize is there. Nice little crash down from Hung. You still got Jackie Love doing work though. Jackie Love getting flashed off by Zika. He's still living and he's still pumping. Cool as a cucumber goes Top Esports, and we're going to game 3.
They finally remembered to hit the Nexus. They take a couple of champions down with them. Top Esports bring us to game 3. They would have really liked this to be a clean 2-0, but LNG have demanded a third game after that slugfest. Just before this in game 1, Top Esports, they have lost their unblemished record. They have lost a single best of 1, but they will, hopefully for them, try and pick up the whole series in front of LNG's home crowd.
What a way to do it as well. It was all the Jackie Love show. Cream having a lot more consistent of a performance, but man, TN, again, continues to add to the repertoire that this split has been one of the best of his careers. And I know we got to see a lot of really awesome stuff from Top Esports, from TN last split, but it's been really nice to see the level up here in summer. Now we'll have to see what a game 3 has in store for us, and I couldn't be more excited as we step away for a little break. And here we are with our culmination of week 3 and our culmination of this second series of the night. Of course, we go the distance between LNG and Top Esports here in the LPL Summer Split. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Nymera, of course. We're getting into another series, another game. And let's go ahead and take a look at what that last game had for us, because it was a Top Esports that woke up, Nymera.
Last gold graph was all over the place. This one was only ever really going in one direction. LNG kept things close for a decent amount of time. I think that Weiwei contested Tien fairly well across early objectives and into his enemy jungle. There was a good point on the second, third clear-ish where he managed to take away a couple of camps, but that was basically kind of it from LNG. Things didn't really work out that well for them outside of, a bit of good lane trading from Scout, and particularly Jaculov on the Ezreal made this game so hard for LNG. Took first blood at level 1 very easily, came back to lane with a tier, didn't have to get himself the early back that the Ezreal normally has to, stayed at lane, crushed Gala. Gala MVP of game 1, got to do very little damage, and Jaculov walked away completely locking out one lane from the game, while Tien run rampant through the jungle on the Zyra as well, which is another unique champion for his, by the way. So he's got himself, champion number 9 or something? It's up there.
It is indeed 9. Your math was correct. I like it.
Yay. I like
it truly was an LNG that didn't feel like they could do much in the game, and Jaculov deservedly getting the MVP, his first of the split.
That's insane.
Insanity. But then you look at the stars all around him and you wonder, or maybe not wonder as much why. It is really just about how they use that pressure in bot lane to just snowball completely.
Yeah, most of the time, the camera was following what was happening with the Nidalee and the Zyra, which is a fun matchup, and there was a lot of interesting stuff there. But yeah, the game happened off camera. The game happened when Jaculov had the 2,000 individual gold lead just through laning phase and first blood. It was absolutely ridiculous how they managed to lock down that bottom half of the map. We saw a lot of these early contests. Jaculov walks away with a load of damage and load of gold after this too. This is after he'd already gotten so much of bot side control. It was a fun early game. It was definitely Top Esports' favor, but it was a fun early game where LNG did turn up to fight, tried to scrap through the winning mid lane that they had. Scout managed to do some good early trades, but felt like it didn't manage to lock out Cream and Jaculov enough for them to do things like this later and later on into the game.
And again, giving Cream the Tristan, I feel like was a mistake in the first place, just letting that one through. But I'll give so much praise to Mako. As you see time and time again on a lot of these replays, yes, Jaculov is there to deliver the damage, some really important arcane shifts forward, but Mako on the Alistar was absolutely setting up for the team, and that's what a veteran support, that's what a support at the caliber of Mako that he's playing at right now makes.
That's clever. Makes Mako. Yeah, that's a good one. But yeah. The Alistar, the Braum, we've had a real return to classics for him on the support. His most played champions of all time, the Braum, 130 games. The Alistar, 130 games as well now, 131. It's a lot. Look, turns out when you get that many, it's quite hard to keep track of all of them, but all the same, he has been such a huge pickup for this organization, for this roster. It's taken what has been a good team from 2023 and some of the key pieces, and kind of by fitting these other pieces around, bringing back 369, bringing in Mako, they are genuinely an elite team again, which can contend for silverware, for LPL titles, go to internationals and try their luck there as well. If they can keep this form together, I'm so excited to see what they can do. My worry is what happens when they come down to a couple of the top team versus top team pressure matchups in the next round and then into playoffs beyond that point. That's where I think we learn a lot more about this team rather than the group stage, which they have been very comfortable in.
Yeah, and again, that test is going to be super important because we have seen Top Esports just kind of hand stiff people. We saw a lot of that in that last game, but I think it really is going to come down to if they can keep this consistent, which I do believe they can. Also, speaking of consistency's sake, number 500 for old 369 up there is going to be a dub, so that's pretty huge. But in the end, I think we have to kind of zone back into what this series has been. It's been Top Esports' first game loss of the split, but now we're going all the way to a game 3 where they need to kind of cross T's, dot I's, wrap it up in a bow and finish it off, or LNG might upset them and continue to try to make that march towards a second place here in the group.
LNG don't have a lot of the powerful champions that they love to use for this third game. That is one of the dangerous parts of Fearless Draft. Game 1, I think the Rumble, the Ziggs, the Sejuani, the Jace, Heck, even the Leona. I think Game 1 had maybe the most comfortable champions for each of those players across maybe 4 of the roles. 3, maybe. But it's a lot. And I feel like they can't construct another composition like that again with all of those picks gone. They don't have the magic damage in top lane, in the AD carry role, which doesn't mean it means they can't play towards the bruiser, then the AD carry mid, which potentially could see them through to a better series result again. I didn't like that Nidalee from Weiwei, so I suppose having that off the table means that maybe they can go towards something a bit more consistent in that jungle. Maybe we can see an AP carry out of him.
Well, we get into draft for game number 3. Fearless means that all those picks underneath the teams are not available to their side, so that means 30 total bans at the end of this drafting and ban phase. Now, Top Esports on the blue side, they ban away the Yone, the Tristana, the Nautilus. Some big picks that are left open. You always have to think about the chess that has been played up to this point. What big picks are still open? The Rumble, Senna are the targets for LNG so far.
The Senna is important because the Senna allows you to play different kinds of supports if you want to. We've already had the Leona, the Rel, the Braum, and the Alistar played by each of these 2 teams. Now, they can pick stuff that the enemy team has played, which is why you'll see some of the champions at the bottom appearing again in the ban list, because if you ban something that you've played, you only ban it for the enemy team. You couldn't play it anyway. The Senna being off the table, but the Leona being up means that Top Esports maybe want to go towards that one. That could potentially be very powerful for them. They can't play the Tristana. They could play the Corki as well if they wanted to.
Something that snuck up the other day as well. I'd be very curious, but I also want to return to a conversation we kind of fluttered around, and it was the mid lane that is taking a lot of onus in this series. It is the Renekton first pick here, but I think there's still a lot of options left on the table for Scout and Cream going forward.
Oh, yeah, I don't know about that one. Maybe that's saying, haha, you are going to play Skarner, and we think Renekton beats Skarner. We've seen a lot of Renekton into bruisery, tanky matchups, and it's been okay. I suppose with Nidalee gone as well, it loses even more power. I mean, yeah, the Skarner's fine into the Renekton.
100%.
Normally, I don't mind the Renekton. If you're playing a champion that needs top lane prior or has a really good connection with the Renekton, you could go towards Talia jungle, go towards Renekton Talia. That combo's not as good as it used to be in the days of old, though. I don't love it, Mazel. Not gonna lie.
You heard that here, chat. Chimera not entertained. I will just say, though, it is 369's most played champion by far, so at least he gets a little bit of leeway
Look,
there.
I don't doubt he has the ability to play the champion. I just don't know why it's first pick.
Well,
why?
again, I said at the beginning of the day, so many teams think they have the answer to Skarner, and so many teams come up with a bug sitting on top of their chest. I'm just saying the Lee Sin, though, for Weiwei will be a big unlocking potential for LNG. I expect a lot of CC and a lot of chaining available to Top Esports to be picked up, and the starting of that is the Leona immediately locked in with the Corki, too.
So, Top Esports have a decent first round in regards to one thing. The magic damage they can lock in can still be an AP carry jungle. It can still be the Ziggs in bot lane as well. Very, very good alongside that Leona. So they have options to both of that. Of course, they didn't play the Ziggs. They can still play it. LNG, we said that they wanted to potentially look for a different style of mid jungle. We saw they did really well on the AD mid and jungle between the Sejuani, or rather like the tank jungle, and then of course Scout on that Jace. They need to go for that magic damage in the mid lane. Scout obviously a very historic player of this champion. He's had some duff games on this in summer though. I think he's been struggling to play out some of those flanks, so we need to see a step up from him and the rest of the team enabling him to do that as we get through into the second round of bans and see how this will finish off. The Ziggs, which we highlighted earlier for Top East, was immediately taken away.
Yeah, and it also signals that LNG are maybe going for a little bit of a different playstyle here. Some side lane pressure from Scout could actually be really huge if they can get an unlocking potential out there. But the Braum is the first ban in the second phase by Top Esports, so trying to target Hung a little bit, and those engaged supports, which I'm sure will be coming to try to answer into the Leona.
Not many things give Leona problems in laning phase. Braum's one of them. So you take away from that to allow Top Esports to be unlocked a little bit more towards the bot side. The Talia's taken away. We did say that Tien potentially could play that towards the Renekton Talia combo in the top side, so that's gone. You're now looking back towards stuff like his Karthus. He can't play the Brand, of course. That's already gone. Again, we have to keep track of these things too. Sometimes it trips us up. But we're still looking again for that elusive magic damage somewhere in the roster. You can't go full AD into a Skarner. That is how you lose League of Legends, folks.
Gets a lot of health, and then he just smacks you upside the head. The Alistar actually banned away against Hung this time around, so I like that decision from Top Esports, just fully putting that priority on the supportive role down there for LNG.
What engage is left to support? You don't have Alistair, Braum. Braum's not really the engage. You don't
Blitzcrank.
have Nautilus, Rel, or Leona. You might actually be heading towards something at that point. Okay, the Ashe is up, so that allows you to play engage towards that AD carry. So the engage supports are kind of thin on the ground. They skip out on the Ashe. Okay, the Rakan has fallen down in priority, can still, of course, go in and be a big engage champion. Less tanky than all of the other engage supports, though, which can be a problem with stuff like the Leona Rakan pinning you in place with such high amounts of CC. You're not as tanky as something like a Leona, of course, on the other side of the rift to survive that kind of a confrontation.
I'm surprised the Ashe didn't get locked in there. Still a huge pick, but here is a classic. The man has a skin on it himself. Jackie Love locks in the Kai'Sa.
And the Kai'Sa, of course, can go towards some magic damage themselves. Likely going to see something like the Shiv Rage Blade into the Nash's Tooth. Can be very, very powerful to give you some magic damage on your team. The Maokai can also go Liandry's into the Warmogs. It will also give you some extra engage, which can help you to arrange the fight and help the Kai'Sa get some marks on there as well. It's a little bit different from what we've seen before. It will also be a doubled up champion for Tian. He's played 2 champions now, which he's played before, breaking his streak of unique champions.
Hey, they did it. They locked it in the same order that the picture is there. But the Xayah is locked in as an answer here. Gala going to be very happy with that matchup, it feels like, here with the Lovers duo down there. But as the chess pieces fall, how do we feel like a Game 3 Fearless has panned out for both sides? I feel like we have a lot of power picks that have made it through all the way to Game 3.
Well, it's a fairly low-range composition from Top Esports, which does mean that Xayah can potentially arrange their feathers to punish the Leona, Maokai, Diving Corki, and the Renekton into that huge amount of damage with that feather call-up. Maybe that could work out. It's kind of hard to get there, though. The engage is really easy to pull from Top Esports. Leona, Maokai, they make your game so easy to play around team fights. The R button's so strong at this level of play. I was worried about that Renekton. I think that will still have some issues to play with, but I need to see LNG force that tempo forwards in regards to those big plays from the LeBlanc and the Lee Sin. They need to get off the ground early.
It's all about Weiwei and Scout, as you said. That early proactivity going to be the name of the game. If they aren't snowballing, it's going to be that much more difficult to utilize some of the side lane pressure that Scout can have on this LeBlanc. We've seen LNG do it before, and they did it pretty cleanly. A couple slip-ups there in that first game, but they made Top Esports bleed. They were not very happy about that, and they came back, smacked them right upside the head in game number 2. Now we culminate in game number 3 with Top Esports already assuredly in that top group of the next stage, and LNG still fighting tooth and nail for the second and only available spot in Group C. We're in LNG's home arena of Suzhou, and it looks like we're going to take a little bit of time to get back into the game. So it's a lot of tension in a Game 3 that matters for LNG so much.
Yeah, a reminder, folks, the fact that they've taken a game definitely buoys the hopes of LNG, but currently they are behind a series score to Rare Atom, even if they're ahead in game score. LNG sat at 2-2 before the conclusion of the series in series, and +1 on their game score. Rare Atom, they're at 3-2, but dead even, +0 on their game score. So if they win today, they would leapfrog Rare Atom to get towards that second spot. There is still a series left to play after that point for either of those teams. There is maneuverability in that, but this would be a step forward for LNG, and a needed one.
We get down to the nitty-gritty now. Those Jaios ring out loud, but it's all about the tense pressure that is on this Game 3. It's all about Tien on the Maokai, really trying to facilitate for the rest of the team and try to block the advances of Weiwei here.
Weiwei on that Lee Sin. Guys, it's a little strange looking at the new Lee Sin skins because they've changed the silhouette quite a lot with the ASU to make his ponytail more part of his silhouette. I'm just not quite, particularly on Pool Party Lee Sin. It's weird that he's not bald anymore, Mazel. I sit there like, why has he got hair? That wasn't there before. It confuses me still, just a little bit.
A little shout out to Scout before we get to it. He's rocking the IG skin for LeBlanc. I love to see it. A little bit of mind games going there. I can't tell the little pods on the wings. I can't tell if that's Jackie Love's skin or not, but we'll find out shortly.
It is.
I believe it is, and he's taking it a little bit serious. Now Scout needs to take it a little bit more serious as he's burning. He's going to burn the flash there, so everything utilized and Scout leaves worse for wear.
Ah, maybe Jacqueline
Maybe
took
shouldn't
offense
have taken that
You went
skin.
on- you- That's not your skin. Give it back. Give it back to Rookie. Scout, burning that flash early on in a lane which is double first strike. Typically, they're not very lane dominant, but you lose a bit of your laning power, losing that flash as well. I didn't see if you popped the pot. That could be another big thing as well. Scout manages to get the first strike and trade it for none on the side of Cream, but still, need to see how this laning phase goes. Scout largely winning the first ones before that.
Get the trade early in bot side. Scout doesn't have flash anymore, doesn't have any tools really available to him, but just trying to stack up some gold if he possibly can. I do want to check in on the jungle pathing of both these guys because we have a little bit of vision game being played. It was also, again, one of those unique starts, I guess, by Weiwei as he started the Wolves and moving over.
You can see that Weiwei will be going from bot to top. One of the bonuses of that for Lee Sin is that you get to keep your red buff for a little longer. If you use your red buff as your first buff, you end up using a lot of it on your clear. Lee said, yeah, it helps him with the clear because he's auto-attacking so much, but also you want that to kill people. You want that to kill champions, so it helps kind of finishing that off as your second buff beyond that point. Need to see if he can combo up with Scout in this mid lane. Cream has the push. That does mean he will be at the mercy of a chain over the hopped wave, though. Not being able to flash chain does affect this laning phase quite a lot, though. It's one of the ways that you can force Corki into very bad situations. Level 3 hit by Scout and Weiwei. If the red buff comes through and he isn't spotted on a ward, we'll maybe see Cream be forced to flash and return.
And when do you exactly expect, or maybe not exactly, but Weiwei and Scout to really start combining? Is it going to be that level 6 mark where Weiwei can find a big Dragon Rage kick?
Right now, with red buff and a chain beyond the wave as Cream pushes in the wave, there is a real chance of that. The ward's gone down. We need to see what happens in that mid lane.
Yeah, we'll see. He's clearing red right now. Going to try to go for the full clear potentially. There is a couple pings there, but just going straight to the Krugs. And we look at some of the priority gained by Jackie Love and Mako, who themselves had an incredible game in game number 2. Going to have a little bit of the shadow of TN down there.
Weiwei has that red buff. As we said, allows him to have that for more fighting. 369 has flash, leveled down, has rage though, so Weiwei not going to go towards that one. And also we see because Weiwei just got spotted on a ward towards top side, Cream feels like he can go for a hard trade in mid lane. Scout no teleport to reset the lane either. I feel like Weiwei maybe could have gone for a bit of a window of opportunity onto mid lane. Can't quite get that done. Now bot side is fighting.
God, the plasma stacks go so quickly with this combo. Hung takes almost half his health in damage just from that little trade.
So that's Yen in mid lane now as well. Remember, no flash. Jumping forward is Cream.
Scout's in a lot of trouble.
Trade.
Scout's in trouble. Scout's down. First blood at top
the Q
esports, and Cream is out of there. Look at that little corgi fly, baby. Top esports strike well.
Weiwei misses the window to get the clean gank on mid lane and misses the Q as Cream flashes away. It's a kill, solo kill. So Corki in the mid lane as Cream
Zika, you're in trouble, bro. He's going to get Ixtal's impact with the flash, but it's 369 that cleans him up with the spin. Huge stuff now, and we're getting tussles all over the place, Chimera.
Solo kills in both mid lane and at top lane. Cream at 369, not leaving anything to be desired in those ones. Scout really shut down early. There's a Cull and a Null Magic Mantle onto Cream now as well, who's happy to just keep farming up in lane, keep pushing in, and we just said, you know, when should Weiwei and Scout keep teaming up? Well, you have the chain, you have the wave pushed in. It should have been super early, but because they can't shut down the Corki, he can just keep forwards, pushing in the wave, and Scout can't do that much about it.
We're going to take a look back at that one. Scout and Creed play with their lives on the line here.
Yeah, Weiwei gets into the lane, but he's still getting Gatling gun down as Weiwei comes over the wall. Q flash away, and of course goes straight up towards that solo kill in the top side as well. 369 full rage, gets himself the empowered Q, levels up off of that, and then Zucker is like, hang on a second, Redactor's got a lot more damage than I think. Gets the kill.
I love that 369 just flashes into it to be carried off to a kill. It's like, hey, buddy, you're going to give me some gold. We did just get level 6 for Cream as well, so some of that poke from the Siege is going to be even more difficult to deal with. Zenith Blade not going to connect, but we have Dragon on the table with a group of grubbies spawning on the other side. We'll see if the trade is going to initiate, but like you said, Top Esports willing to contest over them.
Level 6 hit by Scout, but blowing that flash, not being able to combo up with Weiwei early enough, has set Cream up for a huge advantage. Cream is going to be in such a good spot this game. You see that Scout Struggling to even farm under the wave, under the tower. Now LeBlanc did get a change where she gets a partial refund on her Q if it kills a target, so it helps to get a little bit of that down, but it doesn't stop the fact that Scout is under turret, down a load of CS. He's gone for the Dark Seal in the hopes of an early scrappy kill, but it is a bit of a fool's hope at that one. I think that Scout needed Weiwei to come help him a little earlier because of the level 1 shenanigans, and I feel like now with Tien hitting level 6, with Mako being able to roam potentially too, things are only going to get harder for this mid-jungle duo, which should have been firing on all cylinders earlier.
And I feel like it's been a story in 3 parts kind of for Cream. He got a bit giga-gapped in that first game, and then had some moments, but in game 2 definitely stepped up a lot on the Tristana. Now very far ahead of Scout in the mid lane matchup. We'll see if it actually comes to bear here, but it's been really nice to see how the previous OMG standout star has been adapting to top esports in the environment surrounded by stars.
And also, 369 for the other solo lane as well. Gets himself a solo kill with the Renekton. We said, why is this first picked? Yeah, it is 369's most played of all time. He's a really good laner, by the way. So he gets himself a good kill up there. He's got the wave in a terrible spot for Zucker, who's going to be losing decent amount of farm up there. You can see that 369 can get himself a slow crash as well whenever he wants to do something and move out of that lane or force Zucker under tap. So it's 369 controlling that top side. No teleports available either. Tien on bot side has level 6, can force a fight.
I'm playing with his life a little bit there. We'll end up spotting Tien out as he was trying to back. The Dragon is up. I expect that to be the next focus for top esports. Meanwhile, 369 going for another heavy trade into Zika. Gonna get impaled to be brought straight back to Weiwei's waiting arms. Ixtal's impact right into the wall. Now 369. A croc in need is a croc indeed. And that's Zika with a kill.
369 had full control of the wave, had ult, had great ability to choose what he did with the wave. He chooses to push it out precisely the wrong side for Weiwei to be in his lane and killing him. Okay, so that sets the matchup in top lane back to even, which is not what top esports would have wanted. The Skarner, as we've said, can be pseudo-countered by some champions. The Rumble, particularly the TF destroys him in lane, and then also the Mordekaiser as well. But if you get a gank or two onto the Skarner's lane, then they don't really get to stay ahead of the Skarner for as long as they would like to. Need to see 369 not fall into this rut that we've seen so many champions against the Skarner do, where they can't remove him from a lane, and they can't out-teamfight him beyond this point, either from even gold.
And speaking of some of that team fighting, I want to also talk about, now that we've hit level 6s, what the kind of entrances look like for both sides. You have a lot of easy go buttons, like you mentioned from the draft for top esports. You just got to land a solar flare, Nature's Grasp across, and follow it through with Jackie Love and Cream. On the other side, you said it was more difficult, but they will have some options here.
They will do, but a lot of that is going to depend on where Scout finds himself in the fight as well. I don't really think you've got that much follow-up damage for a big Rakan or Lee Sin play, unless Scout is also involved in the play. Because he's down so much early, he's going to have to be very good on his timings and find windows where he can move, which will be a little less than he would have been if he hadn't died in that mid lane and lost so much pressure early on. LNG need to make sure Scout is at the play. It's one of the few people who can get in range. Zyra is not known for being a long-range champion, folks.
It almost sounded like you said Zyra, and I was like, I do remember that. It is Zyra.
So with my accent as well, it's really bad when we had a meta which was Orianna versus Ahri or Ori versus Ahri. I know that, like, particularly with yourself and Lyric and a couple of the others, On and Arn in the same lane was also pretty difficult too with the players. We have a couple of those. That's just my specific one, I guess.
I like it. Everyone has one, but this one is mine.
I claim ownership of it.
Yeah. We do get another super late dragon in this game. We've had like multiple 10-minute first dragons. Will end up going over holistically to LNG though, so they'll start their stacking here. There is another spawn of grubs on the other map, but it is already in favor of top esports.
Yes, the top esports don't contest for the early dragon this time. Well, I suppose they were contesting enough in terms of being in lanes to stop LNG from mucking around with the dragon, so they're going to get themselves in position for those grubs. They have a Corki and Renekton who are currently winning their lanes individually. If they get the grubs, they will potentially be able to hit towers very effectively. LNG are turning up to top river though.
Looks like a little bit of contest-a-rooney is going to happen here. Weiwei on the other side of the wall is going to have the Sonic Wave in, but loses his target. He has the Blast Cone to get in if he wants to steal one away. He needs to try to deny it, but it's already two gone, and realizes it was a mistake to go in there in the first place. and it is Grumageddon for Top Esports. Oh, wait. I don't know if that's what you wanted, buddy. And maybe a misclick or something, but Jackie Love cleans that one up every single time.
When we said the LeBlanc and the Lee Sin need to get off the ground early, that doesn't mean you're going into an uppercut to get lifted off your feet. That ain't it. Presses the Q again. His mind was telling him no, but apparently his keyboard told him yes in that one. And now LNG are on top side under turret and potentially could get dove here with the 6 grubs.
Tempo matches for Top Esports. As now that's 4v2 TP to try to save them. Zika's coming over here. That's a really big CC chain by LNG, and now Zika is here. Can Ixtal's impact through the wall. 369 is tearing them apart, though, under turret. Meanwhile, Weiwei has showed up. Scout has showed up. At Top Esports, they were so confident. And look what that confidence is wrought. Hubris, killer of man, and LNG, killer of Top Esports. Mako going to be the last one here. They want to leave it for Scout. Get him, baby, as the revenge is best served cold. A double kill for the old friend of Mako.
Top Esports, they can't burst out a single target, and on the retreat from the turret, they just get separated and killed by the superior mobility of LNG. Cream's going to immediately teleport back towards bot side. Of course, he didn't die in that fight. He had no part of it, really. And gets himself at least those 6 grubs onto the plates of that bot lane turret, but it's at the cost of so many deaths topside. They don't have the Corki. Cream is trying to keep LeBlanc from coming in, but can't stop LeBlanc teleporting to the play after all of that. See, the retreat from this is really awkward too. Mako can't be body blocking and adding CC in because he's off away from his carries. 369 is off away from the play too. Just leaves so many isolated members of LNG to get hunted down by LNG. Now we're going to find it live.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, Mako just wanted a little bit of revenge himself. He kills Scout right back.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem, because if you die in the side lane as LNG, you got 6 grubs hitting your turrets. Cream has been sat here over multiple waves, taking down the entire bot lane out of tower. He has just got himself a huge amount of gold from this. After Scout was donated all those kills top lane to bring him ahead in the matchup, he's been put back into the dirt by Cream taking down those towers.
Solo gold advantage of 2K plus in that mid lane matchup now that he's been left to his own devices. You see what happened in that picture-in-picture is just cleanly played from the go buttons of Top Esports, and now he's on 2 items at less than 14 minutes, and one of those is Trinity Force, and he's got pieces in his pockets.
I think particularly when you get this, so Fire Cannon, I don't always love it on the Corki, but when you get it this early, when you're that ahead of the game, it just makes it so much harder for anyone to walk up to you. You get to abuse your power spike very, very easily with this, even if it won't scale as well as like a Triforce on 3 items with the Infinity Edge or something like that. Scout flash forward.
In trouble. The chains, the double combo is there. Gala isn't the one that gets it. It's Weiwei instead. Oh, that Feather Storm is not going to be enough to separate him, but they might be able to follow up with the damage here. Oh, 369. He goes straight onto Gala. And now that Scorpion going to be carved up into a wonderful meal, and a double kill goes to the man that can only roll 9s.
Do they get another follow-off as well? Nope, not quite, but Scout has to he's forced to cancel his recall. Herald's going to go over to Top Esports, even more gold. As they're doing this again, the 6 grubs are being used on one of these towers. That is the prerequisite for getting that objective. You have to end up hitting towers afterwards. Top Esports have demolished mid lane and bot lane. Very soon after taking those grubs, they're going to take that Herald. It will make it much easier to play around cracking maybe an inner turret as well. Could use it on top lane, but of course Cream's already there and there's no response. So Top Esports getting the better of the tower game in this one. Almost don't get the better of the fight, but they end up walking around with that afterwards. Flash chain from Scout. Works to get a hold of that Kai'Sa. You can see the first target they can kill is still bursted out very, very heavily. The feathers from Gala, not necessarily what they wanted in this fight. You thought that maybe he could get himself a big feather pullback, but 369 completely denies him from that one. Very important. Gala on the Xayah, it's going to be a hard game for him, but if you get comboed out by that Renekton, it gets harder still.
Oh, sorry, I was adding a couple notes to my Crocodile journal here as he was taking notes on feathers, as they had Jackie Love going down already, or at least getting a kill already on the Weiwei. They get the reset here for Gala to go down too. And I'm going to have to start adding some more things to the Crocodile What They Eat journal, because it's looking like LNG and chillins might be on the menu.
Well, I did know that crocodiles could eat birds, so I suppose that doesn't matter in terms of the Zayat. They found that one the hard way.
Scorpions,
Um,
though? Like, really?
Yeah, I did.
Come
Buddy,
on.
I don't know about that one. I'm not exactly an expert on crocodile diets. I'm going to have to go through some research between show days, but all the same, 369, maybe he's a special breed.
Leave that Corgi alone. They're going to TP in. Mako is here, but the damage has already been done. Cream goes down. 369's a big croc, and he's looking to deal it. He's going to have that impale right to his back, though. Hung trying to sacrifice his life for this one, and they take the easy bait. A predator will always fall for the prey, and 369 is unstoppable in this game.
LNG, they tried to shut down Cream in a side lane, which she's been getting far too much gold in so far, but they overcommit. And LNG, despite the fact that LNG are a team that have typically played quite well around side lanes, particularly when Scout has an advantage in side lanes, he doesn't have that this game. Cream's the person who's really controlling the side lane waves, and Top Esports are being much more proactive now in terms of defending what they can do on those sidelines. They very quickly with that teleport. That's a reaction, I suppose, but all the same, 369 on this first pick Renekton, making the game really hard for LNG because he can carry these mid-game fights as it stands.
What a Chad, man. Like, just go ahead and first pick it. Take whatever you want. It's fearless, but it will let you have the Skarner and then having such an impeccable
This is the dude.
on
This
it.
is the dude in solo queue that bans nothing, locks in something, goes to sleep until the game's locked
Yep.
in, and then just wrecks his lane.
It's impressive to watch, and nonetheless, for 369's welcome home to Top Esports, it's been really nice to see. They still have Rift Herald available to them. No outer towers to really crash that onto, but they could get a tier 2 if they want to. Scout, though, he's going to find his old pal Mako and the double CC chain, the range. Oh, he doesn't even get to play the video game, man. Top Esports are ruthless.
It's a pretty bad overextension if Distort and Mimic Distort can't get you out of trouble. He's absolutely shut down with 6 grubs. This will be a melted tower yet again. Grubbergauden comes forth, the Zerg rush onto the inner tower.
It's looking like Thanos' words are coming truer and truer by the moment. You cannot think that you can finish off a beast like Top Esports with just one strike at the neck. You have to take the head off, and they will not allow it. A Rift Herald in mid lane try to take this tier 2.
Maybe the problem is they're a Hydra. They've gone for the head. They did it in game 1. They just grew 2 more back. They're even stronger. They're even angrier.
Why don't we have a Hydra
Varus.
champion? I need one.
That is a great point. You know what, Riot? Give us a call. Give us an email. We'll drop a work email or something. Hydra champion. We can work with that one. That'll be fun. Multi-heads. All the same, in this game, Top Esports, they are playing across multiple lanes and spreading their influence across the entirety of the map. This is a
I
big
can't watch
overextension.
brothers killing
It's-
brothers, man. You got world championship together. Come on.
Yeah. Scout, buddy, you made it a bit easy, though.
A little
He gets
bit,
taken
yeah.
down by his World Championship EDG support. If you can't get out with the Distort and a Mimic support, you have gone too far.
That's how you know. There's a short checklist there. And unfortunately, he failed every step of it. Now, we go back on to the bottom side of the map where Top Esports have a little presence, but it's really just a state of the map right now that feels very in control for them. They have a massive lead. Almost 7,000 gold up here, and Dragon spawning in less than a minute.
And that Dragon might just be the end of the chillin'. LNG, they're in no position to contest this one, but they might feel as though they need to get onto soul points somehow, some way. Stalling out this game is quite difficult, especially against the scaling carries of Top Esports, even though conventional wisdom says, yeah, maybe you just give up the Dragon and try and get some more items. They might just think, look, it ain't going to get any better against the Kaiser and the Corkies. They get through to more and more items. They're getting pushed in on bot side all the same. They might not have a choice.
And I will just take a little moment while we see this, as Top Esports definitely have earned the top of the table for Group C. It's been very impressive to see them come alive here, and especially Cream, who has lit up this series in the last 2 games, has definitely shown a noticeable level increase since spring. It's been a pleasure to watch him integrate into the rest of this team now continuously. It is a siege in bottom side, started off by some kittens from the left as double impale, but immediately solar flare there. Grand Entrance going to get a nice little knockup, but Jackie Love's already taken one out. He's got a barrier, but can't really get away from the damage there. Now Cream is that damage dealer for Top Esports, trying to keep the rest of LNG away. It is going to be the 1 kill over to Top Esports. Nothing else left alive there.
The Lee Sin ult almost just kicks Jackie into the gray screen. Very, very nearly killed by the HP of his own
Jackie's
teammate.
not there.
Dragon's going to spot it. Jackie's not hit, but he does have ult. So if CC lands, he can just ult back into the play.
I thought Scout might complete his second item, but he wasn't able to just yet. Weiwei versus Tien. Who's going to get the smite off? Looks like Weiwei doesn't want any part of it. They realize they don't need to fight this, so they're going to back away a little hesitantly. Maybe they overextend too long. As if they stay, they might just die. That dragon goes over to top esports, but now they don't really have a way out. Cream's almost out of mana.
Has ults.
Here comes the fight. Jackie Love has finally come, and there goes the engage. 369's in there, baby, and he's a big old croc. That Feather Storm does nothing in the face of all those teeth, and that's immediate pings across the map to the Baron buff for top esports.
And I think LNG might have just forgotten just whose skin this is on the Kai'Sa. Jackie Love doesn't die in the first play, goes back into base, but still threatens his ult into the play. LNG gets shredded in the choke point as Jackie Love repositions. It's going to be straight on towards the Baron. They took the Dragon before this. LNG, they don't manage to get themselves that soul point. They don't manage to contest for this Baron. The best they're going to be able to do is just hold on, limping away from this play. Going back into the replay, what started this very easy set piece. Leona, Maokai, put them across the tower. You strafe it with that ult to get some big CC down, buy some space. And yes, we did almost see Jackie Love killed by the Lee Sin ult of his teammate going flying into his body. But it's not quite enough. Because he can reset, he can come back into this play. He still has his ult. That was the big thing we were calling out before this came through. If any CC lands, they were going to be in trouble. Does miss at first, but then they just walk up. I think they just bluntly forget that the Kai'Sa can reposition into them. Look at this. Summer CC lands through, the burst comes in, and on the retreat, Jackie Love just gets to tear him apart alongside the front line, which goes forward so aggressively.
And how big brain is it that he knew he still had the range to go over the wall there and just make sure that he was safe. We've seen so many times in a long time past now for Jackie Love where he will not have such a distinct separation between him and some of the targets he's going for. Now, it's been really nice to see as top esports crash down the base of LNG, and the clock is ticking right now for the chillin'.
It's not just been Cream who's grown as a player. A lot of the other players have grown alongside it too. Jackie Love, I feel like the last 2 years of his career now have been much more clinical in regards to his big plays. Occasionally he still jumps in and dies, but it's for a good reason even when he does that. He doesn't do the quite as random as he did before. He's much more clinical and decisive now.
No more backwards ults for him. It's all forward. It's a big four-man knock-up and a three-man impale. Is it going to be enough LNG? They found the magic ticket, but it only meant one, and now they've gotten traded two. That Featherstorm does nothing. Jackie Love still alive, and here comes 369 and the rest of top esports. Big Featherstorm back anyways in the end, and they actually have the push to continue with the Baron buff minions here, and they actually have TP as well.
Jackie Love massively outplays that fight, doesn't die, gets the snipe at the end, is alive to keep hitting the turrets. The inhib goes down, and as we said, Jackie Love still walking that razor's edge as he always has done, but it feels like he's coming out the better of it in so many of these high importance moments within games. Fantastic play on that Kai'Sa. Takes down Scout on that LeBlanc on the IG. LeBlanc skin as well. How fitting is that one? Gonna walk away with the last of that Baron buff and recall, spend their ill-gotten gains. Walk away to see if they can finish off this game just as cleanly as that. It's a really good pull in from that Impale. It gets so many people involved, but look how Jackie Love manages to just about escape. Gets out, uses the barrier and his ultimate to very quickly space out from Weiwei so there's no follow-up auto attack. And right here, still has the barrier, huge turnaround, tags the W, barriers back, gets great auto attacks back, and then gets the snipe at the end of it to take down his old team's skin.
I asked for a parade of talent, and we are spoiled. Jackie Love is putting on that clinic you talked about. He's on 3 items now, and top esports can do no wrong, it seems, but Jackie Love can do no wrong. Obviously, you know him for all of his time on IG, but it's been 4 years since he became the pillar of top esports.
Yeah, he's really become Mr. Top Esports alongside the likes of 369 as well. And they're going in to try and finish the game.
Scout, no! Not like this, says LNG, and they're losing turret after turret, and their base is starting to crumble around them. as the inhib turret in topside falls. The inhib will join it soon enough, and Jackie Love is stepping up, but the minions are actually going to crash on mid lane here too. Dominus pop by 369. It's a double impale into the double grand entrance, but they're losing everything here. That Croc is massive, but Jackie Love is more massive. He wants to step up against Gala, and he does just that. Top Esports playing with their food as they're looking to move to 5-0.
It starts with shutting down Scout at level 1. It ends with shutting him down around the inhib turret. Top Esports, they were made to bleed, but not to lose. Scout, he's alone on the Nexus. I don't imagine he can defend this one.
Got one turret left. Scout's just standing there trying to put his body on the line. They were able to get one, but they will not find two. Top Esports remain the kings of Group C, and they'll find a 2-1 victory.
Every series I see from this team in Summer, I get more and more excited to see them in the Rumble stage. And that upper group, the Ascension group, through in the next stage, where all the best teams from the group stage play off against each other. I think as it stands, Top Esports, you have to view them as the best team in the LPL. Their early games have looked more clean. Their win conditions and their variety have looked really, really complete. Teams like BLG, which of course won Spring, they've been taking a step back. We're waiting for them to wake up. We expect them to be competing with them. Of course, JDG have had themselves a strong group stage as well. We're yet to see how teams like NIP and Anyone's Legend can compete from Group D as well. I'm so excited to see how far this team can go, because I feel like this is only, well, very literally, this is just the beginning, folks.
It literally is, and it might be the end of week 3, but we still have 1 week left in this round of things. Really nice to see Top Esports as a holistic effort. I know we're putting a lot of love on Jackie Love, but I think if Cream didn't turn it around from game 1 to 2, I think this series is much different, and it was really nice to see him kind of pick it up from game 2 onwards.
Yeah, I think that even game 1 was a very tense back and forth where a lot of players had the better moments. I think that LNG in this series, I think they showed that they can struggle in some cases with the Fearless draft, where in the game 1 where they had the magic damage not in mid jungle and they put it into bot lane and top lane instead, it really affected the way that they were drafting. In games 2 and 3 they couldn't do that. It meant that realistically they couldn't play towards some of the mid jungles which were competing even with Top Esports. The fact that they took a game in general though, that's still pretty good news for them.
Oh yeah, and it was actually pretty clean for the most part. There was one big dip, but you know what happens, a little roller coaster action there. And I think
if you ignore like 15 minutes in the middle of the game, very clean.
It's fine. It's fine. It's mostly clean. But also, we recounted, right? It was something where LNG looked much different in the way they approached that game, and it looked really nice to see a lot of the pieces kind of coalesce together like that. But I think going into it, it was a conversation of, can LNG make this run against RA? Things are going to get a lot more difficult now that they're 2-3, but we have to also look forward to what they have left in store, and especially for Top Esports, who only have RA left as well.
I think there's going to be a big bonus for LNG is the fact that they did take one game. Their game score is looking pretty healthy. So in terms of the remaining opponents that they have, LNG still have to face off against OMG, who are currently, well, they are the worst team in the group, and they've been really struggling. That is an expected victory, but strange things happen in the LPL. Whereas RA have to face off against Top Esports again. So you're expecting a loss from RA, you're expecting a win from LNG, which should even up the series score. So game score comes into a really important moment beyond that too. So, get to see whether LNG can make it through alongside Top Esports into the top dog group beyond this stage in Rumble, but we'll have a series yet to play to decide that.
To the top they go. Top Esports fitting with their phrasing there, but we see the dominance that was Rot and Mako, a huge addition to Top Esports, but also a big combination with him and Jackie Love.
I wonder who's going to get out the MVP from this one, actually, because I think Jackie Love had a lot of...
might be Jackie Love with his signature skin. I don't know. Might be. Who knows?
Yeah, I think there's a good chance that we might get ourselves Jackie Love, both of his 2 MVPs from Summer coming from today's series. There's a good chance of it. He gets caught up in this clip, which is, great for us at that talking point there, but I feel like Top Esports, their team fighting instincts are still so clean. The first pick Renekton from 369 was absolutely fantastic. He managed to shut down Gala on multiple fights. We'll see that again and again through these highlights. And the first pick Renekton, I wasn't a believer, didn't like it. I don't think you should do this if you're not 369, by the way, but he made it pretty worthwhile.
It was one of the most dominant counters into a Skarner I've seen all split, and that's saying something. Like, we've seen literally teams try to craft so many different counters to it, but it was right here. I feel like lethal moments down towards bot side continuously, and top esports know how to collapse.
They do, and LNG, typically they have played very well around cross-mapping. I mean, they got the 5-for-1 turret trade in game 1, but I think once Scout was shut down in this early game, you could see that LNG struggled without their, huge force in the mid lane coming online. Scout still had some okay moments, but it's so hard to play LeBlanc from behind the curve of the game, and that's exactly what he was forced to do. This is such a funny moment. We're all 369.
It's so crazy.
Massive, because Lee Sin's damage on his ult comes from the HP of the target he's kicking on the target that goes through. If he made a tankier, he would have actually killed his AD carry.
This right here, though, this is why they pay him the big bucks. This is why he's got the skin.
This is why he's getting the MVP out of it.
Probably.
I would imagine he's going to be MVP. Well, I hope maybe we'll get a surprise, but still, some great placements. Zuka, you know what, on the Skarner, I know it's Skarner things. I still think Zuka had a pretty okay game on this team. He did get solo killed. Maybe that's a bit of a bonus plus point for him. But the big ults were still pretty impactful through it. NLG still couldn't get away with the win.
Scout trying desperately there on the LeBlanc. The LeBlanc also a very interesting pick nonetheless there, but he gets sniped by Jackie Love anyways. And unfortunately gets caught to signal the end for him.
A lot of the highlights have just been Scout dying in various different horrific
I didn't want
ways.
to say anything.
Yeah, and, I love Scout. I think he's a great player. This series, this game 3 rather. He was great in game 1 and game 2.
For sure.
But in game 3, yeah, he didn't have an
It
easy
was
time
the
with it, folks.
IG skin voodoo, man. I don't know. All of a sudden, the D key moves over a half an inch to the right, and you're wondering why everything's different. I don't know. Jackie Love knew what was up. Just saying.
That he did. And, yeah, I mean, Jackie Love walks away with a pretty strong series himself between this game and, of course, game before that. Game 1, the Ash still had some really important team fights. Probably should have flashed out of that one Zigzot. We'll say that's one thing to his discredit. But when you nitpick it, when you're nitpicking like that on, wow, he did a load of damage across these games. Well, yeah, there was the one high profile there. About it. Top esports, I still walk away from today's games thinking that they are a really, really solid team. I think for me, they are the best team in the LPL right now with the gameplay they're showing. Doesn't have to stay that way. I need to see this team realistically under big pressure of a big stage in a best of 5 where the stakes are really high. I need to see that for the likes of whether TN can overcome that monkey on his back of playoffs, internationals, you name it, right? But this team right now, compared to BLG, who look like they are maybe slipping a little bit, some of the other names which are not quite there on full form right now. I think Top Esports can potentially, but even then they've been pushing a couple of the games too. I think right now Top Esports are top dogs, and they until proven otherwise.
I need to see TN versus Kanavi so bad.
Yes.
I want it for my veins, man. I can't wait till that second round because we're going to get some of the best matchups we've been waiting for. But let's go ahead and take a look at the MVP. Who got it? And it's Mako that takes it away.
Well, okay, we love some support love in here. These 80 carriers, they're just thriving off of what the support players do. Mako was fantastic this game.
He was.
Managed to get some huge combos, catching out Sky at the side lanes, consistently peeling for his carries as well. Send some love to your supports, folks. They don't always get the best, he's not doing all the damage. You don't even get to see the damage on the support graph because they don't do any, but he's still helping carry this team.
He's still doing work, but also, again, he's having a renaissance of sorts. The guy has been in our league for so long. He's been so much of that with EDG, and it's been such a breath of fresh air to watch him and Jackie Love just go to work, man. Like that as a fan, like that has been my favorite part is guys that we've seen be so close to re-achieving greatness are really starting to swing up in the top ropes now. So really nice business handled by Top Esports as we are going to take a look down today's journey.
Well, if you sat here through it, congratulations, you have made it to our destination, which is 2 series and 5 games total. Annual's Legend outclassing IG as IG sit at the bottom of Group D and going to go back to lick their wounds. There is a chance they can make it through into the Ascension group still, but it is very difficult. TES, of course, they are still locked at their top. LNG, their fate is still in the balance too.
They've got to fight for their life. maybe fight for their right to party. I don't know. We're going to take a look at tomorrow's schedule, though. Speaking of party, it's going to be a lot of fun. RNG versus WE. WE need the wins, while LGD taking on BLG in a Goliath moment.
So this will be the end of Group B. BLG are locked into the Ascension group, RNG are locked into the Nevada group, and I'm going to have so many grunge puns about that. Don't you worry, I love that too much. But still, if LGD, we're currently with a +1 game score and WE with a -1 game score, even if the results go in the way that we think, there is a chance that one can hopscotch the other.
Well, it's been a pleasure, Nightmare. We didn't get all 6 games, but we got some fun ones this week in our cast together. That's going to be it from us for the night. We'll be back tomorrow, though, for more LPL, not on the mainstream, but LPL will be there no matter what. We'll see you there, and we'll see you for more LPL action.